And we're ready for a Friday night party. Pouring a little drink. One of these mix in a bottle cocktails, which I just got for fun, for an experiment, because they were really cheap. They're normally like $15 or $20 for a pack of 3. Still got one of them here. And a couple of weeks ago, these were 2 for $10. So I thought, oh, even if they're complete shit, I can afford to spend on an experiment. This is supposed to be a Tom Collins. Got sugar, and it had dried lemon, dried orange, dried cherry, and flavors in color. Because the sugar in it was very yellow. I expected it to go very yellow when I made it. And clearly it did not. And I think that's the dried cherries at work. And it said to use gin, but I only had good gins, and this seems like a waste of good gin. So I used vodka. Give vodka a bit of flavor. So now I get to see what it's like. Oh. You know what I might do? I might put that in a glass and top it with soda. Quite honestly. Oof. I'm not an enormous fan of that, but I think it would benefit from some soda. So, got some soda in the fridge. Get a glass. Bigger glass. Some soda. Which soda will I get? What have I got the most? Oh, this one is open. It's probably a bit flat. Blood orange and sage. All right. That sounds like a plan to me. Pour that in there. Top that up with some soda. Gecko, how you doing, man? And I might pour the rest of this in the glass. Musical Avetter left us a message. I think he's gone out on a movie date. Left a message about half an hour ago. Said to have fun, so that's nice. Best wishes on your movie date, Musical Aviator. All right. Let's see. Oh, dude, you're not good. Oh, okay. That is not great. What in particular is doing not good for you, if that's something you want to talk about? Always prepared to listen. If I ever... oh, no, you lost your mum on Monday morning. No, that is a fucking rough week, man. Literally have been there. So I understand this is a rough week for you. And, yep, you just got all the best wishes coming your way. And I'm fully aware how little that counts. But, you know, I don't want to really say anything that's just going to come across as a platitude. But I do understand how you're feeling. And, yeah, you know, here, man, if we can provide a bit of distraction, I think that's the best we can hope for. But yeah, I hope it helps. So that's a bit more palatable. A little bit more in here. Top it up a bit more. There's a weird flavor, but anyway. Oh, no, Gecko, do not apologize, man. I don't ask how people are doing if I'm not prepared to hear that the answer's not good. Oh, good. Yeah, you got to say goodbye, tell her all the things. Man, there is no easy way to deal with something like that. And yeah, you just got to sort of pick yourself up and keep on going. It's fucking rough. There is no two ways about it. That is gonna give you a pretty shitty week. Gotta bloody just hope for a little bit of the passage of time to make things a bit easier. Chris, hello to you, sir. How weird is it that the first people on the stream are my friends from the US when it's an absurd hour for you? Is everyone in Australia just having a good time? Because it's like peak fun time on a Friday night here. So, I might add some ice when I drink my drink down a bit. I might add some ice to it as well. In fact, I might actually do that. I'll just get the little ice, just a handful of it. Physics is causing equal and opposite reactions when I drop ice in it. Damn you, physics. Only 1 a.m., Chris. Well, I think it's a bit late. Yeah, no, Gecko, I'm not surprised your sleep has been really bad this week. I think that's a perfectly normal reaction. And things are going to feel weird and not right and not good for a while. I know it's virtually impossible to say anything without spouting platitudes, but I am a big believer and that you can only take it one day at a time when things are rough. Don't think of how long you have to keep going or, how long you're going to feel like this. You just get through one day and then you get through another day. And then, each shitty or ordinary day you get through, one day closer to the next good day. Even if it doesn't seem like it at the time, it's real. You're one day closer to your next good day. Chris, you got a new electric guitar. So that actually gives you a good week, definitely. Did I say electric guitar? You said electric car. I feel like I said electric guitar. And hey, an electric guitar could make for a good week too. But got your new EV. I feel like I can safely say these things are just barely worth the special price I paid, the six of these for $10 as opposed to $15 or $20 for a packet of 3. That's the normal price. They are definitely not worth that. Unless, look, notwithstanding, you might have very different tastes to me. But these are not great. Wait a sec. What do the instructions don't say to do anything else, do they? Fill with spirit. Strain a generous shot. Top up with preferred beverage or drink on its own. Yeah, well, that's what I'm doing. Topping it up. Celtic King, I like to party. Good. Yeah, Gecko, any sort of, positive words I can say, I will try to say. But I just, from experience, I know they're not a magic bullet that's going to make things better. So, we can do so like, oh man, we're here. Hopefully, just providing you a distraction is a positive. So be here for you, man. And hope that you start to feel better. So definitely needed to be diluted, or I needed to use a better quality spirit in this. Luke, hello to you, sir. Did I say hello, Celtic King? You want to party on Friday nights? I am not drunk. This is my first drink. I just think I'm losing my higher brain functions. I'm getting old, having a senior moment, stuff like that. Neat little bottles that Cappy make for their soda is like embossed on the bottle. Cappy, Australia. Very cute. Also, good sodas. Like good soda and good tonic. Very good for mixing the drinks. Celtic King, you like the tie? I like the tie. I mean, it's Chairman Mao. He was dodgy as fuck. Probably responsible for millions of deaths. But I always liked the irony of a communist leader on a business tie. Also, I like the design for it myself. Jeremy, throwback question. When you made this series, The Lighter Side of Angry Aussie, was that a transition for how you stream now? Okay, this might sound bad. I literally don't remember what's in those videos. I made thousands of videos. And so it is an embarrassing truth that occasionally people say, about this video. And I'm like, I don't actually remember that video. Thought so. I thought my bloody laptop wasn't plugged in. It is now, I think. Is it? Oh, no. Jesus. Now it is. God, I'd bloody been clumsy and my laptop wasn't properly plugged in. And here you go. Gecko, you haven't drunk or done drugs to cope? Not yet anyways. That is probably an extremely wise choice, my friend. As seductive as the drink or the droogs can be, when you're actually in a stressful situation, they're normally a real bad idea. So more power to you for not doing that. I think you've very much made the right choice with that. What channel is on here? Videos. Let me see. Lighter Side of Angry. Why, Delilah? Okay, so nothing's showing up on us. I don't know what we're talking about. Celtic King, Angry kilts and ties. Well, I only have one kilt. I do have a lot of ties, though. Jeremy, the webcam's out of focus. It was probably auto-focusing and choose not to focus on me for a moment, probably because I was moving around. Just Gecko, that is a super healthy attitude. It hurts at the moment you choose to feel that pain, because it'll hurt longer and hurt worse in the long run if you try and suppress it now. Dude, that is a super fucking healthy attitude. And more power to you, my friend. She should be saying, raise a glass to you, because we're talking about not drinking, but, that's me. So, yeah, and Jeremy, as to how I transitioned to just doing live streams, something about COVID just like fucked with me. It's just it affected everyone differently, but I was like, I was making pre-recorded videos, and it's like, all I can talk about is COVID and Donald Trump, and that feels really fucked. And I don't like how it feels. And everyone was, particularly once we hit lockdown zones, everyone was starting to feel a bit stressed. And doing this as a hangout seemed to help a lot of people. Certainly helped me. And because I gave up on being big on YouTube a long time ago. And so not worrying about doing stuff for views, if I can, I'm just, doing these hangouts for a small number of people, but, people I care about. And, even if it's new people and people I don't know, do something that's low key, but hopefully therapeutic. And so it's the only thing I feel like doing now. I do regularly have ideas for pre-recorded videos, but I just have no passion to do it. I enjoy my cocktail channel, and I enjoy these live streams. So that's all I want to do. Kelsey King, when was that biggest? 12 years ago, man. And I probably gave up about 10 years ago, and I've just been doing it for fun for the last 10 years. So yeah, Raiders, good evening, if I didn't already say it. Yes, Gecko, Trump may well be on the receiving end of a bunch of lawsuits and investigation, and I love him basically not being in the public eye. Jeremy, stopped watching for about a year, started up during the streams. Having someone with a knowledge base makes it great to talk and interact. Wife now asks questions. Excellent. I love the interaction. I really love the interaction. And Raiders, you like the distraction too. Yeah, man, it's worked for me. Seems to work for a bunch of people. So this is just chills because, actual physical socializing was A, impossible, and B, not necessarily a good idea. So I do this. Gecko, I tried to make YouTube my full-time job about 12 years ago. And like I say, I probably gave up on that about 10 years ago. And ever since then, I've just been doing it for fun. Because I realized, for a number of reasons, one, I needed to make, better, more appealing content. Two, I'm super bad at like self-promotion and marketing. And three, I'm really bad at following trends and adapting to things that change. I didn't adapt to change at all. And that's on me. That's not, YouTube changed and people changed. That's not a criticism of YouTube. Well, actually, I have some criticisms of YouTube, but this isn't one of them. YouTube changed and people changed what they wanted changed. And I look at stuff that's popular and I frankly go, that is fucking shit. That is like reaction videos. What the fuck is that? What in the ever-loving fuck is that? But it's really popular. And who the fuck am I to contradict what people want to watch? I can't quite bring myself to do it. So I don't. Gecko, yes, I remember Noltz. I'm still like Facebook friends with Noltz, and it's very interesting to see updates from. He got divorced. He got divorced from wife of Noltz, which I think he was very upset about. Justin, the new rover on Mars. Yeah, may find a fossil. It's got a lot of fun exploring to do in that crater it's in. Actually watched the live thing of the touchdown because, there was that 12. There was basically like that they knew, okay, whatever happened has happened, and we have to wait 12 minutes for the signal to get back to us to find out if the landing was successful or if it fucking crashed into the planet. And it was successful, and all the nerds were very excited. It was great. Love seeing excited nerds. Jeremy, it feels losing the desire to record vids. Oh, you did. Okay. You were running a gaming community YouTube. Yeah, did Big DJ Gaming, and it became a troll. And I bet you know this. Heidi Ho and Net, by the way. I bet you know this, Jeremy. Because you were with the community, you were probably doing a lot of stuff for other people. And at a certain point, it ticks over. They don't actually give a shit. And if you ever stop doing it, they don't even acknowledge what you did for them. I believe there's a customer at the Angry Bar and wants a drinky. It's Friday night, you know. The lockdown's over, so the bar's open. This is going to be bartender's choice, is it? You know, you don't want anything in particular. All right, bartender's choice. I'm going to make a drink. Get you some ice first up. Get some ice. This plastic cup got put. I don't know if you can see how distorted it is. It got put on the bottom shelf on the dishwasher, and the heating thing that dries things was too much for it. It's all warped. And so young Mr. Angry drinks out of it. But there's a running joke with Aidsy when he comes over that he has to drink out of the manky cups because he's manky. And they go so well together. But yeah, in case you can't read it, it's got like a faux Top Gun logo and it says Top Dad, because I bought a lot of these things that were cheap after Father's Day that have all these pro-dad slogans on it. And I just force my son to drink out of them now. He has to worship Dad. All right, so base spirit. What do we go?
Do you have strawberries and cream liqueur?
I have some cream liqueurs, but not strawberries. But I could put some fruity stuff in the cream liqueur.
Because the internet told me of a drink with strawberries and cream, blood orange, and tequila, and they called it a princess bubblegum.
Oh, a princess bubblegum. Okay, I'm going to make you a princess bubblegum. Because I've got some cream liqueurs in here, and I've got some fruit liqueurs, and I've got tequila. Which one will I make? I think the Disaronno might be a good one. Cream liqueur. All right. I need my jigger because I'm not like these crazy anarchists that free pour. I like to know how much I'm putting in a drink. Responsible service of alcohol. That's what we're all about at Bar Angry. Oh, shut up, Stove, for God's sake. Right. I should get my finger out to stir this. Yeah, my friend Annette got me this for Christmas. That is actually a cast of a famous bartender's finger, a guy called Gary Regan, Gaz Regan. Because rumour has it, he was very busy in a bar one night making Negronis for people, and he stirred in the drink, and he was just really busy, and he stirred it with his finger while everyone was watching, and the story became really notorious. So he did this instead of a bar spoon, it's a bar finger that you can mix your drinks with. But he's dead now, so that's a dead man's finger. Just throwing it out there. I should put a bit of lemonade in the base. Just inventing a Princess Peach.
Oh.
Princess Bubblegum. Sorry, Princess Bubblegum.
You could put peach in it and make it Princess Peach.
Yeah. Yeah, I do have peach liqueur there.
You have to make it pink.
Yeah. Okay, so some cream liqueur. And put that back in the fridge. Because it's cream and needs to stay in the fridge. Now, we want something that's going to turn it pink, which probably this one. Yes, black currants. And some tequila. All right. So we'll put some black currant. Gecko, you think I should use Pepto-Bismol to turn it pink? That's a pretty dark idea. Well, it's very red.
Do they even sell that in Australia?
They sell similar things to it. All right, some tequila. Can't say tequila without singing a song. And top it up. I'm going to mix it. Don't worry. It's not very well mixed at the moment.
Even when you hit the bubble in the
Well, I can put some peach in it too if you want. So it's pink now. All right, I'll put some peach in it. Give me Princess Peach. Where's the peach? Is that peach?
Isn't it the round one staring you in the face?
No,
That's what that's apricot.
this is peach. This is peach. The round one's apricot. Put some peach in. One level, I think I should put that in a shaker and shake it up. Probably not, because I put lemonade in it, actually. Here you go. Princess Bubblegum. Princess Peach. That tastes pretty good.
So we can cut off because of the cream there.
Yeah, the cream didn't mix that well with the other stuff.
Not bad.
Tastes good, though.
Thanks.
Hello, Abigail. Yes, there ain't no party like a Friday night party, because Friday night party don't stop. Oh, Abigail, you're trying to make AZ appear. Nicely done. Everyone's saying his name 3 times to see if he appears. I think there's every chance he'll appear. Who actually knows? I haven't heard from him since when he was on the stream the other day. When was that? Tuesday? He was on the stream on Tuesday, wasn't he? Said he could only stay for 5 minutes and stayed for an hour, which was good. Have him out. So, yes. So I think there's a reasonable chance he'll show up. Otherwise, we'll just do Angry Bunch. I mean, even if AZ shows up, we'll do Angry Bunch. But yes, we have said his name enough that the vibrations have gone out into the cosmos. We'll see if he hears them. That's much better diluted. For anyone who arrived late, I mixed one of these things. They look like this before you mix them. It's got dried things in it and sugar. This one is a Negroni, which I suspect I'm not going to like. But it's got a cinnamon stick and some dried fruit and some red sugar in it. They say to add gin to it, but I only have good gins and I didn't want to waste them. So I've been adding vodka. This one was supposed to be a Tom Collins. I was surprised at how red it was. Anyway, so I left the vodka in it for a couple of days and then just poured it. And I don't know, the taste was a bit... So I've added ice and topped it with soda and it's much better. Oh, Justin, Ted Cruz and Scott Morrison are a fucking match made in heaven, aren't they? Jesus. Yes, Abigail, it is not fucking cooling down, is it? It is absolutely... Jesus, Celtic King, if this is a fucking urine sample, see a doctor immediately. I think you've got syphilis. A lot of blood in your urine. Now, I've still got... Here's one of my urine samples. That's just someone who needs to hydrate more. Or there's possibly a little bit of blood in their urine. Again, you should maybe go to the doctor. It's weird how many of the clarified cocktails come out some shade of piss. they'll be like an opaque brown, and then I clarify them and they come out somewhere between yellow and amber. It's fun. Although you want a difference, you put something like blue curacao. Something's got a really strong dye in it, like blue curacao or my blue absinthe, and then the drink will come out blue or green. So it's challenging. And also sometimes if you put something very red in, the clarified cocktail will come out red or pink. But a lot of the time, if you make it with whiskey or brandy or rum, it'll come out somewhere between yellow and orange. Celtic King. No, I have not seen the Gary Awesome video of you. I'm aware that that person exists, but as I say, every time you ask me about the troll stuff, I have literally never watched a troll video of me. The only 2 times I made an attempt was a very early one where Sad Fuck of Ass Hat had a go at me. And like I'd made something like an 8-minute video, and I thought, well, who's this clown? And I started watching, and it was 15 minutes. And inside of the first 60 seconds, I just thought, what a fuckwit, and switched it off. Same deal with the first time Bearing did something. Again, you know, like I had a 5-minute video, and he had a 15-minute whine about it. And it's just like, Jesus, get to the point, you sad fucking obsessive loser. But yes. Oh, I like that, Gecko. Lifting some spirits to lift your spirits. Abigail, do you mean Gary Awesome is unintentionally hilarious? But yes. Annette, you had slow gin in your violet fizz last night. It was delicious. Dreadful khaki color, though. Oh, wow. Abigail, you found out a friend was on Beauty and the Geek as one of the geeks, and it was hilarious seeing them on TV. Nice. Good night, Gecko. Take care, my friend, and the support's always here for you, buddy, okay? With you is all I'm saying. Trying to avoid platitudes, but definitely here for you. Oosh. Oh, yeah, okay, Abigail, yes. He's unintentionally hilarious. He's a fucking disaster and hilarious to watch. Yeah, there are some fucking train wrecks on YouTube, seriously. I remember one from years ago, and I mean like 10 years ago. It was this really old guy. He was a global warming denier, and it was a response, I think it was a response to my climate change denier, shut the fuck up. And I think he titled it something like Angry Aussie is Dangerous. And I thought, what's the, oh, cool, I'm dangerous. And I looked at a bit of it, and he was fucking weird. And it's like, if I was going to make a parody of an old boomer who was losing his fucking marbles, I would not go as over the top as, oh, Jesus, I would not go as over the top as this guy did. I just remembered something. I have to, yeah, I'll keep the conversation up. I just got to check over here in the oven. Oh, yes. Cold sausages tomorrow. I could, oh God, they're still warm. I think Celtic King would enjoy if I chewed on a phallic sausage. The sausage that I need to put in the fridge so it doesn't go off. Justin, you watched Kevin Rudd's testimony to the Senate today. Was that about Murdoch and whatnot? It's like his guy. I'm like Groucho Marx. Last night I shot a duck in my pajamas. Why a duck was wearing my pajamas, I don't know. This is like a really cheap, Coles sausage. And I cooked it in the oven rather than the fry pan. It's really yummy. I love a bit of the sausage. Justin, Kevin Rudd remains an enormous disappointment to me because I think he could have been a truly great prime minister if he could have put his fucking ego aside. But he came impossible to work with. He's such a disappointment. And I think Australia's recent history would be so different if Kevin Rudd could have just pulled his fucking head in. And people can say all the positive things like his apology to the stolen generation, which is great, a whole bunch of legislation, which is great. But because of his fucking actions, all I'm going to remember is what an unmitigated fucking cunt he was when Julia Gillard was PM. He was absolutely disgraceful and despicable. And he deserves for that to be his legacy, because that was fucking bullshit. That was among the worst behavior I've seen from an Australian politician. Absolutely disgusting. Ego, man. It's fucking deadly. Absolutely, Abigail Gillard was definitely twice the Prime Minister Rudd was. She did amazingly under incredible stress. Kevin Rudd's just a fucking disappointment. It was handed to him on a silver fucking platter and he fucked it. Whereas Gillard fought against overwhelming odds and basically did a lot of good against overwhelming odds. Kevin Rudd had everything in his favor and fucked it. And that's what I think deserves to be his legacy. What a fucking piece of shit he was. Speaking as an old white guys get a free pass way too fucking often, and Rudd should be remembered for the seriously fucked shit he did. Because he did seriously fucked shit. And yes, Annette, Gillard set up the Royal Commission into Child Sexual Abuse, which all the Conservatives said, oh, it's a waste of time, it's a witch hunt. And it proved what a lot of people already knew, that abuse was absolutely fucking rampant in a significant number of institutions. Everyone remembers what was uncovered about the Catholic Church, but it wasn't just the Catholic Church. And again, there was a lot of resistance to that. And in retrospect, it was so obviously the right thing to do. The stories that uncovered were fucking abominable. And the fact the Supreme Court protected George fucking Pell is absolutely contemptible. And I won't say anything more than that for fear of saying something that's legally actionable. Sausage. And that's not even a special sausage. That was just like, you know, the thin sausages from Coles, the absolute most generic sausage they sell. Yum. It's probably super unhealthy. Yes, Celtic King, J Dubs were exposed. And it wasn't just religious institutions. It was some other institutions as well. Mr. Grant Gregory, this is not date night. This is cocktail making stuff. I'm going to be making cocktails. And I've kind of sort of decided, I don't know if anyone has any suggestions. Monday is margarita day. So I'm clearly making a margarita. And I'm thinking of doing my own take on a margarita. So it's 19, 20, 21, 22. Monday's the 22nd. Because besides being Margarita Day, it's Don the Beachcomber's birthday. And because he was one of the big names of cocktails in the 20th century, he's very central to the tiki movement. With all its flaws, there are some good drinks came out of the tiki movement. Celtic King, you like some sausage? That's what I've heard, brother. That's what I've heard. And that's fine. We're all about supporting whatever choices anyone makes on the Angry Fam. Annette, your kids won't eat any other snags. I will eat a lot of other snags, but I back your kids on those ones being tasty. They are good. I just had like sausage sandwich for dinner, and then I remembered there were some spare ones, and I hadn't put them in the fridge yet, and they were still warm, so I had one. Mrs. Angry loves it when I'm sorry, is trying not to turn this into sexual innuendo. Mrs. Angry loves it when there's extras and cold sausage, and you're in the fridge. Ooh, cold sausage, yeah. Nom, 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 nom. So there's a couple cold sausages in the fridge to be found tomorrow sometimes. Celtic King sharing the love as always. That's nice. I think I was saying, oh, cocktails. Yes. Okay. So, the fuck? They got the link wrong on that website. So yeah, Don the Beachcomber was a big name in tiki in the 20th century. It's his birthday. So I'm thinking of doing a crossover with a margarita, and because he's Don the Beachcomber or Don Beach, he was sometimes called. I'm going to make a beach margarita. So I'm going to do basically a standard margarita, and I'm going to do half a shot of overproof rum for Don the Beachcomber. So yeah, Celtic King, I think you're right. It is very hard to get away from sexual innuendo with sausages. Abigail, you don't like sausages, but you love the veggie tacos. That's a joke that goes back to the 70s and Bette Midler when she was more of a stand-up comedian than a musician or an actor. She fucking multi-talented. She's done so much. I mean, if you like that type of music, she's just sort of bluesy music. And obviously has been in a huge number of movies. But she started off as a stand-up comedian, and she had this line she was saying back in the 70s, if God didn't want men to eat pussy, why did he make it look so much like a taco? It's just like, okay, Bet, thank you. Yes. So yes, I get the innuendo, Abigail, and I appreciate it. So I'm going to do a margarita with, and as a twist, put half a shot of overproof rum in it and call it a beach margarita. So I'm simultaneously celebrating Margarita Day and Don the Beachcomber's birthday. So that's one I'm going to make. And wow, okay. Might not have been the best drink in the world, but because I put a bunch of vodka in it, it's got me a bit tipsy. I remember the other things I'm going to do. I was totting up among the other things, actually. I definitely want to make one I discovered while I was just searching stuff during one of the live streams called You're Not My Real Trinidad. It's got 1.5 shots of what do we call it? I was sure that was on Difford's. You're not my. Geez, their fucking search engine's fucked. You're not my real Trinidad. 1.5 shots of Angostura bitters, 50 mils of sherry. Oh fuck! I haven't made any cream of coconut. Fuck! God damn it! Maybe I should make it. Do you want to watch me make some cream of coconut? I'm drinking flavored vodka, Annette. Sorry, Abigail. Jesus. Abigail, I completely excuse any spelling errors due to lack of sleep. I might quickly make up a. Would you like to see me make up some a really quick batch of cream of coconut, which is just 50% coconut milk and 50% sugar. Celtic King, it's actually a small minority of vodkas that's made from potatoes. I used to think that too, because I think it's a potato thing. It's most vodka is made from grain. So the definition of vodka is just neutral spirit. It's supposed to not have much in the way of taste. And apparently potato vodka is a bit it's a bit more viscous than most vodkas are made with wheat or other grain. And potato vodka is actually a bit more viscous. So it made me want to go out and find a high quality potato vodka actually to see what it's like. But again, grain, that's basically salad. So if it's a neutral grain, it's basically salad. God, I feel like really fucking around and trying to make a get you to join me as because why the fuck did I not look that up? Got to make some cream of coconut. It'll only take 5 minutes. Okay, you get a little exploration of my kitchen now. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it, people. Look, this is possibly really ill-advised. You know what I should... Okay, first thing, I can survive off my battery for a while. So I'll get rid of the fucking power cord. Hitler and sex, explore the kitchen with Angry Ozzy. What is that fucking attached to, honestly? Oh, that. Okay. Cool. Oh, Celtic King. VD's writing a letter. Well, we're all fucking waiting for that, buddy. All right, let's go over here. Maybe go here. All right. See? Oh, shit. Fuck. All right, so this is my video camera and ring light to shoot a video afterwards. But, okay, we're going to make some cream of coconut now. This is cooking with Angry. See, the stove down here. Da-da-da. Yes, Abigail, you've been drunk in this kitchen twice now. We should do it again. All right, I get a little can, and I'm just going to make a little batch of coconut milk. How much is this? 165 mils. So I need to do about 150 grams of sugar. On a little saucepan. I've got a little saucepan here. Get that ready. I need my scale. Okay, so clear this little bit here. My kitchen scale, my digital scale is... Oh, shit, man. Oh, shit. I should not have had any drinks before I tried to do this. All right. Kitchen scale. Here's my digital kitchen scale. I'm going to do about 160 grams of sugar. You better Angry Ozzy know something, because you've seen me drunk many times on these live streams. Right. So, oh God, do I need a can opener for this? Cook, snap, win. Some competition attached to... Gotta use a can opener like a fucking caveman. Win a trip to Japan during coronavirus. Yeah. Grand prize. Culinary adventure to Japan. Over $2,500 worth of restaurant supermarket. Download your free Cook, Snap, Win cookbook. Visit Cook, Snap, Win for a few... Maybe, yeah, my offspring would be very happy if I won a trip to Japan. They love Japan. They both learn in Japanese. I want to take them with me if I go to Japan. So, okay, so I need a little thing to hold sugar. Actually, 150 grams is not much. Let's do a little thing from here. Sure, that can hold 150 grams. It's happening. Drunk cooking with Angry. This is new. We're breaking new ground here. Sugar. Sugar is over here. Right, so we got Got caster sugar, and it's got vanilla pods in it, so it's like vanilla flavored caster sugar, which is pretty neat. Fuck, man. I need a flat spot. Put that there. I need a spoon. Celtic King, have I ever been overseas? I've been to the US and the UK, basically. I've not travelled much, honestly. Probably a country boy in me, not travelling much. Right. Okay. So we need about 160 grams of sugar. Okay, so first, zero this out with the bowl on it. And go, oh, Jesus, one of the fucking vanilla pods are in there. Really only 20 grams. Right. Jesus, I'm going to make a fucking mess. So there you go. A spoon of sugar is about 20 grams, apparently. Because it's going up by 20 grams every time I put a spoonful in. This is gonna happen. It's 100. So I have to put about 3 more spoons in. 120. It's really weird how each of these spoons is almost exactly 20 grams. Bam! Wow, that's tripping me out how just a spoonful was being 20 grams every time. Celtic King, you've never been overseas. Toby has went to Fiji. Nice. Chris. Oh, see, it's an exploration of the kitchen, Chris. Put this over here. Now, I need a can opener for the little can of coconut milk. Sure, I have a can opener somewhere. Here it is. I was thinking, I had a cleaver. I could try and cleave the coconut milk open. It probably would not end well. So I'm going to open the little, because I'm just making a little batch. So making syrups for cocktails. Fuck off, man. Honestly. Aside from the fact that I just made a mess. It's really easy because it's basically 50% sugar and 50% whatever it is. So like if you're making grenadine, aka pomegranate syrup, 50% pomegranate juice and 50% sugar. Cream of coconut to turn it into coconut creme, 50% coconut milk and 50% sugar. I need a cloth because I made a mess. Right. And straight up sugar syrup, just the normal sugar syrup you use for cocktails. It's 50% sugar, 50% water. So that's your metric, 50% sugar. I just got to get a mixing spoon. There we go. This will do. Now, you don't really have to do it on the stove, but it's easier to dissolve the sugar if you warm it up a bit. Chris, last time you were in an angry kitchen, got heartburn. That sounds like a worry. Right, okay. Turn on the hot plate. But we just want it on low because we just want to simmer this. Add the sugar. Alrighty. All right. So you see the stove there. See the little saucepan. So I really got to say, cream of coconut is very unhealthy because it's 50% sugar and the coconut milk you start with is quite high fat content. It's usually 30 or 40% fat content. So when you make this cream of coconut, it's like there's a famous brand in the US, and I think you can get it in Australia. Maybe I can get it from Costco, called Coco Lopez. But you can make it at home because all it is 50% coconut milk, 50% sugar. And as opposed to the Coco Lopez, you get no additives or preservatives in here. But it's super fucking unhealthy for you because the coconut milk is reasonably high fat, and then you're adding 50% sugar to it. So it explains why I'm such a fat bastard, really. But it goes this translucent color because when you put the coconut milk in, it's really white. And when you add the sugar, it goes this translucent color. I think sugar's all dissolved. Don't tip over, you. This little saucepan's unbalanced. Fuck, that tastes good. It's really unhealthy, but tastes really good. Okay, that's done. I'm just going to leave that to cool down now. Make a cocktail with it in a bit. Back to our regular position. I don't know why I'm singing, but seems appropriate. All right, get in here. Get in here. That's a little bit different. Hope you enjoyed that. Doing something a little bit different. Oops, that's not pointing right, is it? Okay, let's get our shit together, people. A Sunbear, trans fats, good for you. I don't know if it's trans fats. Shit a fucking brick, man, honestly. All right, I'm just going to plug my laptop in so the battery doesn't run out. In you go. Right. Abigail, you got some professional archivist bookbinding glue. Nice, makes a difference compared to standard PVA. Abigail for all things trans. Nice. Puns. We love wordplay and Team Angry. I need to fucking clean up this shit. I might want my strainer a bit later. All right. Excuse me for one moment. I'm going to move a few things to lessen the likelihood of me fucking breaking some glasses. So I'll just put all this stuff out of the way. All right. Woo. All right. Nice, Abigail. Insert I represent trans fat self-deprecating joke here. We've got to self-deprecate. Don't want to take yourself too seriously. And it also steals thunder from the trolls. If we're taking the piss out of ourselves, it means nothing when they attack us. Because it's like, motherfucker, you got nothing based on what I say to myself. Now, I made that drink for young Mr. Angry a bit earlier. The Princess Bubblegum. I kind of want to make that for my cocktail channel. Just a cream liqueur and a fruit liqueur and tequila. So it goes slightly pink and call it a Princess Bubblegum. Oh, God, and I've got the bubblegum vodka down there, which is an abomination. And again, not picking on you for liking vodka, Abigail, because good vodka is good. This bubblegum vodka I have, not good. It's one of the more ridiculous novelty things I've bought. And I've still drunk most of it, but it isn't good. So what am I going to make tonight? I'm going to make the You're Not My Real Trinidad just because the name's fucking hilarious. And I really want to taste what it's like. 45 mils of Angostura bitters is madness. So it's 45 mils Angostura bitters, 15 mils of sherry, 45 mils of cream of coconut, which I've just made, 60 mils of pineapple juice, and 30 mils of lime juice. I think it's going to be a really, really fucking good drink. So I'm really looking forward to it. Some of you love fucking about with trolls. We all love fucking about with trolls. Abigail, you're literally drinking the Archie Rose vodka that Kirsten gave you soda water. Really good. Archie Rose make good stuff. Kirsten's such a sweetie. She gave us presents when we went out the other week. She gave me gin. She gave Abigail vodka. Think she gave Annette gin. Little Archie Rose sample bottles. I swear to God, it's so fucking cool having people who work in the distilling industry, who just give you all the inside goss on stuff and occasionally nice presents. We still have to, at some point, Abigail, go to the fucking whiskey bar at your place. Yes, at some point. Annette, was your Archie Rose bottle, was yours gin or vodka? But yes, Kirsten's super sweet and gave us little prezzies when we went out last week. But I definitely like when we went to the Patient Wolf distillery, they make a really nice slow gin. But because I had 2 Australian distilleries versions of slow gin, Anther's Cherry and Brookie's Davison Plum, I thought I would get their summertime gin, which is fucking great. Mrs. Angry agrees it's really good. Makes a really good gin and tonic. But because, last Friday night, I made that Snosberry fizz, and that's just gone up on my cocktail channel tonight. And that's one of my favorite. Every now and then I make one and it's like, fuck yeah, that's on the list. Like the Snosberry fizz, which is like 50% slow gin, 50% whiskey topped with soda. Fucking great. Another one I made recently that I was amazed at how much I like was called the Mr. President. But yeah, that was really good. And because Mrs. Angry likes just drinking the cherry gin straight on ice, because it is very good. Comes from Anther Outpark. No, they're in Geelong. Anther are in Geelong. And it's almost gone. So I think when it's gone, I am going to go back to Patient Wolf because it's actually not that far away from where I live. And I'm going to pick up their slow gin because it's real fucking good. And do that. Oh yeah, no, Abigail, I called you out in the video as coming up with Snosberry fizz as a name for it. I just basically said this is kind of an original cocktail. It's based on some suggestions, and I mentioned Blake from Patient Wolf saying, "Oh yeah, have 50% slow gin, 50% whiskey," which sounded weird. And I tried it on live stream, and we came up with a name. The Snosberry fizz. So, but yeah, I really like that. Yeah, Annette, the atmosphere at Patient Wolf was great. They had great drinks, but just the atmosphere was great. And I hope Blake was serious about doing a video for my YouTube channel there. I'd actually like to do 2, one, or at least 2. One would be Blake's spiel about how the distilling works and what they do, because I thought that was fascinating. And because there still looks like a Doctor Who prop rather than a real functional bit of hardware. And 2, they had some really, really fucking good cocktails on the menu. And I'd like to do at least 1 or 2 videos of them showing off some of their signature cocktails because they're really good. So yes, I'm probably going to use up my Anther Cherry pretty soon, which would entail a visit back to Patient Wolf and saying, "Hey, yo, do you really want to do those videos? Because I'd like to do the videos because I think it'd be really cool." Because they're just very cool people at the Patient Wolf Distillery, actually. The hashtag not sponsored. Fucking wish I was sponsored. That's, again, it's the running joke. Kirsten and I both say it with, like, Kirsten's doing stuff on Instagram and whatnot, and I'm doing stuff on YouTube, and want to get enough of a reputation that people give me free booze. That's all I want. I don't want to make a living off YouTube. I've got a day job. I just want my cocktail channel to be well known enough that distillers want to collaborate with me and give me free booze and invite me to events where I can get pissed. That's that's my lofty goals. Hey, Shieldsy buddy, how you doing? So, cocktail. So I'm going to make my beach margarita, and I'm going to make You're Not My Real Trinidad because it just sounds funny. And third one, slightly open. Maybe do I've been wanting to do a Monte Cassino for ages because it's tied up with Saint Scholastica, the founder of the Benedictine nun order. The story I told on live stream a while ago, somewhere in the Middle Ages, there were the Saint Scholastica Day riots where uni students and townies got in a fight that escalated to a riot that lasted 3 days that killed over 100 people. It's just like fucking full on. I love it. It's just like uni students versus townies. Some things never change. When I was at uni, we had a really bad reputation, but we never had any riots that killed 100 people, as opposed to this one that happened in the 1300s, which I find that funny. Maybe I shouldn't, honestly, but I do. I really find it funny. And the other one that I just stumbled across when I was looking at different cocktail recipes, cocktails of the day and whatnot, and do any of these appeal to me? I found one that was called an Eastern Sin, and it sounds really good. I really like the sound of it. I might make that. Wednesday's World Bartender Day. Don't really know what to do for that. Do a shot. Melbourne bartenders. The Melbourne bartender thing is a fucking shot of Fernet Branca, apparently, because Melbourne bartenders are fucking wild. George Harrison's birthday. Cassius Clay becoming world heavyweight champion. These are all anniversaries that happened this week. Grand Canyon became a national park. Where did I see this Eastern Sin cocktail? There's a polar bear day. You gotta love that. And the other thing I might do is, because it's like the anniversary of the first Mardi Gras. It's Mardi Gras season in New Orleans, and the Sazerac is one of my favorites. And I've done the Sazerac, but we've discussed this before. I found this list of Sazerac alternatives, and there's one that's Star Trek themed. And given our speaking of Star Trek mode here, I feel like I should do that. Lovely Dame, hello, how are you? Abigail, do you know the term townies? Okay, if you're in a university town, it gets full of people from out of the town, the uni students, and the people who live in the town tend to have real animosity to the university students. So there's always, and they're called townies, you tend to be called townies. So there tends to be real friction between university students and townies. Usually not as severe as I said, the Saint Scholastica Day riots in 1300 and something that killed 100 people. Usually the tension between townies and uni students isn't that severe. Do you want me to get you some ice cream, or have you already? But they're prepared in this house. They know my bullshit's going in here. So if they want something on a Friday night, they manage to get it. And holy cow, what is that? Chocolate chip ice cream, cookies and cream. I didn't know about that. I have to get some cookies and cream ice cream. Good Lord. No, actually, we got the final sort of, I need to stop. No, I've never pretended I don't need to lose weight. I know I'm just like, really, but I was talking to a doctor this week about my obvious sleep apnea, and in a couple of, actually, I think it's not going to happen until April because they're backlog. I'm getting sleep tests. I go into the little hospital and they attach a bunch of wires to me, And then it goes, sleep normally, while you've got a whole bunch of wires attached to your head and chest. And then they'll confirm, oh, yeah, you have sleep apnea, weirdo. And they will probably come up with, you should have this CPAP machine. And Mrs. Angry will go, yeah, then you won't snore and keep me awake all night. And but also weight is a big part of it. When you're overweight, like I am, you're more likely to snore and, in fact, have sleep apnea. So I'm going to get serious about the weight loss, as I have a couple of times in the last 20 odd years. So yeah, that's going to happen. I probably shouldn't have all these sugar syrups in cocktails, but fucking hell. What am I going to do? Lovely game. I am fine. Thank you very much. Sunbear, attempted to try vegan Baileys. Is that the stuff I was talking about, or is there actually a vegan Baileys? Because I got this one because people had been talking about this drink called horchata, which is, I think, a Spanish drink, which is very popular in Spain and Mexico. And Liquor 43 is a Spanish liqueur, which is really nice. It's like a honey vanilla herbal liqueur. It's actually really nice. I've got it down there. Now, this is Liquor 43's horchata. It's dairy-free and vegan. So it's like a creamy liqueur with this Liquor 43 base. And it's real good. Oh my God, it's really fucking good. So this is vegan and it's really good. Like the Liquor 43 is honey vanilla herbal base. And it's like a creamy fusion of Liquor 43 and traditional horchata from Valencia. And I got this from Dan's and it's fucking great. It's really tasty. But yeah, it's a really good substitute for any drink recipe that calls for cream or creamy liqueur. If you're vegan, fuck, it's good. It is really fucking good. Sunbear says there is a vegan Baileys. There you go. I've got I have a real weakness for cream liqueurs, so I've got 3 different cream liqueurs. I've not even been drinking that much alcohol tonight. And I'm about to remedy that by drinking some more alcohol. But I've got 3 cream liqueurs in the fridge. One is a Scotch whiskey cream liqueur, which is tasty. And then there's that horchata Liquor 43. And then there's a Disaronno cream liqueur, which is an almond liqueur. So it kind of tastes like marzipan. It's like a creamy marzipan. Yeah. But fuck yeah. Unreserved recommendation for the Liquor 43 horchata. Bonus if you're vegan, it's vegan. I'm not vegan. I've got it just because it's fucking great. Yeah. But yeah, in drink recipes, you could replace cream or any cream liqueur with that. And it's going to taste different. It's going to be a different drink, but it's going to be a good drink. Having said that, does anyone want to join in? I don't know if anyone's in the mood. If I put the link up, does anyone want to Angry Bunch? Because I'm about to make a cocktail, and it's due to if anyone is in the mood to join. How much is in one of these? I feel like 200 mils, and that thing I just made is about 300 mils. So I need a bigger bottle to put my cream of coconut in. All right, so I'm going to make a beach margarita. I'm going to make You're Not My Real Trinidad. The only other question is, what's the third one going to be? Am I going to do the Star Trek Sazerac? Or am I going to do the Eastern Sin? She's borderline racist, quite honestly. But it sounds great. It's 30 mils Scotch, 30 mils cherry liqueur, cherry brandy, 15 mils orange liqueur, 15 mils sweet vermouth, 7.5 mils of pineapple juice, and a dash of Angostura. That sounds really fucking good. As I said, the name is borderline racist, but it's really old. The cocktail appears in W.J. Tarling's 1937 Cafe Royale cocktail book, where he credits its creation to J. Stoneham. So early 20th century, so probably not even borderline racist, probably pretty racist. Shieldsy, you went out to your mailbox, forgot to check mail this afternoon, walked 20 meters to it, turned back, started to rain. You've been getting a lot of rain this week, Shieldsy. We had no rain this week. It's been like 30 degrees all week. I think it's going to start to turn tomorrow, and then maybe a bit of rain from Sunday. Let's consult the magic glowing box. Oh, magic glowing box, what's the weather forecast? Maybe a bit of rain on Monday. Jesus, it's going to go from 30 down to 20 on Monday and Tuesday. Okay. There's a really mild week next week. This week was like 30 every day. Next week's like 20 every day. We are passing away from summer. Might get a bit of rain on Monday. Maybe on Sunday. Who knows? Who knows? But not like your fucking tropical rain, Shieldsy. Up to hang out. Chris, the magic glowing box fucking rocks, dude. Stops you from sleeping because it fills your brain with all the horrors of the world. Glowing box in bed, okay? It's bad for you. Looking at the magical glowing box in bed just beams nightmares straight into your brain. You don't want that. You absolutely don't want that. God damn. So, Sunbear, you love walking in the rain. And Shieldsy is joining. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Good. Are you getting something? Look like you're trying to organize something there.
There we go.
You're ready. You're ready. We got it. We good.
As I said the other day, I mutilated my hair.
Was that a home haircut?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
the curls were annoying me the other night because the fan kept flapping the hair in my face. So I went, couldn't.
You have very curly hair. I get a little bit curly at the back when I grow it this long, but you're curly all over.
My hair is wet.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Sunbeam,
joking. It was raining.
No, I bet. Yeah. Somebody love walking in the rain. I remember being a lad growing up in Dubbo. We would have droughts on the regular. And I was walking home from school one day and it started raining. And my first thought was to run for cover. And I thought, this is like the first rain in 6 months. I'm just going to enjoy it. I'm just going to walk in the rain. And then it turned into this torrential downpour. I went, bad idea. Get shelter.
Oh, that's the pain of living up here. When I was in high school, because when I was in primary school, we used to live on the farm.
Yeah,
and then we moved, when I started year 8, we moved to town.
Yeah,
so we had to walk to school, and school was about 2-3K walk.
Yeah,
and when it rained, we were stuck because we had to walk up through town, cross over the rail line to get home. Yeah, and it's a good K of no cover between school and downtown.
Oh god damn! Yeah,
so you just drenches the rat. And it didn't help if it happened at the start of school. You get to school and you have to stay wet all day.
Yeah. Pretty much. Hey, speaking of weather, Chris, what's it like in your part of the world?
Kind of raining.
Because I've seen, like, Texas in particular is getting plastered by that snow and everything.
That's funny. We had a winter storm that wasn't part of that at all. It was a system that mostly just hit Canada, and it melted within a couple days.
Yeah.
No power outages, just plow truck drivers in the Pacific Northwest not knowing what they're doing. Let's put a giant snowdrift in the middle of a 7-lane freeway and just leave it for 3 days.
Yep. Okay.
But other than that, for about 2 days, there weren't really any major issues otherwise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything that closes roads up here is when it floods.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get a lot
Especially
of
when
landslides here.
you get further north in Queensland, they actually have signs that warn you when it floods.
Yeah, there are a few places like that here. There was a highway back in the day that went from. I live in Vancouver, Washington, in the Portland area, and there's another town called Ridgefield just up a bit. There was a highway that went right along the Columbia River in between the two towns. It was a B highway, and you had the interstate. About 10 to 25 years ago, they had to start slowly closing it as the river slowly and the rain slowly eroded away the road. So there's like 10 miles of an abandoned highway that you can't access just like a few miles from my house. So that's pretty cool. But there's a lot of landslides here in the mountains. I know that Highway 101 is shut down in Oregon right now, so that's not good. That's the Pacific Coast Highway. So yeah, people could take I-5, but yeah, it's about 100-mile detour because 101 is on the coast, and then the Interstate 5 is much closer in. So anyone on the coastal community is
stuff.
Yeah, so we have more rain-related things here. I do know that we have mountain passes, and the mountain passes have been snowed in because when it rains here, it snows up there. They've gotten like 15 feet of snow this month. So,
well,
skiers are happy.
Up north, a few years ago when we had a cyclone hit Mackay, it washed out a road near where my uncle and my grandmother live, and it washed the whole road out. 2-hour trip to get to town and back.
Yeah.
To go the other way around.
That's rough. Yeah. They had something in a neighborhood happen a couple weeks ago.
And that only got fixed 2 years ago, and it was closed for like 3.
Yeah, they ended up putting a temporary bridge in from the Army, an old World War II pontoon bridge. They put that down for a few weeks so they could build a new bridge.
Yeah, we have a road. Well, it's not really in Melbourne. Out past Geelong, you get the Great Ocean Road, which is a very nice thing for tourists. It's this twisty-turny road that follows the coast. But there's really sort of sheer cliffs to the side of it.
A lot of those roads here.
Yeah, rocks regularly fall down. And every now and then, the actual whole road will be taken out, which usually then brings in the Army engineers to put in an emergency bridge there till they fix it properly. But I've been driving along there, and you see like driving along, and you see next to the road like a rock that's this fucking big, and you go, "Holy shit!" If that had come down
of a building,
not quite that big, but even a rock this big, if it hits your car,
no. When they had the Christchurch earthquake a few years back, boulder as big of a bus rolled down the hill and went straight through someone's house. In the back door, out the front.
There's a great photo I've seen in a few memes. It was from somewhere in Italy where there was an earthquake, where it's like a boulder the size of a fucking truck rolled down a hillside, and you see the path it gouged as it went down, and there's a winery, like there's a farmhouse and a winery, and it missed the actual farmhouse by a couple meters, but absolutely destroyed a barn that it rolled through. And you can see this trail of the rock, and you go, man, if it had hit the house and people had been in there, it'd just be that's all over.
Yeah, I've gone through a few roads they've cleared out where they've had like, rocks or they have like one lane open and you're like, oh, this mustn't be too bad. And you look over and it's just a giant sinkhole forming. They're like, move, please keep moving. Not fun. But it's all mountains here, so pretty
well, our worst road for landslides is what's the pass name? You're heading out to Warrego from Brisbane, and I forget what the name of the bloody pass. There's a pass you go up and over the Great Divide, and it always, every time it rains, it always gets blocked with landslides and everything. Now they've got big, massive shipping containers along the side of the road filled with cement
Ooh.
just to stop the landslides.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's funny with how much snow we're getting right now because we're in our winter time here. The avalanche team for the Department of Transportation is blowing up small avalanches along I-90 every few days. They close the highway for an hour, they'll blow up an avalanche, they'll clear it out, they'll open the highway. Yeah, pretty interesting and fascinating stuff from an engineering standpoint. Terrifying if you're just driving through there.
Absolutely. And as Abigail asking, was there a coyote stuck at the bottom of the boulder and a roadrunner beeping? That's real thing.
Sorry, I didn't have the chat open. I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's real. That really happened.
Yeah. And Sunbear saying the apostles are rapidly falling down. There are these rock formations on the Great Ocean Road that have been there for millions of years. They're these big monoliths, and we called them the 12 Apostles. I was like, Mr. Grant Gregory's going to join us. How are you, man? Or you're on no camera and no. He's going to try again, maybe. Device
the revolving door.
He'll try again. He'll try again. But yeah, the 12 Apostles, and there was another one called London Bridge. These rock formations have been there for millions of years, but in the last 20 years. Hilariously, the one called London Bridge fell down, as per the kids' nursery rhyme. It was a natural rock arch that had been eroded, and the bridge part of it actually collapsed. So now it's two sort of rock fingers. So London Bridge fell down. But the 12 Apostles, there's not actually 12 of them. But in the last 20 years, 2 of them have crumbled. And again, these are rock formations that have been there for millions of years. The odds of all 3 of these rock formations collapsing in a 20-year period, it's like billions to 1. It's like billions to 1 that they would all collapse. And it wasn't seismic activity. It wasn't like a tremor. They just gave up. Like, okay, we've been slowly eroded for a couple million years. Fuck it, we're giving up.
Well, you think about it, you got now. The Arctic Ocean. Sorry, the Arctic Ocean pushing up against down south end of Australia. There,
yeah.
Eventually, something's got to give from those waves.
Yeah, what's called the shipwreck coast. Yeah.
So it's just like first the rocks. Now the whole continent of Australia will just start falling into the Antarctic Ocean.
Well. Jokes aside, you see that around the world, coastal areas suffering erosion. And
that's because of sea level. Yeah, sea level.
Yeah.
Right.
I saw a trippy as fuck video. I think it was from somewhere in Scandinavia, I think, where it's like houses built right up to the shoreline, but it all started to destabilize, like everyone evacuated. And you kind of expected the edge of the cliff to collapse, but the water had been undermining the whole area. So this bit, quite a bit inland, you just saw it collapse. And then this whole area slid into the sea, and it was about 20 houses. The land under them just gave way, and they just slid into the sea. And you're like, God damn.
Yeah, actually, by my hometown, so I live by Lake Michigan, the Great Lakes, and the very southern tip of it has been having horrific beach erosion because of climate change. It's wetter, there's more precipitation, so the level in the water and the lakes, all 3 of them, is rising. Now, eventually, they're all going to drain out because of Niagara Falls, but that's like a couple hundred to 1,000 years down the road. And so right now there are all these beach houses, all these beach communities built for Chicago suburbanites to come out and vacation on. And I mean, really, there was no way to really predict that the level would go up before it came down because it's not connected. It's not an actual ocean, but people forget that it is as big as the sea. So it starts eroding away at the roads and starts eroding away at the buildings and it's crazy because it happens when there's no more weather. It's like the after effect of weather. It's crazy. And then in the wintertime, they get a false coast. You go up to the beach and you'll see all these giant mountains of sand, but it's not sand; it's ice. And so that they come in and they crash away a big chunk of the beach and bring it with them. And people mistakenly get on that thinking it's part of the beach. A lot of times people fall in and die. So it's pretty crazy shit. Lake Michigan is very active.
There's pictures of out on the Great Australia Bight. They've got several years of photos, and they show the picture of it slowly getting closer and closer to the main road.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious how much has been eaten away in that time period they've taken the photos, and oh my god, it's just unreal.
Yeah, it's like Highway 101. It's just like back in the day there was more beach down at the bottom of the hill, and now there's no more beach, so the hill just keeps pulling down the road. So pretty crazy shit.
Yeah, we are going to see some crazy coastal erosion in the next 50 years.
Florida is so fucked.
Yeah.
Which you know what? Good. Fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them.
Paired to the Gold Coast Council with erosion, they've got sand stockpiles. They're constantly pumping sand up onto the beaches and everything, and they stockpile it as soon as the beach erodes. Within 24 hours, they've already rebuilt the beach again.
The big storms can completely clear the beaches out of sand. Yeah,
that's crazy. That is just nuts. I know there's a lot of poor folks in some of the cities in Florida, and the bases of their apartment buildings are always flooded.
Yeah,
but
I remember
you don't hear about that in the news.
Being in Vegas, this was ages ago. This was like 25 years ago. They had this.
Oh god, you're showing your age,
dude. Yeah, fucking yeah, absolutely. But they had this massive flood, and it was they're calling it a once in 100-year flood. They seem to have them once every 10 years now. But what it identified is Vegas is in a basin in the desert. So if there's severe rain, it all comes in. And the trailer parks where all the poor people live, that's at the lowest areas, and they get washed the fuck away. The waterways get flooded, and it erodes under the trailer parks, and all their trailers just go fucking floating down.
That's what happened the other year down Lismore. There's a caravan park. The funny thing about, I only stayed at the caravan park a few weeks before it got completely washed away.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's a town just north of me here called Longview, and it's Kelso. And Longview is a planned community, one of the very few planned cities in the U.S. that worked, like D.C. actually, and was built for the timber companies. Anyway, that entire city area is at or below sea level. And so as the ocean rises and the tides in the Columbia River get higher, the city will just keep flooding. And even though housing prices have gone up everywhere else, every time you look for a cheap place to live, the thing that fills the Portland Craigslist page for cheap apartments and cheap housing is Longview, 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 Longview. I'm like, good luck trying to get flood insurance for that house, buddy, because you won't be able to get any.
Yeah. You always make the jokes because I'm like a couple suburbs in from the bay, and it's like, bide your time. This will soon be beachfront property. The intervening suburbs will be underwater.
Yeah. It'd probably end up becoming a swamp. Most of the city will eventually end up being a swamp unless they find some type of way to bump it out. They wish it'd become beachfront property, but they won't. It's too far inland.
Guess what Brisbane's made on?
It's right.
A swamp. Literally a swamp.
Yeah. It's right where the river bends, too. So it comes straight in from the ocean, and then it bends south to Portland. And so that is where, the river moves and ebbs there.
Well, actually, the whole of the Brisbane Basin is actually a floodplain. That's the reason why it flooded back in 2011. Because it's just all water just flows into this basin.
Yeah, that's like Houston. That's what happened to Hurricane Harvey in Houston. The whole thing is a swamp, pretty much.
Yeah.
And they kept a few bayous, but the whole thing is a giant bayou.
Yeah.
So international airport is just on sand.
Yeah.
It took them years to dry that out.
Yeah. Only a suburb or two like that way from me, like towards the bay, is very low lying, and they've to try and stop it flooding. They've got this canal which is mostly empty. It's like a concrete canal they've built, but on the heavy rain days, that canal fills up really quickly. And if it's a really heavy rain, and also if a king tide happens to come in, so instead of the canal flowing out, the bay tries to flow up the canal, and everything flows down, it floods that whole suburb. And that's only like one or two suburbs that way from me.
Golly, that's nuts.
That was the main reason why Brisbane, in the city of Brisbane, flooded during the 2011 floods, is because we had a king tide.
Yeah.
It came in, it just flushed it flushed so much water back upstream, the whole of the CBD just went under.
Yeah, that's interesting that you guys call it king tide instead of high tide.
I know high tide is normal. Every day,
way above high tide.
High tide happens every day. A king tide happens a couple of times a year.
Usually when we have full moon
together.
Usually when it's a full moon, it comes up. And we get high tide.
Basically, a king tide is a high tide on steroids. So London's actually susceptible to that too. It hasn't happened to them for a little while, but it has happened in the past. But if they had a deluge that coincided with a storm out in the sea, which put a surge back up the Thames, while the rain on London was trying to put a surge down the Thames, and the two hit each other, London goes under very big trouble.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
Yeah. So
not good.
I watched one of those potential disaster shows, like they're basically disaster porn. They were speculating, but it's about, it's a real known threat to London. And they added it up. It's basically like flooding in London and then a storm at sea, which pushed a surge back up the Thames, which met the surge of the flood going out and then just backed up into London. And London would be fucked, essentially.
I think I saw that. I think I saw what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, every time
the Discovery Channel. Yeah.
Every time we have king tides in Brisbane, all the lower suburbs like Newstead and that goes under.
Yeah.
And that there's no rain, no nothing. It still goes under. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And one of those shows predicted Superstorm Sandy hitting New York, the hurricane that hit New York with all the subways and everything.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that. I remember that vividly because that show came out, and then like within 6 months, that Superstorm Sandy hit. I was all like, "Man, talk about how they got lucky. That show stayed relevant for another couple years just because of that."
Yeah. New York suffers exactly the same thing.
Oh, especially lower Manhattan. There, it's so low, as the saying is.
I think we need to bring the wall back. We just need to wall off Lower Manhattan again, like the Dutch did.
Another drink,
and let's start speaking Latin. Let's wall it up. Let's New Amsterdam to New Amsterdam. That's what I say.
Actually, I think today is the anniversary of because I always look up what happened on this day.
Yeah,
today was the truce between the US and the Dutch in some war they were having, and it involved the Dutch signing over New Amsterdam, which was renamed New York. I think today is actually the anniversary of the name changing from New Amsterdam to New York. So, hey, come on the angry stream to fucking learn.
That's right. All those damn kids in the chat need to learn.
Yeah, we gotta learn you something here.
Yeah, we're going to teach you how to make drinks at a legally young age and some verbiage. That's it. Yeah. That's all we're good for. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's anything about Americans. They're jealous with how young our drinking age is in Australia.
18.
That's the only reason they come over the backpack to Australia.
A lot of people
just to drink.
A lot of people along the borders in the States go to Canada or Mexico to get drunk on their 18th birthday.
That's a joke Will Smith told on a chat show, like his son. What's his son's name?
Jaden.
Jaden.
Yeah. Well,
It was Jaden's 18th.
Was that the voice of God?
Yeah, that was the voice of wisdom telling us.
Voice of
I
God.
remember, because it's Will and Jada. So, and then the son is called Jaden, and the daughter's called Willow. It's Jaden's 18th, and Dad says, "Do whatever you want, big thing." And he says, "Can we go to London for my birthday?" And Will says, "Yeah," because he's stinking rich. Let's do it. So they fly to London, and they're at a restaurant having dinner, and the waiters go, "What do you have?" And Jaden's like, "I'll have a vodka." And Will's going like, "The hell you were? You're only 18." He's going, "Yeah, why do you think I said fly to London for my birthday?" Which I thought was awesome.
That's pretty funny.
I'll do you a fruity one this time. Make a drink.
Ooh, getting fruity in there, like this background.
I guess the blood orange makes for a good drink. Would you like tropical? I got like pineapple, coconut, or blood orange.
Oh,
blood orange.
chocolate. That reminds me of the line from the Bad Boys, the movie, where the register guy tries to hold up the two black cops and he thinks that he's going to get robbed. And Will Smith, and he's all like, "No, you freeze, bitch! You give me some tropical fruit, bubblicious." Every time I hear tropical, I remember that line every time.
I haven't seen the third Bad Boys movie.
I did.
What do you think?
It's a good movie. At some tiny points, you're like, I wish it was a little bit more Michael Bay. But other than that, it's actually really good. And if you're not a big fan of the director, Michael Bay, you're not going to notice a difference.
Okay, cool.
So.
Yeah. Because, the original Bad Boys is pretty funny. It's like super silly, but pretty funny. And Bad Boys 2 is probably sillier, but still enjoyable.
I guess Bad Boys 3, though, with walking frames. I'll get you!
No, actually, Bad Boys 3 kind of takes it to a little bit more of a story-driven, kind of a little bit more serious tone, but still funny. Yeah. So, good stuff. They bring back all the good characters. So,
okay. Sorry, I missed. I just caught Abigail saying no one's paying attention to the science she's dropping, so I need to catch up. King tide's not a scientific term. I agree. It's like a slang, colloquial term. There's no specific cause. It's just an exceptionally high tide. Name originated in Oz. A neap tide, N-E-A-P, is when the moon and sun join forces, pun intended, to create a larger tide. Believe it or not, how the moon and the sun creates tide is not the way most people are taught. It's because of gravity, not the way you think. The way I'd heard it explained is, although we can't perceive it, it's influenced by the position of the Earth to the moon. The water actually bows out a bit, like we're not a perfect sphere. And as the rotation of the Earth and the movement of the moon changes where that is, and that's what makes the tides go up and down. But yeah, king tide's just a colloquial term we have in Australia. It's like when you just go, fuck me, the high tide, that wasn't a high tide, that was a king tide.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a specific meaning. It's just like people go, whoa, it was a king tide last night, wasn't it? Jesus.
I caught a fish, brother, and it was this big. Jesus. The king tide brought the catfish in.
Well, if it's a decent king tide, we get our feet wet at the jetty.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking about fish. The most Australian thing I've ever seen is people up north catching mud crabs, because mud crabs are big, scary motherfuckers, and they catch them by just sticking their arm down a mud crab hole and feeling around till they find the crab and pull it out.
The best one is when we have the big cyclones and the floods. Is when the bull sharks.
You did not explain tides at all.
Yes, I did. Everything I said was
explanation
scientifically accurate.
Okay, so what causes the bulge then?
What?
Because that's what the water bulge.
Overeating. Sorry. No. Abigail,
so
lay some truth on us. Lay some truth on us.
Okay, so most people are taught, just say, like, this is, hang on. I'll use props. This is the Earth here, and this is the moon. All right? And most people are taught, okay, I wish I had 3 hands now. That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
So most people are taught that the gravity of the moon pulls on the water, and that's what causes the tides. Two things that doesn't explain the bulge on the other side. The other, there's two tides, one in each direction. Also, if that was the case, you could measure the gravity, the effect of gravity closest to the moon, and it turns out that gravitational pull is negligible. It's like a 15th of a meter per second squared. It's like, pardon the old-fashioned homophobic language. It's just it's negligible. So what it actually is, the moon is not this big. It's like this big, right? And it's pulling on tangents like this. So the overall effect might be in this direction, but the major forces are actually pushing in because of this angle. So if you work out the vectors, it's actually the moon is pinching the water like that around the Earth. And that causes the two bulges at both ends. And it actually is kind of like, it's not exactly lined up with the moon. It's sort of like if the moon's going this way, it's trailing it. So yeah, that's what causes tides.
Which is exactly what I said. But anyway.
That is nothing to do with what you said. Like, you said there was a bulge and the Earth spins in it, which is true. But it didn't explain what caused the bulge.
That's what's happening. That's what the water is doing. It's screaming for help.
So the moon creates this pinching force, and I can't believe that like the ladies aren't lining up right now to get a piece of this. Like, science, like my milkshake doesn't bring all the girls to the yard.
Actually, you know,
like, what the hell?
It was funny. It's my girlfriend actually just went to bed. She was watching and she's like, "Well, I'm gonna go to bed now."
Well, I'm glad I helped her get to sleep. I have that effect sometimes.
I did see like.
Well, I am going out on Tuesday night. I've got.
Nice.
I'm meeting up with my lady friend and staying overnight. So.
Nice.
Ooh.
I have that going for me at least.
A little bit of, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Bow chicka wow wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Little out, little in, little side to side. Is that Mao on your tie, Andrew?
That is now on my tie.
I was like, it took me a little while. I'm like, that can't be Mao.
It is.
There's no way that's, yeah.
Which I have a number of reasons. I bought back 20 years ago when I had to wear ties to work. I ended up with all these novelty ties because I actually really fucking hate ties. So if they're going to force me to wear ties, I'm going to wear weird ties. And I got this in a Che Guevara one done in the same style. And there was basically three reasons I got it. One, design-wise, you can't really see on the camera. It's not high-res enough, but the face is done, it's with silver threads of different thicknesses. It's a really neat design thing to do. It's like a black tie with these silver lines on it of different thicknesses. It's a really neat design. I like it from a design perspective. Second, it was quite cheap. I don't remember exactly how much, but it was cheap, which, you know, works for me. Third, I just find the idea of the communist leader on a business tie really funny.
So, funny story. I used to work for a company called Australian Communications Consortium, ACC. People constantly were confusing it with ACCC, which was a thing, but I digress. ACC, it was a small company pretending to be a large company. Anyway, so I had a picture of Che Guevara with the word action underneath it. And the office that I had used to be my boss's office, and there was a giant ACC logo on the wall. So what I did was I covered up the AC from the action with Che Guevara and put it underneath this ACC logo to make action with Che Guevara with the ACC from our corporate logo. And the kicker is that the one of the company directors was like a hardcore capitalist from Britain, and I just loved it. I just thought it was, and like he didn't say a word about it, but like you could tell it just
It just irked them.
yeah.
So I just noticed Disco Kaboom on Twitch, like, yeah, Friday night party. Why are you talking about ties? I thought we were having a party. Sorry, we
no party like
you want the
tie
bottles
talking
behind
party.
me.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I mean,
my,
you know, we're talking about a party. I got some water.
I'm about to make a cocktail.
I'm drinking vodka and soda.
Hand
So
sanitizer.
cheers.
Oh, and Bertovsky as well. Hello.
I got hand sanitizer right here.
Yes, Chris is drinking hand sanitizer. Okay, cool.
I should always check my backdrop every time.
Yeah. So actually, if I make a cocktail, can I leave things in with you three while I do that? I'm just going to make a margarita because it's like
right, Abigail.
Monday.
No.
Putting the introvert on the spot. That's really harsh.
Nope.
Putting the
I'm in.
introvert on the spot.
That's funny.
There you
That's
go.
funny. That's funny, right there.
Oh, I'm gonna get my orange curacao. Where's that?
Yeah, you don't scare an introvert like that.
Time is of the
That's some
essence
scary
here.
shit.
So,
Okay.
all right, that's about how long we got. Let's fill this time with something.
Yeah. Well, you can manage it.
Speaking of time, I got an alarm clock. No shit, I got this for my birthday this weekend. My mom got me this alarm clock and to set it up. So it's a fabric
Now-
front.
Human music.
Oh, do I want to salt the rim of my margarita? That's the question.
I cannot stand tequila. It's just like that. I just can't deal with it. It's too spicy. It's too
Everyone
hot.
has
Like it just,
Everyone has one of those. Yeah.
yeah,
Just
can't deal with it.
Well, okay. You might tell from the accents. 3 of us on camera are in Australia. Abigail and I. are in
Australia
Melbourne.
actually exists. You
Hello?
may have heard rumors to the contrary, but
I need to fix the camera up. There we go. I'm
Yeah,
in.
there- yeah. Thank you.
you mean turn it the right way round? Yeah.
And now from America, y'all.
I love
Down
it.
here in
We have
America. Yep, we got to
token
do
yank.
it. Yep, my American here with our freedom fries and good old George W. Bush.
Oh god. The cringe.
So yes, I
I
just
gotta
got
hop
Europe
down
too.
hop down to the hop along. Yeah.
Gee, hop on down there, boom, how you going to tell you about honey? Dale learn how you know Dale learn how NASCAR. You love NASCAR, don't you? Make left turns or make
Oh
left turns.
god.
We only go left. That's the only way we go. I can't go right. It's,
Yike.
you know.
Vertovsky says hasn't seen this for nearly a decade. Hope you've been well. Well, dude, I'm not going to judge, but you know, dropping in after a decade to ask how
Little
much-
rude. Little.
Better late than never.
Better late than never. Better late than never is what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah.
Hope
But,
you love him now.
There's something that I find quite funny about that. So I haven't been around for about a decade.
So what's new?
How have you been?
Reminds me of the beginning of Hunchback of Notre Dame, where the knight comes into Paris after a crusade or something. He's all like, "You come back to town after a couple of years, and you change everything on you."
Yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah.
weirdest thing is having old YouTubers suddenly post a video, haven't been on YouTube for nearly a decade.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like,
pretty
I
weird.
forgot about you.
I was kind of like Natalie Tran posted her first video in 5 years or something
Oh,
around
God.
Christmas. And it was just like one of her old videos. It was so fun. And then it was like, and you haven't done this for 5 years. That's really weird.
we don't need to talk about it. We don't need to talk about it. Fine. It's
You're
fine.
talking about- Right. Got to decide what I'm going to put my margarita in.
You see, it's all business from about the bottom of the vest up, and then from there down, it's casual. But
Yeah, it's an illusion. It's
it's an illusion. It's an illusion.
Also, I honestly don't think Chris is the type to storm any capital.
But he did a good impression with that voice he was just doing.
Hey, so get on Thursday.
Yeah.
They got the 5G and the COVID coming in here, and the communists, the anti-fries. Because I can't say anti-fascist because you see I'm a fascist, so I can't say anti-fascist. Yeah, no, I got more important things to do in my life than go there, like drive my new electric car.
Yeah, I saw the meme of someone showing a picture of one of the dickheads at one of those protests saying like, I'm anti-FAR. And the response was, simplify your equation now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cross out the two antis and you're just a fascist.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's how that works.
Yeah.
It had a couple anti-maskers at a hospital here about a month ago now, and one of the anti-maskers got pepper sprayed in the mouth.
Oh!
If only he wore a mask.
Oh yes.
Like you're not going to taste anything for a month if someone.
Oh yeah. No, he got polo.
Sweet Schadenfreude.
I'll tell you
Oh,
one
that's
thing. When
so
you want
good.
to get
Inject that right
yeah,
into my veins.
pepper spray. Oh my god, I hear that stuff is really, really bad.
Yeah,
It's just pure
Oh.
capsaicin, isn't it? It's like
concentrated capsaicin.
Yeah.
You can make it yourself. Just brew up some chilies and whatnot.
Good lord, yeah.
I remember as a writer I liked, Cory Doctorow. He had his sort of urban insurgent characters in one of his novels who liked spicy food. So they had this little spritzer that they carried around with them that was like pure capsaicin that they always sprayed on their food. And in the novel, it was because they liked hot food. But they actually gave the recipe for this really brutal capsaicin spray. But in the book, it was purely for culinary purposes. But it's like, hey, if you sprayed it in a cop's face, it's going to do something. It's just like...
That would, I mean, it would get you in jail.
Well, yeah, if they caught you, you'd be in big trouble, yes. But but it was really funny the way he framed it. The characters just liked spicy food. So here's our recipe for food-based pepper spray, which also never stated it, but would also obviously be devastating as a self-defense weapon. But pretty funny.
Read between the lines, people.
Yeah.
Yeah, read between those lines, really. Yeah. Oh man, what a day! I've had a long week, that's for sure. Oh my god,
I am super duper tired, so I don't know how long I'm going to last tonight.
Oh, as long as you do, there's no demands.
There's no demands.
I only popped on the stream because of the tides thing. I just had to
to
do
be
that.
fair, man.
Yeah, you have to be the principal coming out with the cane and go, naughty.
Science.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to educate the kids down here. You see,
nothing wakes me up more than like the need to explain science to people.
Yeah. Well, you see, I got my learning did in Indiana, so we didn't get a whole lot of science in that. I failed biology. That's about as far as I got. So.
Well, that's exposure to biology, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Or was that middle school? Behind the lockers, behind the gym. I
mean, I passed out with flying colors, son. I'm kidding. I was a big old fat nerd in middle school. I wasn't doing nothing.
We don't have middle school here. We have like primary school and high school, and that's it.
Weird to me because there are a lot of people.
Slightly true, slightly not true. Here in Queensland, we do actually have middle school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Certain high schools, they're so big, they just split them. Juniors go to one school, seniors go to the other.
Okay.
Sure.
So middle school.
I only know that because my old high school did that.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm from half the schools in the state had middle school and half didn't, and I always thought it was so weird that you went from you got to like 10. And then you were in a school, and then you were in the same building with other kids that were pretty much adults. That's weird. I didn't like that.
That's
and then
pretty much all of Victoria.
And then some,
That was like when I hit year 8. It's like you get in there, you see all these big kids. You go, oh my god, where can I hide for the rest of the day?
yeah.
Yeah.
And then in some places in Indiana, some of the schools are so small that it's just K through 12 in one building.
Okay,
that's
now.
That'll be, yeah.
Since they put year 7 in with high schools here in Queensland, year 7s are actually kept in their own part of the school for their own protection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Protection from what though? Like from
Creepy older kids?
exposure to adult themes? Like I don't get that.
I think it's more to do with the bullying crap that goes on in high schools.
Any
That's half the problem.
like senior high school student who bullies year 7 or 8's like sad and pathetic. Like even more than bullies are actually sad and pathetic.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. But yeah, like in the American system, it just sucks. Everything about it sucks. The food sucks. The class sucks. The education sucks. The teachers want to quit every day. It's just horrible. And more so now than it was. Now it's even worse because of the whole pandemic. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I really wouldn't be surprised if in a few years the education system stops functioning because no one wants to be a teacher.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean,
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, same with our healthcare system. If doctors just stop wanting to be doctors, because a lot of people want to be nurses, but how many people actually want to be doctors after this pandemic in this country? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So if I make a cocktail and turn my microphone off, you're all happy to talk amongst yourselves?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we'll just talk about. Talk about other things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other
Do
than
not
that-
talk about-
Well, I mean, we can talk about Tolkien and Lord of the Rings. I'm up for that.
Yeah, we see. He's already gone.
He's already gone.
He's already gone. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. You see? Yeah. I just. Anyway, but yeah. So anyway, so about Angry.
What a cunt,
Actually, going back to the high school format, I went all the way through to year 12, and in my school they do a leadership program where you're allocated to a younger grade class, a role
mentoring
group.
program. Yep.
Yep, that happened a lot in.
Almost
Yeah.
everyone in my grade who was doing leadership were going for year 8s because they knew year 8s were easy. I was the one who
Okay.
put my hand up for year 9s. Oh my god, they
No,
were
they
little
suck.
SOBs.
Yep.
Yeah.
And when you say you went all the way to year 12, you say that as if most people don't.
Back when I was in school, most quit at year 10.
That's weird to me.
That's
Yeah, I find
Queensland
that
for
very
you.
strange. Yeah.
And
Well, that explains a lot.
People passed high school in the 90s when I was growing up, and then as I got older, they all started going to college, and now all of them are going to college. So
Well,
Yeah, nowadays you have to go to university or college or whatever
most kids
to
when
stay
they hit
competitive in the workplace.
when they hit year 10, if they didn't feel like they wanted to continue on high school, they usually went to TAFE instead. Back then,
Yep.
now TAFE is a total different thing. It's all to shit now. But
Yeah, of course, 'cause
they
the
would
federal
go
government
do
fucked
a
it.
trade or something.
the trade schools here are pretty good, and these days now kids are going to trade school and they're just leaving. They're not bothering with college anymore because in my country it's unaffordable. There's really no advantage to it except being broke. So
Fair enough.
that's just how it is.
That's the funny thing in Australia. Tradies are one of the well-off people. God, they get paid so well here in Australia.
They do.
The next
yeah.
one, well, actually, the highest pay is actually people who go and work out in the mines. They
Mhm.
get ridiculous pay.
Yeah.
So
Plumbers.
my old
Plumbers
man, he
bang.
was out doing gas fields out Dolby Way. He was doing $40 an hour at the peak, and
Yeah,
it was ridiculous.
Yeah, well,
Oh.
I'm working. I make good money, but I'm lucky. I make good money, so I got good unemployment right now. But yeah, but I miss working. It was good stuff. I do video stuff, and that's all. It really does fall under more of a trade anymore than what I do. It's not. I don't make like artsy, independent stuff like a lot of people I know from college do.
Mm.
They make a lot less money than I do. Because I'm the guy who has to go and set everything up and they can't figure it out. I'm trying to like get this like beautiful piece of artwork to work. And I'm like, okay, let me get the camera working so then you can do that. Let me get all the technical pieces together so you can create.
You sound like you were the film and television geek who just liked all the camera gear and stuff.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm good at directing live events, and I have made films, but I make stuff that I want people to see.
Oh.
That's my end goal. Is I want people to see things. So
That's all right. I got into production and performance, and I was doing all the sound and lighting back in year 11 and 12.
Mhm.
I got out of so many classes because of maybe there was a production on. Okay, I'll come and help.
Yeah,
I
that's
missed
fun.
about 3 lessons a day just sitting in the hall, just playing with sound lighting equipment.
Yeah, it sounds like fun. That's pretty much my.
And then school
I'm not
socials,
gonna-
I did all the lighting.
I'm not
for
going to
that.
argue. It does sound like fun, but also I would feel bad for missing class. Like
That's
I
all right. It was
actually
only the boring
enjoy
classes I missed.
learning things. So
I still went to ag, still went to production performance, and what was the other one? Not retail. I can't think of the third class because I only had 6 classes in year 11 and 12. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Yeah, by the time.
Oh, computer studies. That's
there
it.
you go. That's an important.
Those are the only 3 I like going to.
Yeah, no, it's funny.
when I started high school, I literally wrote a little book about how to write software on a Commodore 64,
Oh god,
That's cool shit.
and then
right there.
stapled it
that's
together.
making me feel
Sorry,
old.
what do you mean? That's but I learned how to write.
Cool shit.
It's not. I had a Commodore 64 when I was in primary school. I learned how to write games on it. I taught myself.
Cool. So,
That
You don't
was my
believe me?
School's first computer.
yeah, no, the con is just God. The Commodore. That's a cool little program. I watched a video actually about how from the 8-bit guy, he was showing how machine language is better than using other languages because it's faster, especially in the older computers.
Well, assembly. Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, and it was just a video explaining that, and it was just really cool, and it really helped. Those old computers can really help people learn how computers work, and
Yes,
it's just so
because it's so bare
fascinating.
bones. Yeah.
Yeah, so all that old tech, I love retro tech. I love it. Like if I could have a spare desk just for fun, I would have like a '90s Macintosh on it, just to open it up and run some programs on it. Because that's what I did, Because that was the first computer I ever used was a Power PC in 1994 at my elementary school, and it was the
I
one of the
was in year
Macintosh.
7.
It was amazing. So, oh my god! If I could have that computer, I would.
I finished high school. I finished year 12 at the end of '93.
There you go.
Oh,
Cool.
you're the same age as my sister. My oldest sister, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Single?
She graduated in now. Oh, actually, not really now. Sadly,
Oh, well.
damn.
Damn.
Girl can dream.
Girl can dream. Girl. Can
No,
dream.
she's got a sugar daddy now.
Whoa! Hey, where's mine? Where's
I
mine?
wonder if she's watching.
Where's mine? Where's mine? Hopefully my girlfriend went to bed. I want a sugar daddy. Oh my god.
God.
Yesterday was so exhausting because me and my mom were busy out doing stuff, and the car dealer would not stop fucking hassling us about like, come down here right now, come down here right now. I'm like, I can't get down there till I'm done doing what I'm doing. I am sorry. But they eventually shut up, and then we got it taken care of. Good God, for about 3 hours, I was ready to throw my phone through a window. Oh, that was get a different car. Shut up.
And Oh,
Wow.
actually, talking about film production, God, last year in Queensland, God, there was so many productions and everything filmed in our state.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
and actually, we still got one American one still getting filmed. The one that's on Dwayne Johnson, The Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually getting filmed locally to me.
Yeah, I know a lot of movies
Yeah.
get filmed in Australia. A lot of
God,
films.
and they're still filming it. They started that mid last year, and they're still filming.
Well, that's
I think
usually
they might-
that's an indicator of COVID, or that's an indicator of a
Yeah.
bad movie. That's
It's
usually
a
one of
TV
those two.
series, actually.
Oh, it's a TV series.
TV
Well,
series.
then I was just making a few seasons. That takes.
I thought it would be done production by now, but they're still filming.
I mean, if they got greenlit for a second season, then yeah, they're probably filming a second season. So
And then down south, in New South Wales, they're just starting the latest 4 movie.
mm-hmm.
So, but that's only because the what's the name? He's Thor lives, Byron Bay. So he's
Yeah,
Chris Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth.
Chris, that's it. I was trying to think of the
Indeed.
name of him. Yeah. So,
Yes.
yeah, no, they started production out, and I think what was it? We had the was it Tom Hanks and doing the Elvis movie up here, the one where he got sick with COVID while they were getting prepared for it, and he had to fly back to America, and they were literally sitting and waiting until they could get the green light to come back again. So, yeah, no, I think that wound up. I think last month they got it done quick, so they were all prepared.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as the filming was green light, just jump in, film it, get it over and done. Oh.
Yeah, I definitely miss working. I can't wait to go back to work, but I know in the next couple of months I'll be vaccinated. Just don't know when yet, but I know the next 2 months I have to be vaccinated, so then I can go back to work, which is all I want to do.
Oh, the waiting game.
Indeed. I mean, I can start working from home whenever my unemployment runs out, but till then, I don't want to rock the boat.
I think we're lucky in the way here in Australia we have a smaller population, but we're widely spread out.
Mm-hmm.
That it didn't really catch down here.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, I mean, a lot of it has
Yeah.
to do with the policies put in place to prevent it from spreading.
that too. Yeah.
Yeah. You have a mildly competent government. Mildly.
Well, state governments, the federal government can't do shit. Like, they're just hopeless.
Yeah.
Here's my state. Let's just whack down cement bollards and say, piss off New South Wales and Victoria.
I mean,
That's how we got through it.
That worked. That was a weird thing here is that no governors in the states really did an actual quarantine, actually like in city borders, which drove me fucking nuts. Because at first when that started, I was living in Spokane, Washington, which is on the border with Idaho, and Idaho never had any production, so we just had infection rising constantly in the city, and we had all these stringent measures, but it didn't matter because you could just go 20 minutes east and not have any measures. And it was like that pretty much nonstop. It's been like that. So, So what they eventually did is when they re-locked down, they pretty much said if you're not essentially traveling between Idaho and Washington, you're gonna get a ticket. And so then that finally calmed it down, at least till about last week when they moved us up to level 2. When now you can go sing karaoke in a bar and spread infection. You can go do that now. That's allowed. That's safe. That's safe for an airborne disease inside. Just go on. Just take the mask off. Just take it off. So
Don't worry. Try and live on an island where your only transport to and from is a ferry, and everyone doesn't want to wear a mask on the boat.
Yeah.
You sound a bit jaded there.
Who, him or me?
Shieldsy.
Oh yeah.
About the whole mask thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Queenslanders, hey.
See, half the problem, we got extra boats over here. But everyone, oh, we got to all jam on the same boat and be all crowded and everything. And you wait, was it a minute? And there's a boat going the same direction right behind. And it's not like the boats meet buses on the mainland, so you're not going to miss a bus when you get to the other side, but they still all jam on the same boat. So,
Smart folks, let me tell you. Those folks, they're going to survive this pandemic. Let me hear it. Survival of the fittest, they say.
And when that happens, I prefer to sit out the back. I still have the mask on, but at least you got the air flowing around you to at least get rid of any. Ugh. Compared to the other day, I had a guy. I on purposely put my trolley in front of me to block a seat off. He on purposely squeezed across and pushed into that seat, and he was face to face to me. I'm like sitting there. I am swearing under my breath at him. I go, "You could have sat anywhere, but you had to sit right in front of me."
People are assholes.
Yeah, someone tried to get on I live in an apartment building. Someone tried to get on the elevator in the apartment building with me without a mask on, and he just walks in the, he asked me which way I'm going, and I say, he didn't have a mask on. I said, you don't have a mask on, so you can't get in here with me. And he's all like, well, you're going down, so I'm going to get in. And so I literally like ran out the front door and screamed at him, like, put a mask on, you asshole. And I had to take the fucking stairs up 2 flights of stairs. So I was not very happy about that. And that hasn't happened since. So, because there's a very giant sign that says 1 person per elevator ride. So, yep, that's the way it's supposed to be, apparently. But people can't read signs.
Well, I haven't been on a train since last year. I refuse to go on trains.
Yeah, I've been on some public transit, but at the current moment, there just isn't anything really open in areas that transit goes to, so I haven't been riding it.
Well, the only place I would go on the train, sadly, takes 2 hours, and I don't want to sit in a train with that risk of getting COVID. Just one person getting on that train and getting into that air con system.
Chances are nowadays is very, very slim.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let me tell you about this angry Aussie guy, all right? Oh, hey, how you doing?
Nice. My fucking ring light's not working. I'm really pissed off. I just went to switch my ring light on to make nice, beautiful, even lighting.
Ring's not working.
My ring piece has gone bye-byes. So
oh no, not your ring.
Not good.
You got that burning ring of fire?
That's going to cost a pretty
Sorry,
penny.
I'm making like anal sex jokes now.
I hadn't picked up on that. I'm
not
glad
being
you actually clarified.
I'm not being very subtle. I'm not in a subtle mood.
I was just sad to hear that a piece of video equipment was broken. That always makes me sad. So.
It was working just the other
it's
day.
Not user error.
I'm absolutely not sure that it's not my fault.
Okay.
To be fair.
Okay.
I think there's a reason.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
I actually did.
I'm done.
Times.
That's all I got.
Yeah,
I mean,
Nah, your tongue wasn't in the right position when you turned it on.
It was working just the other day. I used it just the other day, and it didn't explode. There wasn't a puff of smoke. There wasn't a zap noise. It just didn't turn on. Last time I used it, it turned on. This time, it didn't.
Did you turn the Wi-Fi on?
That's what she said.
Yeah. So I've made a what I call a beach margarita, which is a normal margarita with half a shot of overproof rum added to it. So, hey.
Fancy schmancy.
Because it's not just Margarita Day on Monday. It's Don the Beachcomber's birthday, one of the figureheads of tiki drinks in the 20th century. So in honor of Don the Beachcomber, I added some rum to it because tiki's all about the rum. So people say, how do you make tiki drinks? Well, you get every rum you've got and put all of that in. And then you get every fruit juice you've got and you put all of that in. And then that's a tiki drink.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah.
Yeah, people forget how big of a thing tiki stuff was back in the.
So
18th
basically,
century.
it's a
Real
spiked
cultural
punch.
phenomenon. As you hear in the
It's
States.
tiki is a spiked punch. It's
Yeah.
a spiked fruit punch. Tiki is a spiked fruit punch. Yeah.
Yeah, my aunt used to make this great fruit punch with sherbet in it. It was so good.
Oof, that does sound good.
Yeah, I don't know how to make it, so
This
But
sort
it
of
was
cordial
good.
stuff I made, it's a milk clarified fruit sugar syrup, has a really sherbety taste. Like I saw the recipe on the liquor.com website and I thought, that sounds interesting because I make this sugar syrup. It's called oleo saccharum, which is citrus oil sugar syrup. You peel your citrus and cover it in sugar, and you get this magical reaction where sugar sucks all the moisture, which is the citrus oil, out of the citrus peel and turns into a goopy syrup. And then what you normally do is add water to it so it's usable. And then you've got this really citrusy sugar syrup, which is great in cocktails. Then I saw this recipe and it said, instead of adding water, add the fruit juice and blend that. So then you've basically got a really sweet fruit juice. You've got a really sugary fruit juice with with citrus oil in it as well. But then you milk clarify that.
ooh,
And you end up with this. I'll show you. It looks really good. Where is it?
that reminds me. Actually, I have oranges to eat for breakfast tomorrow.
Yeah. This is orange and mandarin.
Oh,
So
that's cool looking.
yeah, it's really clear. Like before you milk clarify it, it looks kind of like fruit juice and it tastes good. Like I did a taste test and it's like, this is like really sugary fruit juice and slightly zingy because the peel was in it. But then you milk clarify it and it sort of takes the sharpness of the fruit juice flavor off.
Yeah,
It still
it
tastes
adds
like
a
fruit juice,
taste to it. Yeah,
but it's got a real sherbety sort of flavor to it. I really like it. And so that's like a special sugar syrup I have now.
nice.
Sheesh, give that to the kids and watch them bounce off the walls.
Oh yeah, no, this no joke. This
It's
is
actually been
50%.
shown that sugar does not cause a hyperactivity in kids. But as a parent, I've seen it happen. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
No,
I haven't read the
It
paper.
causes energy, it's literally energy. It's literally
My mum,
energy.
Yeah.
my
So
mum
if you're
knows 'cause she
predisposed
used
to
to be
going
a girl guide
crazy.
leader, and every time someone
gives
put
me
sugar,
energy.
sugar to the thing,
Oh.
the girls all went ballistic.
Yeah, some, not all.
When I was a youth, there was a punk zine called Too Much Red Cordial because in my generation,
That's
we were all told red cordial would send you spack and make you go hyperactive.
it was
and
because of a
it's-
specific color, a specific ester in the cordial, the coloring.
Yeah.
Wasn't the sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Which is funny.
sugar is energy. Sugar is pure energy. It's pure kilojoules. So
Indeed.
this is 50% sugar. So this is gonna make a kid run circles around a room pretty fucking fast.
Yeah, that it will.
One time I was looking after my stepkids at the time, and the youngest one asked for some cordial, and I asked my partner at the time, "Is the cordial in the fridge made up?" Because she would often make it up with water. Yeah, you can already see what's happening.
Oh no!
It wasn't, and she said it was. And I gave it to like a large sippy cup full of just pure cordial.
Oh,
Half an hour later, this like 4-year-old girl was literally spinning around in circles.
Yeah.
Just on the spot. It was hilarious.
Oh, 10 times more
Yeah.
sugar than they're supposed to have.
Yeah.
It's like the old Simpsons episode where Bart gives Todd and Rod Flanders some pixie sticks, which is just colored sugar. and they go, we're not allowed to have sugar. And Bart says, oh, there's no sugar in pixie sticks. And they have sugar and it's just
and their eyes
sugar.
go.
Yeah.
They start
Yeah.
to beat each other up.
Pupils dilate.
Oh my God! So speaking of The Simpsons, a really funny bit from The Simpsons is where Ned walks up to his empty garden and he's just all like, "Aw," and Homer's like, "What?" And he's all like, I know you had to, steal my tomato plants, but did you have to salt the earth after?
Yeah. And Homer just says with a smile, yes.
Yeah.
It's just like Homer's a psychopath. It's just
Oh yeah,
That's all right. That's
Yeah.
all right. They show pictures of different parts of the Simpsons house, and you see Ned Flanders, all labeled over everything.
oh yeah, all Homer's stolen
Labels.
Ned Flanders labels.
Yeah.
Yes.
Man, it's
Oh
a
my
good thing I looked at my wallet because I do not need this Go Smart transit card from the city I used to live in at the beginning of the pandemic. I don't need this anymore. That's gonna be gone. I don't need a university ID from like 3 years ago. I don't need that. This is even an even older one. Oh, look at this photo. That's a great photo. Look how happy I look there. Wow, so happy.
I when I was at uni last the most recent uni, I used to go to conferences, and I would use the smart cards from ticket systems around Australia as bookmarks when I didn't need them anymore. So I've got like an Opal card from Sydney, I've got the card from Brisbane, and one from Tasmania.
Yeah, I collect.
I would have one from Perth, except that we had a car. And didn't take the train.
Yeah,
And there's like one train.
I just have to answer Bryce in the chat. He's saying, "Holy
Oh,
shit,
wow.
how much?" He hasn't been in this chat in a live stream for a while. He's going, "Oh my god, how much piss do you need, mate?
Yeah.
I need it all." Now, the thing is, man, I make cocktails. So
Yeah, I just walk into that kitchen and I'm already drunk just from the fumes.
Yeah. Does anyone need to get a hold of NBC in Spokane? I got their info right here.
Oh, nice.
No,
Look how well
There you go.
this go card
Go
is.
card.
You can
If
see
I-
it's faded
Kia
too.
dealership. We got Kia. You can get a Kia here, there.
But I still use it.
Hospital.
Oh, it's
No.
over there.
I don't need that.
Bryce, you're the second person to come into the stream tonight who's gone like, "Oh, it's the first time I've been here in 10 years." So, welcome, man.
Bryce, happy
So
you
this is
all this?
this is from Hobart, Tasmania.
Oh,
Oh,
Hobart.
God.
Okay.
Mark.
Yeah, they're gonna go one further. Go green.
This is from Spokane Library. Don't need that no more.
And I've got
Bryce,
20,000
you've plugged into
Mikeys from
everyone
here in
else.
Melbourne.
So,
Oh, we got some beautiful stuff here though. We got Burger King. We got some gift.
I actually
Pulls out my Blockbuster card.
I got a new wallet for Christmas, so I actually recently cleaned my wallet out, so there's nothing weird or old in my wallet.
I got a healthcare card. I got nowhere to get healthcare.
Where
I
is
got a
my
card
wallet?
for it. I just go up somewhere.
Bryce,
Yes.
Friday night we get pretty fucking serious with the
Okay.
drinks, mate. That's all I'm saying.
I got a Zing card.
What's a Zing card?
Yeah,
Shieldsy?
grocery store card.
EB Games.
Oh, it's EB
Oh
Games.
yeah, level
Yeah.
2. They gave me one of those as well. Like I went and bought something,
Oh,
and they
that
said,
far
"Oh,
off
you've
game
leveled
level
up,"
3.
and I just went, "Ding, okay."
Hold
What does that
that
give
one.
me?
Yeah, if you need like $3 off your grocery list,
Okay, family card.
right here. Oh, speaking of groceries, actually, I took.
What else we got? Oh, here we go. We got a stash.
Oh my! I
You
could
know what I
fit a
resisted
year of
for
groceries,
ages?
like, in the new trunk.
Mine's one.
Huge.
All right.
I can't tell my
I'm
biggest
actually
trunk
opening
is.
my wallet. Where is it?
Nerd Perks from J Car.
I got an
My
entire-
God.
Oh my god, I
VIP card.
fucking love going to J Car. I cannot go. I cannot go in J Car without like spending so much money. It's so great. I love J Car. It's one just down the road from me. I like
Yeah.
your Dan's card.
That's the one I
Have I-
resisted.
Oh,
getting
God.
for ages, because I thought if you've got a
wallet
dance
there.
card, you're just admitting you're an alcoholic.
So this is
Yeah.
my wallet. I don't know if you can read it, but it's a book wallet. It's
nice.
pretending to be the War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells,
Oh, nice.
and it looks like a book, but it's actually a wallet.
Well, that's excellent. It's excellent.
And
my wallet.
yeah, pretty much all I've got in
right,
here is
right, right.
my key card, my debit card, and my
I'm an
driver's
old school
license.
person.
And
I-
I've got a decoy wallet just in case.
Yeah,
'cause,
I've
you
had
know,
this
you
wallet.
never know.
I bought this wallet at a
But-
Walmart in 2010.
EB Games.
Oh, you got
Oh,
a better
hey,
one.
holograms. Look at that.
Sadly,
Yeah.
sadly, when they went to do mine, they didn't have any cards at my EB Games.
Yeah.
So I ended up. They said, "Oh, go up and see him up at the Zing store." So I ended up with the Zing store instead.
Oh my
Look at
god!
this really
Aren't they owned
large
by the
wallet.
same people that own GameStop?
No,
Actually,
EB Games.
They
No.
say they are, but they're not. They
Ah.
are actually their own entity in Australia.
Okay.
game does. Their stock prices aren't
Yeah.
nearly as high as GameStop.
Yeah. Actually, you know where EB Games headquarters is?
Where?
Thank you, Bryce. It was a Kickstarter.
Brisbane
Right,
Airport here in Queensland. Never knew until I driving past one day and suddenly there's a warehouse, EB Games plastered over the side. I go, okay. So that's where all your stuff comes from. If you order stuff for EB or Zing online, it comes from the Brisbane warehouse. So,
Yeah, you know what, Bryce, you're right. My 2010 Walmart wallet is lovely. Thank you. I know you're talking about mine. I mean, obviously.
I have
for
got
years,
a couple of tactical RFID blocking wallets on the way, but this book wallet is like a decoy just in case, and it looks really nice. It's bound in it's got vegan leather interior and bound with book cloth, and it just I'm a book bind myself. I bind books on the regular.
I
really liked that one.
because guess where my wallet sits, and for them to get near it, they got to be face to face with you.
Yeah, well, you know, if they have a knife,
they put them in that
you know,
blade back pocket. Like, come on!
I'd live for the day someone tries to mug me with a knife, because I literally have been trained how to take that knife from them and stab them with it before they even realize that I have it. It's, live for the day. It's never happened. I've never been mugged. Ever.
People are too afraid to walk up to me because I'm so big.
I just walk with
You
confidence.
walk past, like you go, oh, I'm more afraid of them, and just like you can see them trying to walk away or look away from you. Okay, I'm just a pussycat.
I don't get bothered because I'm like almost 7 foot tall, so people don't really bother me. But when I was younger, someone did try to mug me, and I was sitting at a bench, and then I stood up, and they kind of stopped what they were doing. About the last time I got bothered by anybody.
That'd be the thing. If I ever get to meet Chris in person, obviously the first thing I'm going to say is, "Holy fuck, you are really fucking."
How's the weather up there?
Yeah. when we caught up with Kirsten last week, the first thing, even though I'm taller than her, the first thing she said when I walked into the bar was, "Jesus, you actually are short." And
She's shorter than you are.
She's shorter than I am, but
Yeah.
she's like, it's like she didn't believe me because I keep making jokes about being a short ass. And she goes, "Oh no, you actually are really short." And I'm like, "Yeah."
Short for what, though?
That's a great
Yeah.
confidence booster when you walk into a bar. Oh, look, it's the short fuck.
Yeah, it was basically that. That was basically.
Well,
what happened.
I'm roughly around about 1.85 centimeters tall, so I don't know
Yeah.
what that is in feet.
1.85
6 feet.
centimeters is like that.
1.85 meters
You mean-
is, I think.
Me,
You mean
sorry,
meters.
yeah,
Yes,
Damn it!
185 centimeters. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
mean,
at 167.
I got to
centimeters.
convert this to freedom units.
I think that's near 6 foot.
So I'm in the old money. I'm 5'6", 5'7". I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
Okay, so
I'm about
you're
Something around that.
tall, and yeah, you said yours, so you're about 6 feet tall, Adam, up there. So, not angry, Adam. There you go. They're both A's. Everyone has A's. We got Andrew, we got Adam, we got Abigail.
Yeah.
Everyone's got AIDS.
Oh,
AIDS.
Sadly, I didn't get A's.
AIDS.
Holy shit,
Actually,
Bryce
talking
Bryce is
about
a
A's and
Okay, no, sorry. I have to exclaim this. Bryce is 197 centimeters tall. Holy fuck. So that's about your height, Chris. That's like Jesus. That's really
tall.
I just put in the chat that I need freedom units, so you could just convert
big freedom
Yeah.
units.
freedom
So
units.
sorry.
back in high school, one of the subjects you would never think I would get A's in.
Yeah.
Guess.
What
Film
maths?
marketing,
Differential calculus,
computer graphics.
because I took that in high school.
HPE.
What's that?
What's HBE?
Health.
Oh,
Sports,
health
health.
and physical education.
Health and physical education.
Education. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Right.
was I.
Year
Not
10,
only did I fail
got
that,
A's
but I-
across the board and got a
I
VHA.
literally refused in front of my PE teacher to do anything.
And I was
Despite
the
the
least
fact that
fit
I was
person
quite
in my
healthy.
grade.
I used to
No,
run
hates
cross
it.
country. I used to be quite healthy and fit, especially in high school, but I just didn't want to do it. And I
Yeah.
just refused to his face. It was hilarious, and there was nothing he could do.
So
That's all
okay,
right.
Anyway,
Chris, in freedom units, Adam's Shieldsy is about 6 foot and Bryce is about 6'5", I think.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
America, always wrong. I mean, right.
America.
I still think bloody Team America World Police is almost a perfect documentary of what was happening at that time. It's a
really
perfect little time capsule.
It's a
Oh.
snapshot, isn't it?
It's a snapshot. It's perfect.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was watching it years ago, and Mrs. Angry was sort of saying, "Why are you watching something this year?" And then the bit where the black kittens, who were Kim Jong Un,
Yes.
attack the puppet, and then Mrs. Angry was sold. She was in hysterics at the way these kittens were tearing apart the puppets. And you can see they've jammed meat into the joints of the puppets, so the
Yeah.
kittens would get in there and really maul them.
Oh
and
yeah.
Mrs.
It
Angry
was,
thought
it was
the
just
high point in
a
cinema history.
masterpiece.
Speaking
Yeah.
of that movie, actually, I have a story about that movie. So that movie was all over everything. I was a South Park fan. I enjoyed it, and my cousin actually snuck me into that movie. And he said,
Ah.
"Don't tell your parents that I took you to this movie."
Yeah.
Fucking movie ever.
See, I downloaded the uncensored version with
Oh,
the
God.
like extended sex scene
Mm,
where
the
he
puppet
poops on the
sex scene
chest.
was-
that's so-
puppet
Yeah.
sex scene was so funny.
it's so stupid.
Classic.
So stupid. What I loved is all the interviews with them. It's like, why did you do this? Well, we had this idea that making a movie with puppets would be easy, and that was the worst idea we ever had in our lives. And I'm never doing it again because it was terrible. But we're so bloody minded. Once we started, we just kept going, and they just said it was so fucking hard to get the shots they wanted with the puppets, and they thought puppets would be easier than human actors, and they were like, no, this is the worst idea we've ever had, and which I think is fantastic. I just love it when people
I think
fuck
it's hilarious.
Yeah, I think it's great, and it's a great movie. I think it's really fun.
It is. It's a funny movie. It really is a funny
Oh,
movie.
God.
Oh, God, wait, when did that movie come out? How old is that movie now?
It's like 20 years old now. I don't know.
No, it's not.
That
George,
came out, I think,
George W.
a
Bush.
year or two after I graduated from high school.
Oh my
If I
God!
remember rightly.
Before I graduated,
Yeah, it was the
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow,
So
God.
early
George W.
2000s,
Bush
I
era.
think.
Makes me-
Bryce likes us, which is a big positive. Do we do this regularly? I do live streams at least 4 or 5 nights a week.
I'm usually around as well, watching or
yeah.
blabbering like an
And
American.
we do when we get multiple people on, we just call it Angry Bunch because it's like the Brady Bunch multi-square thing.
Mhm.
So sometimes if people keep asking me questions, I'll monologue for the whole live stream, but other times I like to get people on. Like, for instance, I won't be on tomorrow night. It's a date night with Mrs. Angry. I probably will be on Sunday, and then I won't be. Monday's the night I'm almost never on. Monday's TV watching night with Mrs. Angry.
Yeah, tomorrow night, actually, I do a different podcast. An earlier, regular American time, but I actually do a different podcast on American Fridays.
American Fridays.
Because Australian Fridays. We're on American Fridays here.
Yeah.
No, wait. I gotta get it right. Freedom Fridays.
Freedom Fridays. Yeah, no. Freedom Fridays. Yes.
Cool. I thought people were saying
You can't just add freedom to the front of everything and claim it's American.
You say that, Abigail, but you know.
It's my God-given American right to do whatever the fuck I want.
It's like when the Republicans were angry that the French spoke out against the Iraq invasion.
Yeah,
and so they changed the name of
Freedom
French
fries, yep.
to Freedom Fries. And they thought that was smart and clever and wouldn't make them a laughing stock.
Laughing stock.
Bryce, you have to go. You're a designated driver for a couple of degenerates like us. Dude.
Oh, cool.
There's got to be
Glad
someone
you could
like
join us,
looking
Bryce.
after degenerates, mate.
MVP.
But again, we're here. Like I said, I try to do these streams 4 or 5 nights. This has been a coronavirus thing when we're all going fucking nuts.
Speak for yourself. I've thrived under lockdown.
Hey, speak for yourself.
It's fun to interact while being at home, isn't it? That's what I like, interacting while still being at home.
Yep, it's a ton of fun.
Yes.
Oh, try double COVID. Being stuck at home, stuck on an island.
Double, triple,
right.
mega COVID.
Yeah.
My girlfriend's sister had triple COVID. So first off, they're in Texas. So that's like COVID. And then she's a healthcare worker, COVID. And then on top of that,
well, I had double dog COVID
floated in their house. So they're trapped in their house, unable to leave, but they do have power. But I think there's some water issues. And she's a healthcare worker, and she can't do anything to help right now currently. And she's in Texas during Corona.
Oh, Texas is fucked.
Yeah. So yeah.
Bryce is in Queensland. Feels like changes.
Hey.
Yeah, Shields is in Queensland. Abigail and I in Melbourne. We had that 4 months.
Mexicans.
Really quite strict restrictions.
I loved it. I thought it was great.
So I read something in the news today about Australia.
Yeah.
What is going on with Facebook? Facebook like turned off Facebook for you guys?
Yeah.
We're going to turn off our Facebook, and then
it's basically
our website.
Rupert Murdoch's puppets, aka our federal government, versus Zuckerberg. And I don't know who I want to win because I don't trust either of them.
Yeah,
I've been watching the Tumbleweed yesterday.
Yeah.
It's just nothing.
I get all my news from an RSS feed from Independent Australia.
Yeah,
so
it's not just that. People will find
Bryce.
Hi, Bryce. People will find news of it.
Live long and prosper.
What I find hilarious is that Facebook's strategy
May the
is
force be
to
with
go
you.
out an entire continent and say, we're not going to make money here.
Well, see, what happened, Chris, is literally News Corp, Rupert Murdoch, dictated to our federal government, you should introduce some legislation that makes Facebook and Google give us money for news links. And neither Facebook nor Google are particularly enamored of this. But what Google's done is cut some deals that make them good. But Facebook's gone with the nuclear option and said, okay, well, we won't have any Australian news, or no one in Australia can post news links on Facebook, because both of them think, if a precedent is set in Australia, other countries will follow, and this will cost us billions of dollars. So,
no one follows Australia.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that whole thing. You know, you guys have healthcare, and we don't have healthcare.
No, but this is a negative thing. Negative things often happen. So it's basically and the EU has like levied billions of dollars in fines against Google for anti-competitive behavior.
Damn right they have.
If Australia successfully introduced legislation that forced Google and Facebook to pay media companies, there is every likelihood it would cascade, and they've reacted totally differently. Like Google's done these small beans deal that are worth millions of dollars, but the Australian government's thing could potentially cost them billions of dollars. And Facebook's gone the other way and gone nuclear, and I'm destroying everything.
Yeah, I don't understand that because it's just all like, to me, it made me laugh because it's just all like Facebook's all like, you know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to make myself look like an asshole. I'm going to make myself look untrustworthy, and I'm going to stop millions of people
firing assholes.
Yeah,
I don't want
Facebook are assholes. Yeah,
Yeah, because Zuck is a petulant man-child who has like gotten his way for so long that he just, he has no concept of human decency at all.
Yeah, I mean, and there was definitely something in that argument that Murdoch is pumping that, small creators don't get what they're due on social media. But I don't think Rupert Murdoch and other large news organizations should get money when local news organizations do all the real journalism and all the local stations get fucked in the ass. Trust me, I know. I've been trying to get a job at a local news station, and you have to do 17 jobs at once or no job at all.
Yeah. I know, and Murdoch's a bit, but it's Alien versus Predator. My favorite meme was someone who did a mock-up of the Alien versus Predator thing, and it's like, whoever wins, we lose.
Can we just put them in the Coliseum and chuck some lions in? Whoever survives gets their way.
Oh, look, give him the giant like staff lurpers from Star Trek and play the music. Yep.
Yeah, give him a
20
baseball bat.
20 Quatloos on the newcomer.
I mean,
Google Caesar at the top.
to be fair, if Facebook quit existing, I'd be a lot happier. So,
Facebook
I mean, I like it. I liked it when it was just like managing social events with your friends and finding old school friends.
yeah, now
it's just a completely other beast.
Yeah, the worst thing about Facebook is like I have to block people constantly for being racist.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, neat fact. This tin of pineapple juice that I'd had open for too long and sitting in the fridge, I thought I shouldn't use that. There's a bit left. I'll tip it out. And I'm going to start with you. I tipped it out. It was actually black. The stuff that tipped out of it. So I was right when I thought I should have. So good call. Recycling with the tin.
Good call. Good job. Yeah.
God, I miss YouTube when you could go on it and you could on purposely click its recommended video and it would take you on the really interesting little trip through all the videos.
Yeah.
You like end up in the weirdest versions of videos you could think of, but they were still good.
You know what I miss?
I miss the good old days of Facebook where your homepage was a static page without infinite scroll, and you had like games displayed, how you're going in Mafia Wars and shit like that. I miss those days.
Yeah, what I miss about I miss a few things. I miss Google Video. That so many movies for free. And then the other thing I really miss is YouTube video responses.
Yeah, but spammers destroyed that.
I know.
I loved video responses, but spammers absolutely destroyed.
I made video response. I think I made a video response years and years ago to one of your videos.
Probably.
How about Blog TV?
I was
Blog TV. I used to do the live
You're not gonna.
It was slow, Angry.
I did a late night talk show on Blog TV for like 3 years, and I was featured like 4 times before the website got shut down. Yeah, no, yeah. So like when people ask me, how long have you been doing live streaming? Because usually when I do TV stuff, it's going to the internet and sometimes TV. It's like, oh, just since before it was a thing, before people.
I miss Yahoo groups.
Oh,
Remember those.
If you,
They were
in
accessible.
chat. Yeah.
They were so funny.
you know what I miss? I miss putting the disc in for those free AOL hours.
oh,
Oh my God. Okay, they tried that here, except they branded it Australia Online, but it was still AOL. And like half my friend, like actually 90% of my friends at the time had no idea because it was back in the dial-up days.
Oh,
And so
yeah.
many, and they spammed those CDs out left, right, and center. And my friends used to like they'd give me one. And they say, "Here, I thought you might be able to use this." I know, yeah. I ended up being given 10 or so of them. It was just so annoying.
Yeah.
And I already was on with a better ISP at the time.
Yeah.
Who wasn't?
It was the best thing for me as a preteen because I had free internet that my parents wouldn't pay for. I had free internet because we were really poor. I had free internet for years because of that.
oh.
And then Net Zero came out, and then we started paying for that, which is more reliable. But it was so dope to have free
I
internet.
miss those days where you could go to the shops, brought a prepaid card for your dial-up, and you could just sit there day in day out, just making sure you don't go over your minutes.
You know,
It wasn't hours; it was minutes.
It was minutes. And the best
Yep.
part of the old internet was that you could watch videos, but you had to download them.
Yes.
I
yeah.
downloaded.
Or the lines when
Yeah.
the pictures come up.
Yes, but it refreshed row
Or
by
having
row.
to use downloaders that could resume downloads and using like net stats so that you knew how many hours you had left or how many megabytes you had left to download.
Yeah.
Oh, I do not miss those days at all.
I used to use LimeWire back in the day so much.
Oh,
Yes.
You had a lot of viruses.
Yeah, so
LimeWire, yeah, and
then-
Napster.
I know the best way to get around those ones. Go to LAN parties.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, L3D Tube in the chat. Hey, did you have a free website with Angel Fire from
Angel
Lighthouse?
Fire on a web ring.
Oh my god.
the funniest thing.
Web ring. Jesus Christ.
funniest thing about LimeWire was that like you download 50 songs and 2 of the files are pornos.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the rest are falsely attributed to Weird Al Yankovic.
And people don't understand the original Rickrolling. Like people just think being sent a link to Never Gonna Give You Up Rickrolling. No, it's from the dial-up days where you would upload Never Gonna Give You Up, but name it the most popular song of the day. And so people would spend an hour
Classic Rick
downloading what they thought was the hit song of the day. And after half an hour, they'd hit play and that was Rickroll, wasting a bunch of bandwidth and half an hour of someone's life.
Yep.
Yeah, the best thing about the old internet times is I remember my uncle at the time, he worked for what was it called? SunGuard, a really big server company, tech company in Alabama that makes servers for all the big corporations. And he was just all like, so I paid $1,000 to have a line ran with DSL. And he had DSL, and he was all like, "Are you ready for this?" And he opened up 2 web browsers at once, and I was just like,
Yeah.
Oh my god! I actually worked for our main telco, Telstra, when they were first trying to get DSL to work. I worked on the pilot project for that, and it was testing the software and whatnot. And it was fucking fascinating because because Telstra had really good techs, and they were just trying to make this tech. They were hardwiring stuff into the exchanges to try and make this technology work. And I was working on the software front end. It was a really fascinating project to work on. The first broadband.
Yeah, that was a big deal.
Oh,
And you know what's ironic is, at least in the United States, because it's a big world population, 50 million people are still on those speeds.
guess what made me change from dial-up to ADSL?
What was that?
Free Xbox. What Xbox?
Xbox, yeah.
I see. I never got into consoles. What made me want to change to upgrade? I think it was just, purely the speed, but also like World of Warcraft. Oh, sorry, not World. StarCraft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
God.
and like Total Annihilation, and
Yeah.
not have to play by
Yeah.
email games and
Yeah.
My thing was PlayStation 2. But it's funny actually. My girlfriend, it's so cool. She has an Xbox 360. She has a PlayStation 3, a PlayStation 4, a Nintendo Wii, Nintendo Switch. She has all these games, and it's just like heaven. I have all these consoles to play with, and she has a gaming PC. It's not like, this is fucking awesome.
Yeah. No, my first broadband was because I had Foxtel cable TV, and they started offering internet through cable, and suddenly it's like, woo. And that's why I got onto YouTube, because I had been writing stuff on a blog, and people said, oh, you should do a podcast. And YouTube had just gotten big. YouTube had been around for about a year. And I thought, because I had this big thing about wanting to be a stand-up comedian, and I thought I could try stuff out on YouTube. I could do it to camera and upload it to YouTube. Now I've got internet that can actually handle that. But yeah, I got my first high-speed internet just because I had like Foxtel cable TV, and they offered an internet bundle. So
So from that experience in Alabama, I made my family get DSL. Best part about it was not only did I get DSL, I got an invite link to Gmail.
Oh yeah, I was from the beta program as well. Yeah. Invite links. I remember those.
That's right. That's a rare thing there, man. That was so cool that I got the invite.
Good old days.
Yeah,
Same.
good old days.
Yeah, my email address, you could not get it now.
Oh
It
yeah,
would be impossible.
no way.
my original Gmail was an invite. I forget what bulletin board it was on, but someone says, hey, I've got 20 Gmail invites. Does anyone want one? And I said,
I remember when they upgraded, you can now invite 20 people. And I'm like, oh, this is not exclusive anymore.
Yeah, that was really cool. Yeah, for sure.
It was, good old days of Gmail.
Yeah, so my Gmail
back
with
when
my
Google
name,
wasn't back when Google wasn't like an evil, like giant corporation. It was literally just Gmail and a search engine.
Yeah, Google.
Google when it used to be still beta.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yes.
It was beta for so long.
It was.
Beta
Yep.
for years.
Yeah.
Yeah. But don't be evil meant something in those days.
It did. Yeah. It's just.
I love that they officially dropped that at one point. To me, that is absolutely hilarious that you have a slogan, don't be evil, and you actually decide to drop that. I think that's fucking hilarious. That is beyond funny.
The interesting thing with me too is like Google's so big now. To me, they seem like benevolent. Like they are a dictator, but they're benevolent. You know, they're not inherently evil, but they're definitely not inherently good.
Yeah, no, they're not good.
They're not good. They're just making money. That's what they're doing. Just like really Apple and Facebook and all of them. They're making money, and there's some shitty people there. And
Apple's the worst. Apple is actively fucking the environment, like bending it over and just like spreading the environment's ass cheeks wide open and just ramming it home, like with their like attacking right to repair, their policies on like replacing entire motherboards in laptops just because a tiny little chip is broken.
That's the reason why I do not support Apple.
Apple's the absolute worst.
Yeah, that's definitely there.
A guy went to jail because he was fixing computers and like donating them, and like Apple and Microsoft got together, shut it down, and sent him to jail.
Yep.
Yeah, John Deere tractors do the same thing here in the States.
Yes. They don't let farmers repair their tractors.
Yeah,
Because it's all electronic. It's fucking
ridiculous.
evil. It's fucking evil.
Yeah.
Shane H.
And
in
the
the
funny
chat-
thing about
Yes.
it, they lost the thing in Australia with that.
Yeah. Now let me
Yeah.
look at my
They actually have
iPhone.
to go-
And let me get on my iMac here. Apple's so terrible. I
Yeah.
mean, they make good product. I buy it.
I've got an
Apple.
iPad.
They
Yeah.
don't even make good products. They charge a premium and actually use the the cheapest components possible.
Oh, my
Like, it's
computer's
like-
great. I love my computer.
Well, you look at their charging cables years ago.
Oh,
Cheapest
God.
piece of shit,
Oh,
and it's
God.
like breaks within X
Yeah,
amount
no,
of
they were the
days.
worst.
Yeah.
Oh,
You couldn't reverse the old connector. That was
Yeah.
a pain in the ass.
Worst. So I just also want to say Shane H in the chat, greetings, and yes, piss up is. I'm going to make another video now. I'm going to make another
I
cocktail.
think I've still got some vodka left. Yeah.
So if you find folks want to keep just conversing while I'm going to make that you're not my
And
real.
I am being summoned. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going
Another.
to make one that has actually 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of Angostura bitters. Normally, you'd only put a couple of dashes of Angostura in a
That's
cocktail.
strong shit there.
This one's 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of Angostura bitters. It's called You're Not My Real Trinidad.
That seems rough there, boy. I tell you.
I've never made this, so I don't know what it's going to be like. It's
Oh,
actually
good luck.
a tad of a risk.
Well, we got to keep an eye on him and see what his face is when he tastes it.
That's, there's some sherry, which is very low alcohol. But so, yeah, because Angostura bitters is like what percentage? It's like 45% alcohol. So that's like, it's a slightly strong spirit. And so doing 1.5 shots of a slightly strong spirit. We'll see how it goes. This will be a friggin' adventure.
All right, look in for it, boys.
All right, so I'm going to let you all have a conversation while I do this. And where are we? Okay, so tell me if my microphone.
Yeah. So, what? That's terrible. No, I just.
oh, that's a good one.
Oh, that was a good one. Anyway, yeah. So, I'm excited because tomorrow I'm gonna take my new car out to the mountain roads and tool around on those. I can't get over how much range it has. It has it's a Leaf with like 220 miles of range, and I've driven as much as I possibly.
What's that in the rest of the world units?
385 kilometers.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, so that's a lot of range, and I've been driving around.
That's not even be able to get between two cities in Australia.
True, but like city driving, that's like a tank full of petrol.
I mean, I can
That's-
drive 3,000 miles cross country on the charging network here with that car without a problem. So it's a lot of range.
I've seen a few Teslas running around here in Melbourne.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where the charging stations are, but they've got to be getting a bit more popular now.
Well, yeah.
It's good to see some like EVs.
What's funny is actually the Leaf goes further than a lot of base model Teslas. So, yeah,
Sorry, what was that?
the Leaf I got goes further than a lot of base model Teslas actually, because they're made
I really
first, and then they have the bigger battery if you want to go further. That's kind of
really wish the Chevy Volt took off a bit more.
Mhm.
I 'cause
I
that
almost
was like-
got a Chevy Volt. That was going to be the option if I
was
couldn't afford a long range.
much more. It was a superior car to Tesla.
You know, it
Yeah.
definitely was. 'Cause it was an EV with a range extender. You can get those secondhand in
Yep.
America like nothing, but in Australia, I'm sure they're very difficult to come by.
Oh yeah, you can't get them.
I was
But
reading an
like,
article that-
they also don't suffer from what's his name, Elon Musk, nerfing the car because you don't take out their insurance or some shit like that.
hate Elon Musk. I hate Elon Musk, but I will admit I would love to buy a used Tesla. They're about 25 to 30 grand here. They're good EVs.
Yeah,
Especially
but
the
like
used
they
Tesla
can
regular dashboard.
they can literally disable the fast charge remotely if you dare to fix your own car.
They
Like,
can.
it's just
They definitely can do that. But what's really interesting about it is there are adapters now to use the public infrastructure here in the U.S. and in Europe.
okay.
It's a standard plug. It's not just a Tesla plug anymore.
Okay.
So in Europe,
But like the
everything-
fast charge is the circuitry in the car itself, isn't it?
No,
Like enabling.
no. So the
Okay.
way it works is that that Tesla's plug can be converted to CHAdeMO very easily, which is the charging center that my Leaf uses. Most other
Sure.
cars are using, including Tesla in Europe, combo plugs, and now Teslas in Europe are being sold with those combo plugs. So and
Okay.
what's happening is the public charging network is going two directions, which is one trying to get everyone to go to CCS, but at the same time leaving a CHAdeMO plug open for us Leaf drivers and like all other older EVs use CHAdeMO actually. So there's a lot of cars on the road here currently that use that. And then there's the other way is we have a Tesla plug, a CHAdeMO plug, and a combo plug. And I think that's
Jesus.
probably where we're gonna go because it's just like it's like a gas pump. You got unleaded, you got regular, you got diesel. Like it's
Yeah,
not-
but like see, that's the good thing about standards. There's so many to choose from.
yeah. So there's definitely that. So like I use Tesla's a good option, but yeah, no, my Leaf goes further than a lot of Teslas. So just because a lot of Teslas are meant to go fast and be inefficient, and then they put the big battery, the long range versions, which. I shouldn't the car just be long range in the first place? But anyway, so I've been driving around
Yeah.
for a couple days, and it's like over 230 miles of range, and I've driven the shit out of that car. I've done everything I could in the city. I'm still at 140 miles. I can't drive
Yeah.
anymore. So I'm like, it's nice because my old car went about 70 in the wintertime. And so I'm very excited that I can easily charge up once a week and just be in heaven.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Like
Great.
that
It's
is really good.
fucking awesome. So yeah, it's exciting because I've been trying to get a long range EV for a long time, and I was finally able to get this one heavily discounted. It's actually a rebuilt Leaf. It was wrecked and it was driven 60,000 miles. So they rebuilt it at the dealer and then sold it for 16 grand and gave me a kick ass warranty. And I'm like, all right. 24-hour roadside assistance for the next 50,000 miles. I'm like, all right. That's about 100,000 kilometers. So, I mean, I can't say no to that. So I'm really excited for that, and it just makes living with the car a lot easier. And then my old car is just taking my mom to work and back. So
Sorry, I was
I
laughing
wish
at
my car-
Angry.
I sold my
Angry.
car.
Angry is doing something up there. Sorry. What were you saying?
Oh,
Abigail?
it's making another. I sold my car when I moved in here because I didn't need it. I'm like in the city, so I got sick of parking fines, and I can just take public transport. It's so easy. I do miss it. I miss the freedom of like just getting into a car by myself and going to a place. But there's literally a tram stop right outside my door. So
Which, that's fantastic. I like public transit. There's a rapid transit stop in front of me, a bendy bus, but with COVID, it's just not been used.
articulated bus.
And
The correct term
Banana
is
bus.
articulated bus.
Banana bus.
I know it's an articulated bus, but I call it a bendy bus because it bends in
Yes,
the middle.
look,
And it was a lot of fun to sit in the middle. And
so many kids in high school, when I was in high school, called it a bendy bus as well. It shits me then as much as it shits me now.
well, I had fun in the bendy bus and the bendy part of it. And I know it's articulated, but I enjoyed the accordion
It's an
going.
articulate. Okay, so
Comes
Raiders
Queensland's
is
banana bus.
Raiders is telling me to check something out. So check out GridServe in the UK. It's the first electric service station. Okay. I'll
Oh,
check
hey,
it
so
out.
speaking of
I'm not in the UK, but
and electric cars
It's
and Nissan Leafs, there's a shop in Portland that will take the new big batteries and put them in the old Leafs. So you could get your old Leaf and have like 300 miles of range now all of a sudden in a car that's 7 years
Cool.
old, which was the original intent of electric vehicles, was that you could just swap batteries, not have to get a new car.
okay, yeah.
It's awesome. So it's so good to know that like my car, I'm going to drive the living shit out of it. I'm going to get a new battery in it. I'm going to drive the living shit out of it. I'm not going to get another car. I'm happy. Goes over 200 miles. I'm good. I don't need nothing else. I can drive across.
That's the funny thing about electric cars. I predicted it back when I was in high school how it was going to be originally done.
When I
And it was changeable batteries.
when I was a kid,
Yeah.
every
Yeah.
100,000 miles or so. When I was a kid, there was a big commercial campaign for the EV1, and then there was news articles about all these electric vehicles that were coming out, and I was so excited about it because all the little computers and toasters went out and talked to the electric car in the commercial. So I was like, it's like Toy Story. I want an electric car. And then my parents were all like, what? Those don't exist. You're insane. So they did. So for like a decade, they didn't believe me when I said I wanted to see an electric car. I didn't even know they existed. And then they killed it. And then they brought it back. So I do thank Tesla for that. They did bring the electric car back. So that's very nice for them. They did. They really the thing that Tesla did before Elon even showed up was get a plan together to continue to make electric vehicles because they knew it was going to be the future. Then what they did once Elon showed up was they were like, okay, it needs a big battery and it needs to go really far. And then they did that. And then that was like, cool. And that is part of the reason why people are like, oh, wow, you're able to drive an electric car to a place? Yeah. Whoa.
Slow down now.
I thought I could just drive them from my work to my office and back, and that's it. And no, there's outlets everywhere. Do you know that?
Slow down now.
Yeah. So, but very excited. We are 6 stations away in the U.S. from having a completely connected interstate highway system with chargers. 6 away. So by the end of next year, you can drive anywhere in the U.S. in any EV, not just Tesla, any EV. So Teslas no longer have a lock on nationwide charging. So, yeah. Oh, Raiders, you're right. I love Fully Charged. I follow them. They're great. They're great. They get to show you all the station wagons and vans that would do huge in America that are electric, but they won't bring to America and sell them yet. But it's okay because by 2030, Ford and GM will force them upon American consumers. They're like, you don't have a fucking choice. Just drive it. But is it going to go far? I'm going to go fine. Just drive it. Just shut up and drive it. You'll be fine. But yeah. Yeah. It's serious fun stuff. Yeah, so it's cool. I can drive to Seattle without stopping. That's fun. I live in Portland. I can go to Seattle without stopping. I can go to the other city in Washington, Spokane, with only one stop. I can make it to California with one stop. So pretty.
Now
fun.
you're just showing off.
I know. It's really cool. So it's just all like, I'm sure you could probably take some sort of EV in Australia. I'm just not sure which one. Don't know how the grid is.
In the cities, there's plenty of charging stations.
Yeah.
In the outback, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
You couldn't pay me enough.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a few charges in between the larger cities in Australia.
I wouldn't think so.
I know here in Queensland you can go from Brisbane to Cairns. There's supposed to be an electrical highway, but I think they're still working on the one between Sydney and Brisbane and Sydney and Victoria at the moment.
Yeah, because I know, because Tesla's not going to sell cars in Australia if they can't go across the continent. So I'm pretty sure that at least
I don't know. Most people don't go across the continent.
That is true. That is true. That's very.
Unless you're idiots like my parents who drove a Corolla from Brisbane to Paradoon, WA.
If there is any car I would drive that far, it would probably be a Corolla. Those things never.
And it was a rental too. Yeah, it was a rental.
So
okay, there are more charging stations in the outback than I thought. I'm on a website that's showing them all.
No, well then there you go. See, look at that.
Yeah, but how many of them are actually working? That's the question.
The app usually tell you, and then yeah. So what I usually do when I go on a trip is I travel during business hours, and I'm going to stop at these chargers, and then I'll make a phone call. I'm like, hey, are these chargers working? And they're like, let's test them. Yeah, they're working fine. Okay, thanks. I have no problems. That's all it takes.
God, there's even some in the Northern Territory and Tasmania. Jeez, not bad.
It still gets me to this day. A country like ours, what has so much sun, we still don't have cars with solar panels.
Oh, actually,
no. Okay, so cars with
Yeah.
solar panels is a bad idea.
a few are coming out though. A few
It
are
wouldn't
coming out.
Yeah.
A few are coming
Even if
out.
it's one of those ones where you only use it when the car's parked up.
Well,
Yeah.
you
Where
need
it's
to angle solar
Yeah.
panels towards the
Yeah.
sun,
Mhm,
otherwise the
mhm.
voltage
Yeah.
drops off significantly.
Mm.
Like,
I
it
mean,
just
I mean,
doesn't
there-
work.
Lightyear 1's coming out in the next couple of years. That's a battery electric EV that has solar panels, and Sonos Motors
Mhm.
as well is an electric vehicle that has solar panels. And you're not gonna. They're not to charge the. I'm not sure about the Lightyear, but the
No.
Sonos one is going to give you 20 to 30% of your battery range in a day, not the full battery range. So, yep.
You'd be lucky if you got even that, I reckon. I think that's very optimistic.
Hey, I mean, they're building it and they're selling it, so you're gonna have to check with them. But that's what I heard.
That sounds like marketing, because like if you get a solar array, get a solar cell array, and put a voltmeter on it, get your multimeter out, put a voltmeter on it, face it towards the sun, take a measurement, and then just like angle it 20 degrees away and watch it drop. It just is.
Here's one word.
really dramatic.
Here's one thing. What you'll laugh at.
I'm channeling
Solar friggin'
Thunderfoot. at the moment.
roadways.
Oh,
Yeah, those didn't make any sense because it's blocking the road. with
Oh
cars
god,
and
yeah,
stuff.
they are the worst
oh my
idea.
God!
And that's
Solar freaking
still
roadways.
pushing that
They're
idea.
still going. Oh yeah, they're
Oh
still
my
going.
God.
In all its craptacularness. Oh my God!
Yeah, so I
And they
mean,
want to pave the road with glass.
You,
Yeah,
you know, have you heard of Dave from EV Blogs from Sydney?
No.
Yeah. Oh my god! Every time something comes up, that he's always coming through and debunking again. It can't
Oh,
work because it's stupid. It's flat.
It's
There's some blood.
I
know.
The whole,
I know.
the
Yeah,
whole
so
work.
Okay, now we're all channeling Thunderfoot.
yeah, so I mean, they're building the car now. I'll put a link to the website, but look it up and see what you think. It's a European thing. See how it works. It's a cool idea.
Link where?
In the public chat.
You can't post links in the public chat.
Oh, I just did. It's in the YouTube chat. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I deleted it, but I'll put it in the private chat too. There you go. In the private chat. So it's an interesting concept. I'm excited to see what it produces and yields. The technology is always changing. So, yep, it'll be fun to see what that does. I'm very interested in it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens when people get the car in their hands. It seems
So where are
like,
these solar panels? They're on the roof.
it looks like
It looks like it's all over the car.
yeah.
Like it's like every panel on the car has solar panels.
Yeah, apparently they've sold a few, so I don't know. It's definitely
Oof.
something to see what happens.
Well, okay, so
Oh, I see it. I see it down the side of the car. It's angled.
Mhm.
I can see
Yep.
it now. Yeah.
they're everywhere. They're on every surface.
Yeah, on the bonnet.
the glass
yeah, I
and the
see it
wheels.
now. Yeah.
So, hi, I think he's back. Is he back?
I
He's
am
back. How was your drink?
Okay, look at the color. It's kind of like this
That's cool
sort of
looking.
brick red color because it's so much Angostura.
When you
bitters.
had it before, it looked like when you were putting it into the cup, it looked like you had egg or something in it from the angle.
How is it?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, particularly the aftertaste has got bitterness from the bitters. What I thought, it needed to be
Ah, there we
foamy,
go.
so I added my Wonder Foam to it. You could alternatively put egg white or aquafaba because I see how foamy the shaker cup is. Put some additional foam in there. So it's basically Angostura bitters and a lot of fruit juice.
Oh,
So
there we go.
I can no longer have drinks with egg white in them, shaken
That's
up,
fair.
because that foamy ass drink that I had at Patient Wolf, I couldn't
Yeah.
drink it for the longest time because the fizz, the foam, stopped me from drinking it. It would just,
Oh,
it just wasn't working.
That's a
that was
downfall.
that was
Sorry?
that had a
Oh,
really
sorry. I'll just
foam on
read the thing.
It was half head, half drink. It was
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
that was the equivalent. That was like a Ramos gin fizz. That was it was literally, it was 50% really thick foam.
Yeah.
This is not so much. A normal egg white drink is just a nice
Oh,
sort of bit of
I have a phone call.
That's okay. You take that. So we've been talking about games. Raiders saying Fully Charged is a channel worth checking out if you're into the latest.
No.
Nice. What's
We're going
that?
total tech geek here.
Oh, okay.
Oh my
So-
Lord.
What are
Sorry,
you
I'm
looking
just
at,
looking at all
Lindsay?
these solar panels on this car. Oh my God. Oh my God, there's a bus. Oh my Lord.
Hmm. That's fine.
It looks ugly. Oh God.
And in terms of gaming, L3D Tube saying Rage 2 is free to keep on Epic at the moment, which kind of sounds good, but I've actually got a bunch of games at home that I haven't played that, I really should, but I don't game that often. I try to keep in touch. Like I've said before, I'm playing Yakuza Like a Dragon at the moment, which is silly and fun, and a Japanese RPG, and it's actually turn-based combat, which I find really weird, but I've gotten used to it. Celtic King, how many drinks have I had? I had my vodka drink at the start, the thing that was mixed with one of these, and I don't know, that's a good 4 shots of vodka, I suppose. Yeah, it's probably at least 4 or 5 standard drinks, which health authorities say I should have stopped there. But you know what I say?
The mic's on.
Fuck the man. Fuck the man. He can't tell me what to do. So then I made my margarita, and now I've made my bitters drink. So I have had more alcohol than health authorities say I should, but I just say they're not the boss of me.
It's drinks per hour, isn't it? Standard drinks per hour rather than total volume.
It does depend on the hour, but Friday night is binge drinking night, and they're not real fond of by the time I'm finished this one, that's going to be like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like 10 standard drinks or something. Which they
I need
like.
You
some of
do
that
make your
orange
drinks
juice.
pretty heavy.
Sorry,
Is that a black donut?
It's a chocolate donut.
it's a chocolate donut.
It looks black. Is it dark chocolate?
It's chocolate.
It's just the lighting
Okay.
where Christmas, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's that.
You have one of those orange juice things you like after that.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
So I'm just like, the health authorities are a big girl's blouse, and I'm not listening to them. And
mm-hmm.
I mean, I do listen to them most nights. Like most nights, I either don't drink alcohol or have 1 or 2 drinks on the live stream. But it's just Friday nights is a bit.
Celtic King's right. Friday nights for fun.
Yeah. Exactly, Celtic King. Friday nights for alcohol. What's the point of alcohol? Oh, okay, Raiders. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Chris has just purchased a new EV. That makes sense that you were talking about that, drinking about that. These are all things that humans do.
That goes forever. But I tried to get at least through most of the battery. I'm not even at 50%. I've driven 110 goddamn miles. I have to drive to fucking Canada and back to run out the range.
Yeah. Yes. And you're right, Raiders. Adult males on average metabolize 1 standard drink per hour. So what it takes 3 standard drinks an hour in the first hour to get you drunk, and then 1 standard drink an hour to stay there. And given that over 3 hours, I'm only guessing, I've probably had about 10 stand. I don't feel that drunk, but I definitely wouldn't drive a car at the moment.
Well, that's good.
It'll only be 10 standard drinks when I finish this. But
To be fair, there isn't anywhere to go. So.
yeah, exactly. So I'm just staying at home. So what am I going to do?
And I'm eating potato salad now.
It's like talking to a doctor. He says, so do you drink alcohol? And goes, what if I do, you little bitch? What are you going to do about it? So
why is there going to be a fucking problem?
yeah, I have an adversarial relationship with doctors. It's like, I don't really.
I've noticed that most men do, and I don't understand why.
Mrs. Angry said, "Oh, I heard you saying some stuff the other night, and none of it was true." And I'm like, "Yeah, I just like to embellish for entertainment's sake. What happened? Like, we'll be out somewhere, and something will happen, and I'll go. It would be really funny if instead of happening at this level, it happened at this level." And so then I'll tell a story saying, "No, it definitely happened at this level," when it actually really happened at this level. So.
And that's all exaggerating.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good tale.
You're
Absolutely.
right.
Yeah, no, great. There is no doubt if I got in a car and got pulled over, I would blow more than 0.05 at the moment. And yes, my reaction time driving would be questionable at the moment. There is no two ways about it.
No. And never drive impaired, ever.
No.
And that includes tired. A lot of people drive tired, and I hate that.
No, tired
it's just
is
as bad.
Do not drive tired.
I remember one time I came home from being in the city, and I was way more drunk than I fucking realized. And I'd left my car at like the train station car park. And I went to my car and I opened it, and there were those Chris, for your benefit, we have these people who patrol the train lines. They're not cops, but they have some enforcement powers.
Yeah, they're like they're
transit officers.
Transit
PSA.
We have those.
Yeah.
So, and a couple of them were at the platform at the train station, and the car park where I was clearly visible from the platform where these guys were. And I opened up my car and sat in the chair, and I went, "Oh Jesus, I'm fucked." I thought, and there was a little garden thing there. And I actually got out of the car and threw up in the garden. And then sat in the car going, "Wow, I'm actually more fucked than I thought I was." And then I got out of the car and the guys on the platform were looking at me and they went, "You're not going to try and drive home, are you?" And I went, "Yeah, no, I'm actually way more fucked than I thought I was." So I was just sitting in the chair to relax for a bit. But I'm only like a kilometer from the station. I can stagger home from here. And they were just like, "Oh God, thanks. Sometimes we're at platforms and people who are obviously drunk really angrily assert they're going to drive home." And I'm like,
I've heard horror stories about cops giving drunk driving tickets to people who sleep in their car because they like have their keys on them.
Yeah. And cops wonder why
don't
people
get
hate
it.
them. No, cops wonder why people hate them. But I learned from that, if I'm ever because I have slept in my car. Because that's a thing that has actually happened. If I ever sleep in my car, I take the keys out of my pocket and put them in the glove box. And so if that happens and the cops say, "You trying to drive?" I went, "Oh no, my friends just put me here and left. I think they've still." And I pat my pockets and go, "I don't have the keys. I think my friends took the keys," because the cops are fucking pieces of shit. And the idea,
and they're not allowed to search your car unless they have a warrant or
they're not allowed to
something.
search.
Is that?
I mean, if they're cops, they'll do whatever they want to if they really want to. But
Well,
if cops started giving me any grief, I would instantly be recording it on my phone. I wouldn't tell them either. I would. I've practiced this. Just going. I'm just going to call someone to pick me up and just flip the phone on, and instead of making a call, just put the camera on and start recording, and then put it in my pocket and just go, "There you go. Okay, what do you want to talk about now?" And and just fucking record it, because it's like cops are fucking liars, and they will fuck you up.
I have an interesting story, actually. So before I moved, I was renting a house in Spokane during the worst part of the pandemic here, when the most restrictions were in place.
Yeah.
And the upstairs neighbor moved out and the new one moved in. And he was training to be a cop. And I was just all like, oh, why do you want to do that? He's all like, well, I've been an EMT and I've been saving lives. I don't want to keep doing that. And in my head, I was like, cops don't. Oh, okay, buddy.
Keep being an EMT, for God's sake.
Yeah, I know. And his name was Zeon. I'm like, why is your name Zeon? Oh, my dad's a chemist. And I'm like, oh, God, this apple fell a long way from the tree. No, he said his name was Zeon.
So that's Xeon, is it?
Yeah, the element. And then and so and he just went on this whole spiel about how he's a good guy, great guy, whatever, all this shit. And I'm like, sure, great, that's great. And I just got his information in case something happened, because it's a corona. If anybody came around, I didn't want him coming around.
Yeah.
And then I went and got my groceries from the delivery person one day, and he was out front and he waved at me and said, "Hey, how you doing?" And I said, "I'm doing good. How are you doing?" And he's just all like, "You're doing pretty good, man. They already get me a car, and we're going and doing some pursuit training today. I'm super excited to drive fast." And he walked off to his car, and I'm like, and he's slowly becoming a sociopath.
Yeah. Good guys do join the police force, and they either become psycho or they get fucked over by the psychos in the police force, and they quit.
And of
or
course,
they just leave because they don't want to become psychos.
Yeah, because good people join and they either realize I can't be a good person and be a cop, or they become a fucking psycho.
Yeah. The funny thing about this guy, too, was that he was really short, and he was clearly bothered that he was a short person.
Oh, no, the overcompensation from short guys. Like, you got to watch out for me if I start wanting to overcompensate for being a short guy. You're in trouble. That's why the whole angry Aussie persona came up. That's fucking Napoleon complex.
Napoleon wasn't actually that short.
I mean, he was 5'7" or something, which was really...
he was just always like had a portrait next to like giant soldiers.
It was the equivalent of memes. It was the English slagging him. The stories they circulated about Napoleon was the equivalent of memes. It was 8chan shit talking Napoleon. Because what were the one of the popular English stories was when Napoleon had been at war for a while, and he was going to his wife was coming to meet him because she missed him, and she was coming to the camp, and his message to her was, "Don't wash," because he liked her being. He liked her being really dirty, and it was just it's just made up shit to slag Napoleon.
Yeah, he wasn't short.
He beat their ass for so many years. Finally, they did beat him, but
barely.
Barely. He beat their ass for so many years. They just made up all these stories about him.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, the really I like following the Napoleonic Wars, because to me it feels like that really was the first global conflict. Because at the same time all the stuff in Europe was happening, Britain was fighting another war in North America at the exact same time. Yeah. So it really, and it, also there was stuff happening in Africa as well. It really did feel like a more global conflict.
Yeah.
And it's just really fascinating. The thing I found interesting is that instead of just leaving Russia alone, because Russia started trading with Britain again, he was like, "I'm going to go to Moscow and I'm going to stop him." And I mean, it's one mistake. Mistake. The man could have had it all.
Big fucking mistake. Attack Russia in winter. That's a big mistake. But it's like you got like you look through history. You got Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, Napoleon. Just various people went, "I reckon I could take over the whole world." I honestly reckon I could. Oh, sorry. I just saw Laura waiting to join us. Hi, Laura.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good.
My excuse is I've had several
Dropped
drinks.
the ball there.
Alexander Great. That's a fascinating character to follow. Really, truly transformed the world.
How much did he conquer before he was 30? It was wild.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Every time I remember Alex the Great, and I think about the things he did and how old he was when he did it, I really feel like a lazy piece of shit, man.
Yeah. If you want to feel even more lazier, Isaac Newton invented calculus before he was 21.
Mm-hmm.
And that was during a plague.
Yeah.
He had a year to just sit by himself and work out shit, and worked out calculus.
Well, he did it on a dare as well. Because there was no mathematics available to calculate the orbits of the planets. So he was dared to do it, and he invented calculus as a result.
Yeah, basically what happened was someone tweeted, "You think you're so smart, ...
Yes. it was the shit talking of that particular century. Yeah.
Never underestimate someone that's pissed off.
Yeah.
Never.
Absolutely.
Never. Someone who is pissed off but intelligent is probably your worst enemy.
I remember this joke. Who remembers the sitcom about cops from the 80s called Barney Miller?
I remember that. I enjoyed that show.
It was a pretty funny sitcom.
It was a good one.
They had this one character who was smart but really annoying. And in one of the episodes, one of the cops brings someone in because someone's ratted on this guy saying he was building a nuclear bomb. And so this cop who's not very smart brings him in with this apparatus he's built. And none of them know, what is it? Is it dangerous? What is it? And the smart guy walks in while they're interviewing him and goes, "Hey, who built the nuclear bomb?" And it didn't have any uranium, but it was a working thing of a bomb. And the whole thing, and there were two payoffs in the end where they decided the guy hadn't actually broken a law because he didn't have any uranium. And he said to the cops, I only got a C in physics. Like, imagine what the guys who got an A could do, especially if they were pissed off. And
they were the scientists in the Manhattan Project, weren't they?
Yeah. And then the smart guy said to them when they're all going like, "That was all a bit weird, wasn't it?" And he went, "Hey, does anyone want to know how much uranium goes missing every year?"
Oh God. Yeah. Well, the thing about a crude nuclear bomb actually has explosives in it. And
it has a detonator, yes.
Yeah, like made of like C4 or some sort of explosive.
In the context of Barney Miller, this thing was all the mechanical elements without any explosive elements. So yeah, you would have needed to add C4 to be a detonator, and then uranium to make the chain reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So and again, it was just a dumb sitcom in the 80s. But
I mean, you think you think nuclear weapons are dangerous and uranium getting lost is dangerous. You know what's dangerous is how easy it is for someone to make a biological weapon.
Oh yeah,
or just a dirty bomb.
Oh, that's Trump.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's my son's bedroom.
Yeah. Teenage boys' bedroom.
One of the biggest concerns for people, but before the pandemic happened, was someone taking a deadly virus and slightly changing it to be more contagious and putting it on a dollar bill.
Oh yeah, and just circulating it through the population.
Yep, that was a big concern, and now pandemic is here, and it just proves even more that at any moment, that's all it takes. And you wouldn't crush a country with that. You could possibly end the actual world as we know it by doing that.
You wouldn't download a virus.
Or would I?
Yes. Or would I?
Yeah. The John Oliver's Last Week Tonight just started up again this year, and his first episode was about the next pandemic, and just all these people about things, and just this really serious scientist talking about their nightmare of a virus that has a 30 to 60% fatality rate, which they say is completely plausible, and just basically saying if this gets out in the wild, we are so fucked.
Which, I mean, the thing is that we have tools to stop that, but we won't use them in a lot of countries.
Yeah.
So that's terrible. The other thing too that's really going to be interesting in a very morbid way is we have to see how many people will die from COVID long term.
And yeah, that's long term. That's a 5-year thing.
Yeah, the scary thing is that in the NHS has been doing surveys, and they've got some great stuff coming out, and they're saying that as of right now, from what they've seen, 1 out of every 8 people that have COVID die from it long term in the course of a year. So in 2 years, does that become 2 out of 8?
Yeah. In the more vulnerable groups, it's worse. Like they're saying in America, black people are losing 3 years of life from infection. And this is the most damning thing, and I cannot believe it's not a bigger story, but people just ignore it. Like whenever there's a thing about who's vulnerable in Australia, and so now they're talking about who gets the vaccine, they start off with over 75-year-olds, and then they go, or Indigenous Australians over 50. And then they go, the next group is, 50-year-old white people or 30-year-old Indigenous people. And I go, how the fuck is that not a bigger story that they're just straight out saying, oh, health results for Indigenous Australians are so fucking shit. And it's just like, they suffer what white people 20 years older suffer. It's fucked.
It is. And the scary thing to me is with the case count so high in the United States is that 5 years from now, what will the death toll be?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's terrifying.
Well,
that's terrifying.
Third world countries won't get this sorted in the next year or two.
Yeah.
They're not going to get it sorted for the next decade.
Yeah.
There's something that amuses me, and I say amuses me, I mean that in a somewhat cynical sense, about the American politics thing. So older people tend to vote more conservatively.
Yes.
I've heard
And they suffer more.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean
that's
they
because
hold
poor
on to
people
Trump.
die early.
Yeah, it doesn't mean say they hold on to what Trump was doing, but more that they'd vote Republican because that's what I do. I vote Republican, whoever they put in, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder whether Trump lost because his inept handling of COVID killed off a lot of old people.
It isn't so much that they killed off people, but it is absolutely 100% COVID that
it's
lost
100% COVID because the number of votes that decided the election were 43,000 votes. That's it. Biden didn't get a landslide. He didn't get. Honestly, he barely won. To be honest, he barely won. He should have actually lost that election. From what I saw, I figured that had it not been a pandemic, he would have lost. And mind you, those 43,000 the people that would have shown up voted for Trump, did they die or were they just sick?
Yeah, and also just the perception, because Trump did absolutely fuck the handling of COVID. Without COVID, Trump would have absolutely crushed Biden. It wouldn't have even been close.
Yeah, and what's scary to me now is that Biden is now starting to fumble his COVID response, which is horrifying to think about.
There's one question I have. How many of them thought Trump was going to win and said, "Oh, I don't need to go vote"?
Probably
not.
I
reckon there was a lot of that. I reckon there was a lot.
I don't know about that because the Republican base is very, 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 very ready to go. So I don't know about that. But
I have the same opinion, but it's more the idea that the Republicans know that they're outweighed by the Democrat people. However, an awful lot of Democrat people can't be bothered to vote. And so
and Republicans gerrymander and fix elections to the shares.
And commit voter fraud too. People that usually commit voter fraud are right-wing people. The thing that's freaking me out though is Biden's starting to fumble his COVID response. We still don't have the stimulus checks that he promised day one 2 months ago. And the other thing that worried about me is they didn't charge Trump with anything.
Yeah.
Nothing. So
well,
he's just
the impeachment trial wasn't a criminal thing.
well.
It was political. So they literally couldn't charge him with anything.
But the thing that worries me is that now he has all the political capital. He has all the backing. He's now the underdog. They tried to get him. They couldn't get him because he's right and he's infallible and he's unstoppable. He will win if he runs, he will destroy Biden. Period.
I don't know. And I think it's a very real risk. Also, because Biden said he was only ever going to run for one term.
Yep.
So
They definitely explained that away. That hasn't been in the national media for a while now, but that he did say that before.
Yeah.
So
that would mean Kamala Harris. So who knows?
Sorry.
That's okay. She's just a cop, man. She's just. But yeah, no. The next couple of years will be interesting because God knows what's actually going to happen. Do you want cold water? I got cold water.
Ooh. Speaking of next couple of years, great news. I have my enhanced ID, so I am one step closer to moving to Canada.
That's right. You want to go to Canada? Yeah.
Fuck this place, man. I'm tired of this shit.
Blame Canada. Blame
Oh my God.
Canada.
I love that. Again, God, we were talking about Team America for the South Park guys write good songs. There's you can find a lot of flaws in what they do, but they write good songs.
They definitely do write good songs. I mean, Team America is practically a musical.
Yeah. Oh my God, I still love the theme song. That whole thing where it puts up for them to come in here, America, and then just the power chords. America, fuck yeah, coming to save the motherfucking day now. It's just like, oh my God, that's only 10% past all the 80s action movie themes.
So speaking of being American and ridiculous, you want to hear something funny? There was a chud today. We call Trump supporters around here chuds.
Yeah,
and he had a big pickup truck, an old Ford with a cup with a Trump flag and an American flag, and he was at the light next to me, and he was revving his engine, and there's a giant sticker in the back of my car that says it's electric. And he's revving his engine because what he's going to do is he's going to coal roll me. So what they do is they modify their exhaust so they can dump a bunch of emissions on top of you. And so we start getting ready to rev his engine to do that. And I don't think he understands that my car goes 0 to 60 in about 6 seconds.
Yeah.
And I have 300 horsepower.
It's electric, yeah.
Yeah, I whooped his ass as soon as that light changed. Boom! I whooped his ass, and he was. Oh my God! I love electric cars because no one realizes they're fast till they drive one.
They can produce a lot of torque.
Yeah, I have
When
a
needed.
little Holden Cruise that happens to be turbocharged. So it's a little hatchback, but it happens to be turbocharged. And sometimes it lights when I want to get ahead of someone. And I'll be in some like massive fucking 4-wheel drive, and they're going to take me. And I just floor it because I got this small car that happens to be turbocharged, and they're just absolute. Because I don't have like sports wheels or any stupid shit on my car, and I just like shoot off when the lights change, and you can just see them going, "What? What was that?" What?
The face on that redneck in his truck was just so fun.
That does sound good.
I love it. So good. It's so good.
Satisfying.
Yeah, that's fun. And then the people that modify their Honda Civics to try and race, but they're like,
Oh God,
don't do a good job. And then at a light, I just whoop their ass so quick they can't even see my rear end anymore.
Yeah.
I spent $5,000 on these rims.
or they put a different exhaust on so it sounds like it's all it is.
I have two stories about the people who do up their cars to make them look
Yeah,
you
for
know.
my potato salad.
So the first one is someone had a Vauxhall Corsa. I don't know if you know what a Vauxhall Corsa is. It's like a small car, kind of bubble shaped, came out in the early 90s. And what they would do, there was like must have been a couple of lads, and they were basically doing it gradually, but they were using it as a regular car as well. So every week you'd hear it or see it go by, and I live on a main road. So you'd hear it coming. It's like, oh, let's have a look what they've done this week. So it'd have a bit of wing fairing on. So it'd have like, you know when you got the fairings around the wheel arches.
Oh yeah.
Well, like it should have big wheels, but didn't. That kind of thing. So, so it was entertaining watching it. But the problem is, all it was just a normal car, and they put body kit bits on it to make it look cool, and they put some bucket seats in it, and they replaced the exhaust with the stupid one, which sucked the power out of it, because exhausts are designed specifically to give the best performance out of the car. So when you hear a car that goes, the Doppler effect kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you can imagine a car setting off from the lights, but doing it in slow motion, so it sounds like it's going 60 miles an hour, but it's actually doing about 25. So like, but it's actually going really slowly past, as opposed to a Predator or something that just does sound like it's going fast. So that was the first one, and then the second one was riding down towards the train station one day, and I see a car coming up the opposite direction. It's yellow. It's a Ford not Ford, excuse me. It was a Fiat Punto or something like that, like a goldfish style size thing.
Yeah.
And it was bright yellow with two black racing stripes up over it, and a big exhaust and all that kind of stuff. And on the side, it had a sticker, Fast and Furious. And that just made me chuckle. It's basically, it's less Fast and Furious, more like quickish and mildly irritated.
Oh, God.
So it was the Chihuahua of cars then.
Yeah.
I remember seeing a Toyota Corolla in the city, and its personalized number plate was Gangster, and I'm like, yeah, Toyota Corolla, Gangster.
Yeah, that just screams gangster to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jesus.
Wow.
Piss weak.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that was pretty.
That's hilarious.
It's like, dude, that's so embarrassing. What are you doing?
And actually, speaking of funny, silly car things, there was this sitcom on Fox back in the early 2000s when the second Ford Thunderbird came out, and the guy had like a big house in LA and everything, and so they were walking up, and his friends are like, "All right, so we're gonna take a ride." He's like, "Yeah, all right, let's get in the Thunderbird, let's go." And he's like, "What are you nuts? If I drive that in LA, I'm gonna get mugged. No, let's get in the box truck." And then he drives the box truck he bought down into the city.
There.
God
That's
damn.
funny. That's funny.
I've found it. Got a picture for your angry.
Oh, let me have a look. What's the
Chihuahua was
picture?
mentioned, so it's like.
That's funny. That's funny.
I grew up with them. My parents really like Chihuahuas, so I grew up with Chihuahuas, and they're the most annoying, stupid dogs I've ever met. They're the worst.
There's an arsehole on the internet, like many other arseholes, but used to be a friend, became an arsehole. And I was really disappointed when I actually met them, because they're kind of one of these like loud, brash,
Asshole.
kind of people on the internet. But when it comes to real life, they're actually quite timid and sort of crippled by insecurity. And so, but not only that, he's found sort of, some friend, and she just comes out with the stupid inane shit. Sort of tries to talk tough as well. And it's comical, because if you can imagine, the guy is like a Chihuahua. Makes it out to be fierce and everything, but actually really quite timid. And then but he's like a biggish dog. And then you've got her, who's like the younger one. It's like, yeah, bark, 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 bark.
Oh God!
It's funny watching. Like, unfortunately, she is she is worse than he is when it comes to politics. Just to give you an idea, someone who does porn, she's a porn actress. She's on Twitter, and this girl said that she was trying to groom young teenage girls into prostitution, porn prostitution, and now is being sued for it.
Yeah.
Because the thing about the porn industry, got a lot of money.
Yeah.
And she thinks that being Canadian will help her.
I don't know. The internet's full of wackos, but
yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Like me.
I want to make one more drink. What sounds more interesting, like a version of the Princess Bubblegum I made for my son earlier. So I end up with a pink, frothy, super girly drink and call it a Princess Bubblegum. Or this one is called an Eastern Sin. It has Scotch, cherry brandy, orange curacao, vermouth, pineapple juice.
I like the sin. I like to get the
Anything
sin.
with pineapple juice is a win.
Yeah, the
Any
Eastern
sin
Sin
is fun.
really interesting. Borderline racist, but interesting. And it comes from a book published in 1937. So yeah, I think the guy who invented it probably had some sort of opium den sex fantasy in his head when he called it Eastern Sin. I don't know what's called Eastern because it's got fucking Scotch in it, but
Interesting and borderline racist. Sounds like Joe Biden.
Oh, Joe Biden is such a fucking weirdo, honestly. He's been hasn't he been keeping it low key since he's been president?
Yeah. Like he hasn't touched anybody at all.
Yeah.
In
He hasn't
any weird
sniffed
manner.
Or sniffed people's hair.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah, no, nothing since Iowa when he was sucking on his wife's finger.
Yeah. That was the last really weird thing he did.
Mhm.
But that whole sniffing hair and sort of being like every time he did that publicly, I was like, dude, people can fucking see you, right?
Well, you see, Angry, his medication's been bumped up, so.
I think so. Yeah, it's just like, oh my God, that just flashed back. There was a hilarious thing in one of the earlier seasons of The Crown on Netflix when Jackie Kennedy interacted with the Queen and then trash talked her at some social gathering. And then she asked for a meeting to apologize to the Queen. And she basically said, me and Jack are dosed up on amphetamines every day. We have a physician who injects us every day so we can make all these social engagements. And she's basically just said, I was off my fucking tree and just talking shit. And I really regret saying bad things about you, but it was because this guy gets me hopped up on goofballs every day. And it's just like, Jesus. Because Kennedy had a really bad back injury from the Korean War.
Yeah,
and
he could only sit in one chair.
Yeah, he was on serious painkillers because he had a really bad back injury. And so he was like fucked off his nut most of the time on stuff that a physician was injected into him.
And yet he averted nuclear war with the Soviets for a brief time.
And that's what I said, like the Cuban Missile Crisis, apparently he was kept going by being whacked up every day with a fucking cocktail of drugs. Mm-hmm. And it was just to keep him going without any sleep. And it's like because that was razor's edge shit, the Cuban Missile Crisis. And he saved the world from just horror. But yeah, the story goes, he was high as a kite.
The Cuban Missile Crisis could all have been avoided if Truman wasn't. Eisenhower wasn't such a dick, was it?
Yep.
I think it was Eisenhower.
Yeah.
Effectively, what happened was, revolution happens in Cuba because the poor people were living in poverty, and rich people were lining it up, and basically taking the country for granted, effectively. And so they have a revolution, and then what's his name? Castro goes to America to try to, try and arrange some kind of an agreement, some trade agreement, that kind of stuff. And I'm sure it was Truman or Eisenhower. Eisenhower, I think it was. Wouldn't even meet him. He was playing golf, and he let the vice president chat to him. But nothing was going to happen.
In fact, they treated Castro so shitty at the UN that he ended up hanging out with Malcolm X in Brooklyn instead of going to the United Nations. So there's a photo of them hanging out.
Yeah, so the end result was effectively, the Russians saying, "Hey, we'll give you a good price for your tobacco and sugar.
We'll be friends. Just join us.
It will help you out." Didn't have anybody else.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it also helped that he was a communist, but
he wasn't that much of a communist, though. He was really
he was definitely guerrilla. Yeah, he was a revolutionary.
He's a revolutionary.
He was definitely a revolutionary socialist. He was a guerrilla war fighter as well. So it really a whole grassroots thing, which I do think the Soviets kind of admired, because that's kind of how their whole thing started.
The thing is, it comes down to you can certainly say that Castro was a socialist.
He definitely was, yeah.
And unfortunately, people conflate communism and
socialism.
Yeah,
they're not the same thing. They're very different things. But interesting thing was Kennedy actually read a book right before the Cuban Missile Crisis called "The Guns of August," which details how the European powers came into World War I, and it helped him remember, whilst he was on all those drugs, that this book on my desk, The Guns of August, like, I gotta stop this. So that's part of the reason why that didn't happen, was a book that was written called The Guns of August. It's a very great read.
I think it was wild how long Castro had held power,
right?
Because America really wanted to get him out, and they just failed for decades.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's like they got great health care, and you give people great health care and decent education.
Again,
they're going to be for you.
Standards of education and health care. Yeah.
You know what made me chuckle the most, though? The whole Bear Peg stuff.
Oh my God.
Was incredibly amusing, to the point that some was it CIA guys, I think it was, literally went to a Cuban bar and openly said, "Hey, do you want to help us overthrow Castro?" It was literally that simple. They didn't like speak to someone quietly. They just went to a Cuban bar. That was their opening salvo.
Yeah,
that's funny. And actually, speaking of that, there was a really funny moment this week with the new Secretary of State, where I think Venezuela arrested a couple people that they found out were connected to the U.S. that were trying to overthrow their government again. And the lady was just all like, we don't have anything to do with trying to overthrow the Venezuelan government. We have nothing at all to do. We have no ties to anything Venezuela. I'm like, and then one of the reporters cuts her off and says, "I'm sorry, that hasn't been the United States policy in a very, very, very long time. As in, they overthrow governments all the time in Latin America." And the Secretary of State was just all like, she didn't even respond.
Yeah.
So that was hilarious stuff. I don't know. I mean, they are going hard at Venezuela. I don't know. Just give up already. Good God.
There's another.
They still have oil. They still have oil.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, no one tell America this, but fish got oil.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I also think that was kind of the joke in the Star Wars movie Rogue One, when Jen Erso's prison transport gets intercepted by rebels, and the robot sticks its head in and goes, "You are being rescued. Please do not resist."
Yeah.
It was just like, we're the good guys. Do what we say or we'll fuck you up. And it's just like...
Yeah, that's funny stuff.
Well, no one tell America that one of the moons of Saturn, Titan, has like billions of liters of hydrocarbons, methane mostly, and other complex hydrocarbons. Sounds like
Yeah.
Titan needs some freedom.
Sounds
Yeah,
like
I mean, I
that
don't
sounds
know.
like
To be honest,
delicious pollution.
I think you could actually power the country by just, using the bullshit that comes out of politicians' mouths.
Yeah.
Oh, Trump could power the whole world with his crap. Then
One of the most
I wish it was that simple.
things that I studied about the Vietnam War stuff. And there was a
That's a
South
war.
Vietnamese politician that wasn't playing the CIA game, shall we say. And so they decided to plot to get him out of office by making it out like he was a womanizer.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, what they didn't understand, that unlike America, which has now changed thanks to Trump, of course, if a politician was found out to be a womanizer, it'd be like, oh my God, I can't keep my job, I need to resign.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't work like that in that part of the world. So, basically the people's attitude towards it is, you can get 2 women at the same time, go on you.
Yeah. Where do I sign?
I mean, actually, that's funny. That reminds me. The other day, I watched Office Space with my girlfriend, and I remember that joke where the guy's like, two chicks at the same time. That's what I do with $1 million. And he's all like, what would you do other than 2 chicks at the same time? Yeah, obviously. But I mean, who wouldn't?
I haven't watched that in so long. I'm due for a rewatch, I think.
Yeah, I hadn't watched it for a long time. We're gonna watch Zombieland 1 and 2 next.
I saw that on TV, and then the next day
2
I went
is not that great.
to the DVD because I thought it was so good.
Yeah.
Office
I thought
Space.
2 was fine.
Office
2 made
Space.
me laugh. Yeah. I for years I've been wanting to get a red stapler, but I haven't bought one yet. I really want one.
The Swingline. They made the company Swingline started making those staplers after that
the movie.
because
Yeah.
of it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Very, very interesting.
Yeah. Office Works. No, sorry, that's a shop. Office.
Okay, I got to ask a question because I don't know this whole Facebook in Australia thing. What? I don't understand why this is a problem. It's like, how dare Facebook say we're not going to give you the news with our platform? Then
we just talked about this, which is funny.
Yeah, but very short version. Murdoch's News Corp dictated a policy to our conservative government and said Facebook has to give us money just because, and Facebook and Google. And they've taken different tactics. Google started to cut individual deals with media outlets to pay them some money. Facebook went nuclear and said, okay, no one's allowed to post news stories from Australian sources, and no one in Australia is allowed to post any news links at all. Mm-hmm. And it's basically like Facebook's going, fuck you, you can't tell us what to do. And it's probably not going to work for Facebook. But
if anything, it's just going to ruin their website in Australia for the next few years.
They've clearly decided we can't let this happen in Australia, or it will happen around the world. Doesn't look like it's going to work out that well for them, especially with Google kind of undercutting them. So it's just dumb. It's basically Facebook has decided if this goes ahead, this will cost us billions worldwide. So we're going to say you can't live without us, and it's probably not going to work for them. But in terms of our conservative government acting at the behest of Rupert Murdoch versus the shit show that is Facebook, who do you barrack for? Like, I've tried to explain to people, it's like if you happen to see a pedophile and a Nazi in a fight and someone goes, who do you want to win? And it's like, oh, could they knock each other out?
I mean, like, from an outside perspective, I mean, the longer it goes, the funnier it gets. So.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, and good morning, clapping for chlamydia. And,
great name.
Shane
Great
H.
name. Great name. Bad memories. Good name, though.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Took you a minute.
Oh, you went there. Okay.
Went Well, AZ's not here, so
Yeah,
Speaking
no,
about
no.
stupid law type stuff, there's an amusing one going on in the UK where the Minister for Culture or whatever it is now talking about this thing about how cancel culture is awful, and so we should force universities and things like that to allow anyone they like to speak. Like, you know, and the comedy about it is that the number of times this has actually happened, someone has been cancelled, has been twice, and but it wasn't actually cancelled because Jeremy Corbyn realised that he was the Labour leader at the time. They realised that the venue was too small, so they moved to a bigger one.
Yeah, and there's actually particularly in
by the way, sorry, 2 times out of 7,000 times.
Yeah. Particularly in America, there is a much bigger issue with right-wing people trying to shut down the speech of left-wing people. That is just the actual reality. There's this absolutely farcical public discourse that the left is shutting down free speech, when the measurable, real, objective truth is right-wingers are consistently trying to make left-wing people lose their jobs. That is
that's really true. That's really true. Yeah. Well, I was in a political group in college, and we were based in 2 universities, and the level of shit we had to go through just to have events, and then they literally sponsored white nationalists without a second question. They literally had someone bring in a documentary that said Muslim people are animals.
Yep.
When half the student population at the university was Muslim.
Yeah.
But we couldn't have a talk about how, regardless of religion, we can get along.
Yeah.
It was
the real problem
nightmare.
is conservatives trying to make left-wing people lose their jobs.
I mean, hell, what was a couple years ago there was that Milo guy.
Milo Yiannopoulos.
The Nazi. They were letting him try and have him speak at places, and everywhere he went, he got harassed and like punched in the face and everything. And all of a sudden now he's not a Nazi anymore. He's woken up. He's trying to be a better person.
He actually got kicked off the right-wing Twitter alternative, Parler, because they actually realized they are legally liable for people who incite crime. And it's like, yeah, free speech. And everyone on there talks about killing the darkies. And it's like, oh, wait, if one of these people actually goes out and does it, we're actually legally liable. Milo Yiannopoulos actually got kicked off Parler because he was saying this thing about killing illegal immigrants, and he paid people to kill illegal immigrants, and it got him kicked off Parler because they're just like, no, you can't actually instigate people to.
Well, what's funny is that now I think that'd probably be fine. That's how bad it's gotten on that website.
Yeah,
I'm going to quote.
Didn't the website get shut down?
I think it did, but they're doing to get it back up.
It resurfaced.
Yeah.
I'm going to quote a certain person here whose first name starts with angry.
Yes.
And this is, you've got to be 10 years ago now. So it was basically, the quote was, there's been a bunch of shark attacks off the coast of Egypt lately. And so you know what people do? They blame the Jews. Yep. The Mossad is responsible for training sharks to damage the tourist economy in Egypt. And the thing about it is that exact same logic is almost like the Democrats. Oh, the Republicans saying you're going to blame it on the Democrats. Like that. It wasn't Trump supporters. It was Antifa.
Yeah, actually,
so weird.
That was weird. You know what else is weird is that in Texas they blamed the power outages on a couple hundred wind turbines that they didn't buy the winter package for.
Yeah, it's like that's like this tiny part of the grid, and all the coal and gas-fired grid failed.
And mind you, they called it the Green New Deal. Now, the problem is that Texas is actually one of the leaders in renewable energy. So I guess those Republicans are real hard on for their Green New Deal.
Yeah, they have been saying some weird. And Ted Cruz took a holiday to
Cancun, yeah. And the only other weird thing, too, is like, I don't understand. They had a winter storm in 2011. They installed the wind turbines after that. Like, they have wind turbines in Norway, guys. It's colder than a freezer there for 6 months out of the year. The wind turbines are the problem. You are.
Yeah. No, the scientific stations in Antarctica have wind turbines and solar cells for their power because there's no other way to get power there, and they're fine in Antarctica.
Yeah. It's called the cold weather package. I don't know if you've heard it. Simmons sells it, actually. You can buy it from him.
It's wild.
It is wild. Yeah. I mean, we got wind farms here, and good Lord, they get like 20 feet of snow because they're just on the edge of the mountain ranges. And it's like, I think those wind turbines are just fine.
Do you know what? I wouldn't be I know this sounds like a really stupid thing to sort of suggest, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if some idiotic politician basically said, well, it doesn't really get that cold in Texas. And besides, with global warming, it's going to heat up anyway, so we're not going to have any problems.
Someone's probably already saying that. Probably that lady that came up with the giant Jewish space laser.
Yes. The Jewish space laser that caused the fires.
Yeah.
Or who was the politician who brought a snowball into?
I forget his name, one of
the chambers.
It was literally
and therefore,
in Washington.
Therefore, global warming isn't a thing.
I love. And then, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just Stephen Colbert's response to that was, on a similar note, world hunger is solved because I just had a sandwich.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it was a big sandwich.
Yeah. I love responding to people online who say that shit about, so much for global warming, like we've had a cold snap in the middle of winter. And I say, you know what? You win. That's absolutely right, because every single scientific paper on climate change and global warming said if it's ever cold anywhere at any time of year for any reason, then global warming's not real. They all say that. All the scientists say that. Global warming means it will never be cold anywhere ever for any reason. You've got us. You've got us. That's solid science.
Checkmate, atheists.
It's funny because it's kind of the opposite, because climate change makes weather more intense.
It is.
So,
it's more
like, so like, we had a mild winter, we had 1 day of snow, and then it melted away. Why did we get snow? I mean, we never get snow. We got 10 inches of snow, and then it just vanished. That's climate change.
Yeah.
It's very, very strange indeed.
Yes. These people are very fucking weird, is all I can say.
They are.
And that whole thing with the sandwich, that is literally the logic they use. And that checkmate, I love the phrase checkmate atheists, but because my favorite one was an actual real one that nutcase from TV, Kirk Cameron, said.
He's weird.
He the banana one?
Real, because they're curved perfectly to fit the human hand, and that couldn't have happened by accident. Checkmate atheist. It's like, dude, okay, 2 points. That is just on its surface a remarkably stupid thing to say. Second, that banana was genetically engineered by humans over a century or so, because the base bananas were these short little fat things, and they
all died out. The bananas were going extinct.
Yeah. They selectively bred bananas to be this, and it's just like, and it doesn't fit perfectly into the human hand, you nutcase.
I mean,
what are you even saying?
Chimpanzees love bananas too.
Yeah. Think about it. Yeah.
Checkmate religions.
Yeah. Sajuk, hello, Sajuk. How you doing?
That's that's what I'm gonna say. So they say checkmate atheists. I'll say checkmate religion.
I just like saying checkmate atheists to everything, out of context. It's just the funniest thing.
It's a good phrase. I love
Yeah, there's another thing that's going on in the UK at the moment, and that's the good old transphobe, gender critical. They like to call themselves, which is the equivalent of alt-right. Alt-right,
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah.
Saying that
No,
we're not
you got it
racist,
right
we're
the
just
first time.
altered, But anyway, so there's going to be a census in the UK this year.
Mhm.
And one of the things on the census is going to be, were you born with the gender that that you identify with now? And the reason is because we don't actually know how many transgender people there are in the UK. So the idea the
Okay.
census would help.
That's
do
exactly
that.
what the census is for.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, except for it's according to the TERFs, transphobes, it's to squeeze in self ID and erase women.
Yeah.
Of course.
Absolutely.
So let's dissect this argument here, right? So it says, all right, so were you born as the gender that you are now, or do you identify differently? Okay, great. So they have to choose a gender, whichever one they want to, whether it's non-conforming or not. Yep. Regardless of what they choose, you're trying to tell me that no one's gonna choose female?
Yeah.
That's their argument, that everyone's gonna be a dude.
Yeah.
Well, like I say,
it's like my existence erases like other people's.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's basically their mindset is if trans women count as women, therefore, and they were born with penises, and they might even still have penises, or probably do have penises, rather, because most people. Therefore, woman equals man, was a man with penis.
Yeah, it's
includes
very...
people with penises. Therefore,
you can't break down the logic because it doesn't work. There's no logic to break down.
Because the real logic is they're scared that they're going to have sex with an attractive person and realize that they have a penis, and they're truly terrified of having sex with someone with a penis.
Well, I tell you what it comes down to. Back in the 60s, 70s, the radical feminists, lesbians, they had this, sorry, many of them were lesbians, but certainly radical feminists. They decided that they were going to have, safe spaces. And ironically, they were well ahead of the safe space arguments, because the idea is they wanted to have a safe space where only women were. Because men are bad and dangerous and, rape you and stuff like that, And so that would be their home, would be their safe space. No men allowed at all.
A concept I agree with in theory.
Yeah, the problem is that, they to the point that they wouldn't allow the gas man to come to check the meter. It'd have to be a gas woman if one of them existed in the 60s, 70s, that.
Yeah.
So, and that was where they were going. And so the idea of someone like me or Abigail saying that we're women is now removed, is watering down what the definition of woman is. And the problem is that whenever they play the definition game, they're damaging what women have fought for, what feminism has fought for, because it's basically woman equals, because this is the way they set it out. Woman equals adult human female. What does female mean? Female equals can make babies. So basically,
ding, 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 ding.
And I've even seen some who say, well, those women that are, sterile, they're not real women.
Yes, I have actually seen them say that. I've seen.
Oh, yeah, that's so fucked up.
No true Scotsman fallacy right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, and it's like, by doing that, if women just equals can make babies, well, now we should limit what women can do with their bodies, because, of course, you don't want to damage the baby, so she better not work or do anything stressful because she might lose the baby.
Yeah.
Well, we need to limit their ability to do certain things and so on. It just unravels everything.
Yeah,
All because they don't like the idea of me using the women's bathroom.
Exactly. You know what's interesting about it is it reminds me of this old lady that used to commentary on sports for us at Portland State, and she had played all the college sports way back in the 60s, 70s, and back when she played, it was mandatory that the women's basketball team stopped every 4 to 5 minutes and have a water break because women are fragile.
Mm.
I just that was so mind blowing that that's where it was, and then now it's where it is now, and so it's shocking to be reminded about that stuff and how fucked up it was, and so
it's amazing how effectively women were treated as children.
Mm-hmm. They definitely were. They definitely were. Yeah.
And not only that, I mean, there was something amusing. So back in the 1840s or 1850s, that kind of time. This is a time where science was kind of emerging, really. Hardcore science. And so
hardcore science.
Yeah, I mean,
to the extreme.
These new railway things, these new train things.
Yes, the railway.
If they go through a tunnel at more than if they go more than 60 miles an hour, then people won't be able to breathe.
Yeah.
That was scientific fact until they discovered actually that isn't fact.
That's not true.
And then, but at that same time, the misogyny was women shouldn't go to university because if they did, the blood would go to their heads instead of to their brains instead of their genitals, and therefore they wouldn't be able to do what they're supposed to do, which is have babies.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was scientific fact.
Yeah. And the transfer to the UK at the moment is just wild. I have to admit, it made for a funny line that I quite enjoyed in the Philosophy Tube YouTube channel when Abigail came out as trans on that, saying, arguably, I'm one of the highest profile, publicly known trans people in the UK now. And she goes, yay, I'm the princess of Turf Island. And I just thought, such a funny line.
That's true, man. That's true. A lot of transphobia in the United Kingdom. So, yep, it's definitely not fun. I know. Yeah. My sister transitioned a few years ago, and oh my god, the questions I still fucking get from some family members are like, well, what are they? What genitalia do they have? I'm like, I don't want to know what my siblings' genitalia is. That's fucking gross. I don't care.
Do you want to know the really scary one? It's their obsession about trans women and trans girls using the bath, using the locker rooms or whatever.
Why are cis people obsessed with bathrooms? I want to know that.
Yeah. See, now here's the thing with bathrooms, right?
Let me just finish before.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
And it basically the idea of trans girls who have a penis getting changed with girls. Because boys are obviously predatory and want to rape girls because this is their mindset. If any other group of people obsessed about the genitals of children to the level that the transphobes do, we call them pedophiles.
Well, that's because they are. But yeah, no. So it's just like it's just the weirdest shit. The questions I get about like this and that and this, and like I don't know. It's not my damn business. I don't care what people do behind closed doors. I mean, you could be having threesomes every night with every genital and known to humankind. I don't care. If you're having fun, have at it, huh? Doesn't bother me none. Well, never has, never will.
This famous sexologist doctor who said that trans women don't exist. They're autogenophiles. Which is basically guys who get off at the idea of being women are basically going to get surgery to have them removed so they can't get up. And of course, they'll go sterile as well because that's what the medicines do, that's what the feminine hormones do. And it's like, no.
It expands to homophobes. Like gay dudes I know, when I see like some homophobe absolutely obsessing about what gay dudes do, gay dudes going, you think about dudes having sex more than I do. It's just like, it is really weird.
They do. They do. It is weird. It's fucking weird. It is like people are obsessed about what my sister, who I talk to every few months, is going through in their personal journey, and I'm like, I don't. What? They're my sister. I love them. Who cares? Like, that's all I have. I don't have any information to give you people.
I think the funniest thing, based on what you said, Angry, was I was in a hangout with a gay guy, and he was looking through the internet, and he found some religious guy saying, there's like 67 ways a man can have sex with another man, and the gay guy said, "Blimey, I only know 12."
Yeah.
I mean, shit, you're getting tipped. Yeah. And that's the thing, though. That's why so many conservatives are outed, because they're actually, gay, but they're closeted.
I have to admit, the one I love recently, because there's always, you get stories about either conservative Republican politicians or evangelical preachers who have been really homophobic publicly but are actually gay. Jerry Falwell Jr. cracked me up because he had this thing with a pool boy for a couple of years, and been playing pool boy mate. And you're like, oh, Jerry Falwell Jr. is gay. Turns out, no. Jerry Falwell Jr. is a literal cuck. He loves cuckold. He has a cuckold fetish. He was paying the pool boy to fuck his wife while he watched in the corner, which is fucking gold. That's fantastic.
That's definitely funny. That's definitely funny. Yeah, no, that's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. That's a whole weird fetish. I tell you what, someone asked me to do something to their partner, and I politely was like, "Ew, I'm not gonna do that. I'm sorry. I don't want someone watching me have sex with somebody else. That's weird." And the other thing too was just all like, for a split second, I thought about it because the wife was really hot.
I believe
he still thought about it, but no.
Thank goodness that kink shaming is my kink.
Yes.
I believe I know the reason why the homophobes they don't really care about lesbians very much. It's always gay men that they're obsessed.
They are more threatened by gay men.
And I think I know the reason, or at least maybe part of the reason.
Yeah.
And that is that men are stronger than women, generally speaking. And so, but a gay man could be stronger than you, and therefore, if they want to rape you.
That's the core of homophobia. It's literally phobia. It's literally fear. That is absolutely the core of homophobia.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. The fact that a man could be a victim. Holy shit.
Yeah.
They lose their minds over it.
A man could be treated the way that other men treat women.
Yeah. That is absolutely the core of homophobia. No two ways. And that's why gay men get it much worse than gay women, although gay women get a fair bit of shit too. But gay men get it worse because it is literally the phobia. It's the fear. Sorry, I just remembered a stand-up comic joke that I thought was really funny because it was wordplay. It's like, people give homophobia a bad name, but you don't know their story. Like, I got bitten by a spider when I was a kid, and I've had arachnophobia ever since. Maybe these homophobes got bitten by a gay dude, and and now they're scared. It could be that. You're just judging.
I was bitten by a radioactive gay man or lesbian. I don't know. I was too young, but now I'm super gay.
Yeah, it's super gay. I see Annette in the chat saying yes, particularly homophobic men are definitely afraid of other men looking at them the same way they look at women. Hi, Dingle Doty. Hello. You're sitting into a new place. I do remember some talk shows, and it was my favorite line of a standard thing, like a really homophobic guy thinking, "Hey, the gay guys, they want to grope you and stuff," and a gay dude on the panel just going, "Yeah, you know that ugly and stupid thing you have going on that turns the women off works on gay dudes as well."
Yeah.
I'm gonna-
True. Yeah. They think that like they're so desired by people that gay people might want them too. When they're not even. They're like these like single depressed bastards most of the time.
I'm gonna tell you something now. Don't judge me until you hear what I mean. I used to be homophobic, but not in the I hate gay people because they're gay.
Yeah.
I used to be scared of gay people because I'd heard of gaydar, and I was scared that they would see this transness in me and think I was gay.
It's a different dar.
I know.
Yeah.
Trans dar.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Different dar.
I didn't hate them for being gay or anything. I was just scared that they would effectively out me, and I didn't want them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear it. I hear that.
Yeah.
So in the literal sense, it was homophobia,
Actual
but it
fear.
wasn't hatred.
Yeah. Oh, I grew up. I was absolutely homophobic and racist and misogynist and every fucking thing that my small country town encouraged people to be. I was absolutely all of those things, and I think it's important that I basically admit I was super homophobic and racist and whatnot. It's just the world expanded a little bit, and I was like, oh, maybe all those little insular attitudes I grew up with, not great. Maybe they were not great, and should broaden a bit. But
Yeah, I had a lucky childhood. I grew up in a poor neighborhood with an eclectic a grouping of people. So I was shown a lot of things that takes a lot of people to see.
yeah.
So
Oh, and also definitely was talking about homophobia literally being fear. The racism in the town I grew up in was
yeah.
fear. It was fear.
It's
And
fair.
because you've got any group of white kids just sitting around talking, and I saw this a couple times. We had this youth group where we'd go and chat more, and we split up into different groups. And the group I was in just randomly ended up talking about, oh, my deepest fear is I'm walking down the street at night and some Aboriginals gang up on me and beat me up. And we went into the other room to meet up with the other people. They were in the middle of this conversation about how they're freaked out at some Aboriginals ganging up on them and beating them up. It never happened. It never happened to any of us, but it had been ingrained in us. They're dangerous. They're dangerous. They're threatening. And it was wild. And the basis of the racism in the town where I grew up was 100% fear.
Fear, yeah, because it's an interesting standpoint because, I mean, Aboriginal people in Australia, I mean, God, they learned to deal with Australia.
Yeah. They are actually a pretty tough people.
I mean, to be fair, you guys, changed the geography and adapted, but they didn't change much of anything. They just were there.
They worked with the environment, which takes a particular sort of toughness. But yeah, it was actually really weird. And that might have been one of my first awakenings. Like, how did these two completely different groups randomly end up talking about the same thing, that they're paranoid about getting beaten up? And it never fucking happens.
Yeah.
And okay, not never. Fights happen and whatnot, but we all thought that was the single greatest threat to our lives. Randomly, a group of Aboriginals would beat us up, and it never happened. And I think that might have been one of the first times I thought, "Ooh, geez, maybe we're thinking wrong here."
Yeah, when I was a kid,
It's similar to what's going on with the UK about how, we shouldn't have self-ID for trans women, so basically transgender people can just declare who they are. The problem is that it comes with legal requirements, which are you're not allowed to fake it. If you fake it, that's a crime. And you go to jail for such crimes. They've done it in multiple countries in the world now. It's about 6, I think it is. Malta, Ireland, Brazil. So, and the idea is that I could basically declare that I'm female, self-ID, and I don't have to get some psychiatrist to tell me that, diagnose me with gender dysphoria or whatever. So, the transphobes are like, no, we can't have that because, because men can pretend to be women to get into women's spaces. And it's like, okay, in those other countries, it isn't happening. There hasn't been a rise of things happening as a result of this, but not, which is what their, scaremongering is. But on top of that, it's not even necessary because number one, it's still a crime to molest someone, rape someone.
Yeah, they act like it's not a crime.
Or transgender or not, or whatever. It still fucking, goes beyond consent, and that's a crime.
Yeah, because
and then the second one, of course, is that I forgot what I was saying now. Guys can just be guys and do it. They slip in while there's no one looking.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's just all like, yes, rape is against the law, unless you're a white dude with a little bit of money, and then all of a sudden you can get away with sexual assault and rape almost all the time, especially in the United States. So
are you talking about Trump or Biden now?
That's a good one. But yeah, no. So that's they're like it's a crime. We can't let this happen because this is a crime. Well, isn't rape a crime? And I was all like, well, if you're a white guy with money, not really. At least not in this country. You can get away with a hell of a lot of shit, which I think is really fucked up. But reminding me of something else I was going to talk about earlier is about the bathroom thing. Is in downtown Portland, they have an all-gendered bathroom. And it's just a bunch of separated stalls that use the same hand washing sink area. And it's the best goddamn bathroom in downtown Portland. I can walk in, I can open the door. There's like 15 shitters. I could just walk in, get a toilet, get my business done, and get out. I don't have to wait for any lines. I don't have to sit there and wait for like 3 guys to get out to use the one sit down toilet because there's only 3 urinals and everyone needs to use a sit down toilet. I have to sit there and wait for 3 people to poop in front of me, and the women's bathroom has a line. I'm just like, oh my god, I gotta poop. I gotta do that there. No, I just go Pioneer Square, all gendered bathroom, plenty of stalls. It's fan-fucking-tastic.
For anybody watching, do you know what the real difference between a men's toilet and a women's toilet, other than urinals not being in the women's toilet? And that is that women's bathrooms don't smell like piss.
Yes, they don't. They don't.
Also, and this is a real thing, and it's much less of a thing now, but when I grew up, it was an incredibly pronounced thing. Women's toilets were much nicer. They had pretty things and tiles and whatnot because women needed things to be pretty and men felt less than manly if the public toilets weren't just gross as fuck. And that's a real thing I grew up with. Public toilets for men's being utilitarian to the point of gross, and women's public toilets being pretty and having lots of nice tiles.
I tell you what, the cleanest bathrooms are the bathrooms with one toilet for everybody, because everyone wants to keep that shit clean, literally.
You know what else is amusing? That the only reason why women's toilets exist, public toilets, exist, is because the men were fed up with the women using them. The men arranged to get women to have their own toilets because they were taking over the toilets.
I could see that. I could see that. That's for sure.
I have to go.
Okay.
I am falling unconscious with fatigue.
Well,
and
you
it's
lasted
20
a
to
really
1.
long time.
Considering I only had like 3 or 4 hours sleep last night because of chronic pain. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you for the lively conversation. Live long and prosper. The thumb goes out. It's like that. Angry. Yeah, that's better.
All right.
See ya.
Bye.
God,
And
that's just
now
reminded
it's
me, I
just
wanted to have a whole thing with Abigail about some Star Trek stuff, and I forgot. But anyway, another night.
now it's just the
Well,
four of us.
I think I'll tap out too.
Oh, now it's just the three of us.
I'm knackered.
You do seem a bit tired, Shieldsy. That's good. Discretion is the best part of valor, mate.
Didn't help that I was scrolling through eBay on the top screen too.
I thought you were doing something there. Yeah.
I think I've made my eyes too tired from straining. Going, ooh, I want that. Ooh, I want that. See ya on the chat.
See you, mate. See you another time.
See
Oh, Big
ya.
Bad Ad. Big Bad Ad's in the chat. Another former female Liberal Party staff has come forward with rape allegations. Oh, God, that's wrong. I don't like that. Don't do that. There we go. Another former Liberal Party staff has come forward with rape allegations against the same guy. God damn. That's a story happening in Australia, Chris, with our government. A female staffer came forward that she was raped by another staffer. This is about a year ago, like in April last year or something. And the party completely mishandled it, basically told her to shut up or it'll ruin her career and whatnot. And the Prime Minister has been very bad at handling it. And it looks like it might catch up with him, basically, how absolutely terrible he was at dealing with it. But we shall see. Oh, so you want to join us, man? If you, I'm sorry, I thought you might have seen the link. Anyone who wants to join, I'm just reposting the link.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's interesting. You know, the liberals there, I mean, the Democrats here, because Tara Reid was raped by Joe Biden and nobody did anything about it.
yeah. No, Joe Biden's got some real fucking questionable shit in his butt.
He raped people. He literally raped people. Like I mean, clearly that's what happened. The unwanted touching is rape.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's definitely. Oh, he's fucked up.
It just drives me nuts too, because like you wouldn't believe how many liberals I had to argue this point with, and I would even women. And I was still like, if I walked up and I touched your vagina without you wanting me to, that would be rape. You would have been violated, right? Yeah, that's what Joe Biden did.
Yeah. It's just, but men in power do it. Men in power.
Oh, yeah, 100%, dude. 100%. They abuse their power and they use the system, and that's what they do. That's part of their power plays.
Yeah, it's all kinds of fucked up. Yeah, that whole thing with Biden has really faded into the background.
It's funny because like on my Twitter, I follow Tara Reid, so every few days I see.
Yeah.
I'm just what a trooper for dealing with that for this whole time and getting smeared and all that shit, and still being out there like that's a lot of shit to deal with. I tell you what, I wouldn't wish what happened to her on anybody.
Sorry, who are we talking about?
The woman that got sexually assaulted by Biden in the 90s. Yeah. So I would not wish her existence upon really anybody.
Yeah.
Just like I wouldn't wish COVID on anybody.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like the case that's happening, and again, the Liberal Party here is the capital L Liberals, as in conservatives. Now it's coming out that this staffer who said she got raped was basically threatened, shut up or it'll end your career. And now the government's been like backgrounding her and her boyfriend, trying to find stuff about them and their personal life to discredit her because she's making the party look bad. It's just the classic bullshit of covering this shit up. And it's just like,
that's really messed up, especially for that to be happening in a smaller political structure is very concerning.
Oh yeah. And the Prime Minister appears to have been lying about when it was communicated to him, because he doesn't give a shit. He's a borderline sociopath.
So what you're trying to tell me is that Scotty from marketing fucked up again.
Again, yeah, and this is looking like it might actually hurt him as well.
Oh yeah,
It could be
fucking
good.
hate that guy. He's such a dick.
It's a joke.
Hey, it's the guy from Berlin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How are you
it's our
guys?
expat in Berlin.
It's very sunny today. So
What time is it now?
it is nearly 3 o'clock. I started work at 6 today.
Okay,
because
that's like
I
3
couldn't
p.m.
sleep.
on Friday.
Yep.
Nice. Okay.
I
cool.
finished work at like 1 or something. I don't know. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And how are you guys?
I've been doing pretty good. How you been?
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. And this particular issue with the Liberals, I haven't seen the second allegation that just came forth, but the first one is it's pretty damning.
Yeah. Oh, it's pretty bad. It is pretty bad. Yeah. Big Bad Ads was saying it's apparently just come out that someone else has brought forth a complaint. But yeah, a number of other former staffers have just said the culture is just terrible. And you are constantly told, don't make waves, complain about anything, or your career is going to be over.
Yeah, that's really messed up, especially with how small Australian politics is. I mean, compared to like other larger countries, that is bad. I mean, there are not that many people involved in Australian politics. Like, goodness gracious, that's horrible. There's a culture of that shit going on in such a small group. That's bad. That's really, really bad.
Yeah, no, it is actually really quite. And then there was these stories like, because Morrison's obviously lying and doing shit behind the scenes. And one of the things is his rumors got out that he's basically threatened the opposition leader, Albanese. He said, don't push this because I know stuff about the Labor Party too. And I'm just like, okay, you sick fuck. If you know stuff about the Labor Party, you should just go public with it. Don't keep it as blackmail.
He can't go public with it because it has to be at the right time. He has to listen to his marketing team, remember?
Exactly. And that's what he's doing. It's like, no, fuck you, man. And I know there's probably some Labor diehards who'd go like, oh, no, we don't want our party being dragged through the mud as well. But I'm all for, hey, you know what? That may well be the political party I support. But if there are rapists in their ranks, get them the fuck out.
Get them out of there. Get them out of there. Yeah.
There's a similar kind of thing happening in the UK politics where both Labour and especially the Scottish National Party have got some real transphobe problems in the party. But the leadership don't want to like literally come out and say so. Because they know it'll hurt them.
Yeah.
Yes, it's definitely a problem, and I certainly hope they can get that worked out.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. Oh, Ads is saying The Australian, which is a Murdoch paper, is actually reporting this news about another staffer coming forward.
You know, that's a shame that's like, you know, Murdoch owns so much of the media in Australia. It's hard to get news from other sources.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
It's not good.
Unless you go buy things like Reddit or something.
Yeah, Murdoch might turn on Scotty. Ooh.
Yeah.
The two. Okay, that's not true. The one good guy at marketing and the one bad guy at marketing. I wonder who will win that battle.
Yeah.
Here's a crazy story for you. I know I'm talking about trans shit again. So
trans shit. That's so funny the way you said that. Trans shit.
Well, obviously I have an interest in trans stuff, so it comes out often. And of course, not everybody's going to be really interested. Like, effectively, I don't want to be the trans equivalent of a vegan. And that is, it doesn't take long before they start talking about vegan shit. And that's not a problem with people being vegan. It's just the people that want to, why aren't you vegan? You should be vegan. You know.
Actually, speaking of that, I got some great vegan/vegetarian ground beef replacement today at the grocery store. Can't wait to put it in some hamburger.
You vegan asshole.
I've had some of that plant.
I'm a soy boy, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway, so there was one of the National Health Service maternity departments announced last week that they were using gender inclusive language for basically you can get trans men who can still get pregnant.
Yes, absolutely.
And so it's like, so the TERFs got really upset at this. And of course, not only that, the media joined them. So all that's basically happened is the hospital has said, okay, if you have transgendered or non-binary people, you might want to use words like chest feeding rather than breastfeeding. Personhood instead of womanhood, things like that. Use less gendered language. And the media, Daily Mail, Times, all sorts of other places, and of course it spread to like Russia Today.
Oh my God! Jesus.
Oh yeah, yeah.
This NHS one of banning the words, gendered words. They're banning women. So you're not allowed to use women anymore. You're not allowed to use breastfeeding. It's chest feeding and things like that. It's like, no, if you read what it actually says on their website, it doesn't say that at all. It just is adding stuff. Mm-hmm. They're not taking anything away. They're adding stuff. They're adding non-gendered terms for people who might want non-gendered terms being used.
It's
That's
an
good.
option.
It's an option. It's an option. It's a good option. That's nice to have that. That reminds me, though, the worst flight I ever had. So I get really sick on airplanes. And so this was no exception. I was getting sick. And I was sitting next to a mother who was rather attractive and her baby. And the baby was making a lot of noise. And
wait a minute. Was the baby attractive, or was it just
no? No, the baby was not attractive. I'll tell you that much. It was not a pretty baby, but the mother was. Anyway, so we're flying, and I'm starting to get nauseous, like I usually do. It's not a fun time. And she was talking for a little bit, and I was like, "That's nice, great, And I'm just like, I got 3 hours of fucking nausea here to deal with, and so I'm like, just hurry this hellhole up. And I everything's going fine, and the flight person comes, the waitress comes by, the flight attendant comes by and asks for drinks, and okay, that's great, and her drink everything, and I'm sitting there, and she's drinking a drink, and all of a sudden the baby gets quiet, and I'm like, that's nice, and then I look over, and all of a sudden I just see tits, and a baby sucking on a tit, and I'm just all like, I wasn't expecting that. Oh God. So it was a very weird feeling. I saw a baby sucking on bare tit right next to me. And at the same time, the woman's attractive, but I'm freaked out. And I'm also nauseous on a plane. It was not a fun time. It was a very confusing time. I
can just imagine this rather surreal instance of, you press the button and the flight attendant comes up with, can I have a pillow, please? Because I've got a problem with my underwear right now.
Yeah, it was definitely something like that. Oh my God, that was so weird. I did not like that, because it's not fun being sick and then being put in an awkward situation. It's like the awkward situation gets much worse when you're feeling like you're going to vomit.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I'm so happy about my new electric cargo so far. I won't have to fly for pretty much anything unless it's an emergency.
Mm-hmm.
Like, thank God, because God, I hate flying.
You see, unfortunately, my little joke that I was trying to pull there was the idea of you had a raging erection because she was attractive and there was tits involved.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was slightly aroused.
Yeah, so is that was the reason why you needed the pillow?
Exactly, yeah. So I was slightly aroused, but I was also very nauseous and also disgusted. I didn't know how to feel.
That's an interesting thought. Why disgusted?
Because I'm not used to someone just, burying
Being-
themselves there.
Being naked.
I can understand. I can understand you using the word uncomfortable.
Yes, that's a
No
better
problem
word.
at all,
That's a
but-
better word.
But disgusted? That just sounds, like she was doing something disgusting.
I
It's
don't know
a-
about that, but it was quite shocking. Shocking's a better word to use. I was very shocked at the
You were
moment.
caught off guard.
I
You were
was
caught
caught
off
off
guard.
guard. That's much better term. Yeah, that's what I meant.
So-
Shocking, caught off guard, not expecting it.
Okay,
The,
that's better because, like I say, language has meanings, effectively, sort of.
Yeah.
So when I hear the word disgusting, it's like,
You're not the first American that I've heard say who's expressed words of like they can't really describe what they're feeling when they see naked bodies flopping around everywhere. Because
I've seen other naked
Oh,
bodies before and have been shocked at the same time. Don't get me wrong. I've seen naked men, I've seen naked women, and I'm not ready for it. And I'm just like, boom! I'm just like, oh god, I don't like this because I'm kind of modest. So like, I'm a kind of a modest person, even though I talk like a jackass. I'm a little modest when it comes to that stuff. So it really does catch me off guard. I'm not used to it.
you know what? Based upon what Duke just said, I'm really looking forward to having boobs just so I can flop them around all over the place.
it's
That's great.
you can come to Berlin and flop them at the local lake in summer because that is
Oh, yeah.
that
Everyone
is a thing. That is a thing.
Yeah.
It is
Yep,
a
fair
big
enough.
thing. It is
It's a big
a
thing.
it's a big thing.
It's a big
My
thing.
best friend, she's from Philly, and she our first trip down to a lake called Krummelanke in Berlin. It's in Steglitz in Berlin, southwest, near Potsdam, in between Potsdam and central Berlin.
Mhm.
It's a big lake, and it's very popular, and it has a nudist section. And you have to walk past the nudist section to get to any of the good bits of Krummelanke. And basically, you have a whole bunch of old people because that's where the culture really sticks with at the moment.
Yeah.
Just basically, I like elephant seals. I just not whether they're fat or not
Just
doesn't really
basking.
matter, but they're just basking in the sun, and everything is open to the air. And yeah, it's for her it was absolutely mind fucking in a lot of ways because
Yeah, well, if you're not used to that, yeah, it's just like, oh, wait, what?
yeah, it's definitely I think it's pretty much a German and it's definitely a German, French, and Dutch thing. So
Yeah.
might not be Dutch, but I'm some parts of France, yeah, definitely,
Yeah.
pretty much
Yeah.
all the east parts of Germany. The south parts, I don't think so because they're a bit Catholic and Puritan, but the northeast, yeah, definitely, and yeah, you're not the first American I would hear saying that. Whether it be be breastfeeding or something, it's all a bit of a shock, and
It's
I
definitely
can
culture shock for sure. That's culture shock on top of just being, not expecting it.
yeah, and it's just it is what it is. Like it's just it's
Yeah, because there are in America there are like nudist colonies and nude beaches and stuff, but they are well signed. Like
Yes.
you expect it, you know what I mean? If you go into that area, you expect it. Very rarely in America do you just see someone naked. That's just not usually something that you see in
Yeah.
public. In public,
or it might be a object of ridicule almost.
yeah.
I think it's a bit I think 10, 12 years ago it was an object of ridicule in Australia, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm
To-
not too
to
sure.
an
In Victoria,
extent. I mean, I remember the old joke about someone at a senior citizen's home decides she's going to be a nudist and just starts parading around nude. And then two of the other women sit around, what's Gladys wearing? And the other one goes, I don't know, but it needs a good ironing. So,
Whew.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, man.
that's blankety blanks from the 70s. But yeah, no, nudism is a pretty fringe thing in Australia. There are areas you get nude beaches and what led to one of the funniest lines ever. There was this incredibly conservative former football player who was a sports commentator on TV for a long time. He's dead now, actually. His name was Rex Mossop, and he lived near this North Shore beach that was an unofficial nude beach in Sydney. And it was very popular with gay guys. And basically all the prudes were saying the gays were having sex. And I bet some of them were. I mean, I bet some of them were. It happens. But anyway, there was this real prudery around it. And Rex Mossop was having a complaint about it, and he's being interviewed on TV. And he talked about how, because some of them, he's going, okay, if they're down on the beach and take their gear off, that's one thing. But he's like, they'll be in the car park and take their gear off in the car park, and they're like walking past my place nude. He goes, I don't want people's genitals shoved down my throat. And I mean, it's a comedy duo, Roy and AG, just when they replayed that, they just went, I've got to be on Rex's side on this point, and I've got to say, if I'm getting my genitals out and putting them anywhere, they're not going anywhere near Rex's throat. That just doesn't feel safe.
What was the name of the Australian guy that got kicked off the team for being homophobe or transphobe or whatever it was? I forgot.
Israel Folau, right?
Oh, he's a piece of fucking shit, that guy. Yeah. He's a liar and a hypocrite, and he belongs to this fringe church that's only about 12 fucking people that hates everyone and says everyone's got the devil in them. The gays and the Jews and the Muslims and Christians who aren't from their particular little weird fucking Christian splinter group are all got the devil. So he's on top of being a homophobe and a lying piece of shit. He's just a manipulative prick. He doesn't represent anyone. He's just a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of another time I saw a naked body on transportation.
Sure.
I was on a bus traveling from Alabama to Chicago, about 600 miles on Greyhound bus, which takes about 15 hours and stops about 18 times. It's horrible. And it's about 4 a.m, and the bus piles on. There's this guy next to me, a hairy, sweaty, greasy dude. And he's talking about this girl that he's got, and he won't shut the fuck up about this girl. And I'm just like, yeah. He's all like, yeah, man, yeah, she's so hot, this girl, she's so hot, oh my God, yeah. I mean, just look at this. And he shows me a picture of her vagina.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and he's like, just look, it's like shaved and everything, dude, I can't believe it. I just like, oh my God. I'm just like, wow, I'm really happy for you. I really, and this is like a flip phone 2007 photo too. So I can't make out much, but the fact that he says it's vagina and I see this like V in the photo, I'm just like, oh, goodness gracious. So I was just so like, that's a great vagina, but I really didn't want to see it. And I definitely am tired of the guy with 3 buttons open on his polo and no undershirt on with more hair than a fucking carpet talking to me about his sexual life.
Oh, yeah.
And then about 25 minutes later, he falls asleep. And then about 30 minutes later, he starts sleeping on my shoulder for the next 4 hours. I'm just like,
oh, no. I mean, I can remember some people had it back in the olden days of print photos. I was visiting some friends, and, they had a big shared house. And they were just like, oh, God, our weird housemate the other day, just completely unprompted. He pulled out these photos. And he's just going, yeah, had wild times. And he pulls out a photo and it's like, here's my girlfriend sucking my dick. And they're just like, why are you showing it? We didn't ask to see. We don't want to see that. Like, we're not prudes. We have sex. But no one asked you to just randomly whip out a photo and say, this is my girlfriend sucking my dick. They were just like, what is wrong with you? It's just like, fuck.
Just before I came out as trans, which was 2019, I basically quietly went to a bunch of closer personal friends to tell them that I was going to be transitioning. And most of the people were perfectly fine. And I figured out, and I had to have, there was one person that was just weird on me. And that's where I had to add a 5th version, because I'm a member of a community, the Great Debate community. God religion, not God, atheism,
See you
agnostic,
later,
all that kind of stuff.
L3G2.
Anyway, so what happened was, it's like, okay, I figured out that there was going to be people who love me and care for me no matter how. They don't care how I present myself, so they'll still love me however I portray myself. There's going to be people who will start to distance themselves. It's uncomfortable, but they don't want to come out and say something horrible, so they just quietly sort of fade away. Then there's going to be the weird ones, which is what I'm going to say and mention. Then there's going to be people who didn't like me already. They're not going to like me any less or any more because I'm coming out as trans. So I don't give a shit about what they think. To be honest, I don't really care about what anybody thought. And then there's the enemies. I don't really have enemies myself, but I do have people who think of me as an enemy, and they'll start to use it against me. Well, I don't care. When I get some religious person who says something awful because I'm transgender, it's like, and I care because what? I don't think your God exists anyway to do any sending me to hell anyway. So I didn't really care about them. But the weird one, it was people are going to just open their mouths and say something that just popped through their head. And it's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you just said that type of thing. Because when I told this one guy, he then wanted to ask me a personal question. And the personal question was, have you ever sucked a man's cock before? Have you ever had a man's penis up your backside before? And he's like, what? And I had to use his friend against him. I'd say, I'm sorry, if Aaron Ra, asked you the personal details of your genitals and what you do with them, would you be rather surprised at that? Oh my gosh, yes. Well, gosh, you're right. And it's like, do you ask Aaron Ra the intimate details of her genitals or what he does with them? Oh no, of course not. Why would you ask me about mine? And then he became really sort of embarrassed about it. And I've had a couple of people who've done that. But I came out and said, yeah, I'm transitioning. And the next question on their lips is, so are you going to have the surgery? And it's like, why would you care about what I do with my underwear, the contents of my underwear?
That is weird. That's very, very, very strange. Yeah. I had a similar type of conversation on a podcast a couple of weeks ago. Someone was being kind of weird about transgender women, and we kind of had to steer away from that because they were getting kind of weird. Yeah, I didn't know what the hell they were going on about there. That was fucking, honestly, it was getting a little creepy. So, yep, I definitely know what you're talking about. And that's the exact kind of shit that I get from some members of my family asking me about my now sister. They ask me weird shit like that. They're like, well, do they have sex with women or do they have sex with men? What kind of genitalia do they have? Do they still have a penis? I'm like, I don't want to. I did by my sibling. I don't really want to know this. And I'm like, but do they have a penis? Like, yeah. I don't know why people are so weird about it. Like, it doesn't matter. It's the same kind of shit people asked about gay guys back in the early aughts or 90s. They'd get all weird about it. Everyone would be weird if somebody was gay in the family. They'd all be all like, "Well, do they have a penis in their ass right now?"
Yeah, the obsession with what people are doing is like fucking weird. L3's gonna take a car and is leaving us. Okay,
He
fair
sure
enough.
is.
So how's everyone going? Because I'm either gonna go to bed or make another drink. How's everyone going?
I'm fine.
Yeah. Oh, he's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. I
All right. Well, I'll let you all keep going, and I'm gonna make another drink. So
Yeah,
let's
it's only
let's
10
keep
past 2
going.
in the afternoon for me.
Yeah, it's only 1 a.m. here. That's okay.
I'll probably I might fall asleep though. I don't know when, but it's
if
planned.
it happens, it happens. There we go.
Yeah. Only got 5 hours sleep. So
That's 5 hours
Ooh,
sleep
wow.
isn't that bad. I mean, I can function on 5 hours sleep.
It's not great, but it's not good.
I had a
Yeah.
weird thing happen, not last night, but the night before. I didn't actually go to bed to go, like, for my 6, 7, 8 hour sleep. I had 3 naps
Mm,
during the
that certainly
evening
does help.
time. It's like, went to bed, ended up getting maybe 2.5 hours sleep. Then I got up and did some stuff, and then I felt sleepy again, so I went back to bed. And then I woke up, and I couldn't go back to sleep, so I thought I might as well get up then. And then I went to bed again. At sort of like 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I've had some interesting stuff happen to me recently, where like I'm not working currently, so sometimes I'll sleep a little too much, and then one night I just won't be able to go to bed, so I'll just stay up the whole night, and then the following day I'll go to bed. So that's been happening to me here and there a little bit, but it's mostly just because I'm not exerting myself enough to sleep at my usual pace. My body's still adjusting to my current lifestyle, which is changing. So
Yeah,
tonight I will go to bed after I get off of here, but I'm definitely going to be going to bed late.
I had a period I was sick last year, but it was a kind of weird kind of sick because, it's like just insomnia and not feeling great was basically the problem. And then when I did feel tired, it just had to go right now. And so I basically went to a point of I went to bed when I felt sleepy, got up when I didn't feel sleepy anymore, and I didn't care what the clock said.
Yep. That's definitely something that people will go through. But yeah. But the thing is, like, if I'm doing a lot of stuff in a week, then that won't happen to me. But if I'm not doing anything all week, I might be one night I might not fall asleep, and I'll just be like, okay, and then the next night I'll sleep fine, and it's no problem. So, yep, that's just how I am because I'm used to working. So I had 3 jobs before the pandemic hit.
Jeez.
Yep, I had 3 jobs. I would, I think a couple times right before the pandemic, I pulled 14, 15-hour days. Just plugging away, doing production after production after production after production, just not stopping.
That's nuts.
It is nuts. I would definitely take weeks where I would be just off. But yeah, like one week I worked nonstop. I went and I did an ESPN production. Then I did these TV stations. I did sports production. Then I went and I worked at the college that I had a full-time job at on top of those 2. And then and that job included a 5 a.m. setup for a 7 a.m. selection show for the football team because they were going to be drafting. And then that led into going and getting set up for a volleyball match. And then that led into getting set up for a interview post track meet. And so and the night before I did, 2 big TV shows at the bigger college in the arena downtown. And yeah, it just, I got 3 hours of sleep, and then I just went back at 5 a.m. and then I crashed for the weekend, and that was kind of what I was doing. And it's part of the reason why I moved from Spokane back to the Portland area was because pay there was so shitty with that working 3 jobs. I still was barely able to pay my rent, and I'm just like, depending on what city I'm in, I can get paid $400 a day. Why am I doing 3 jobs for no money? I got to get out of here. So
No, that's fair enough. I must say, my sleep has generally been pretty shit, but it's okay. It's just like when you take certain medications, it's like, yeah, I take ADHD medication, so it just keeps you up, and then it disrupts your sleep, and so you don't get much sleep, and then it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Because one of the side effects is, of course, it's basically being hit by a giant constant
stream of information
of caffeine, basically.
Oh yeah, that too.
That's one of the side effects, and so you feel like you feel tired, but you're not tired.
Sleep. Yeah,
you're not tired at all. It's a feel I'm used to now, but it's I trade I wouldn't trade like the ability to be able to concentrate on something for more sleep, because it's something that I really enjoy being able to do, is pay like almost an infinite amount of attention to things and talk to people. Like
I had a
this.
struggle with SSRI medication, antidepressant.
Yes.
And SSRIs don't work on me. They really don't.
No.
I tried about 3 different ones. One of them made me feel like, just doing weird suicidal type stuff, just like destructive. It's like, I've got this really nice camera. I wonder what it would look like if I just opened the window, held it out, and just let go. I wonder how it would blow up, or, I got like some plushy toy things. Maybe I should cut them into pieces, because I just have this weird thought go through my head. It's like, I don't like these thoughts. I need to go to my doctor and ask for something a bit different. And then I had another one. The first one was Seroxat. Didn't work for me at all. That's the one where if kids take it, they can become suicidal. Anyway, so then the second one, I can't remember what it was called now, but that one didn't work very well for me, because it was interesting where one of the side effects was insomnia, and the other one is drowsiness. And you think, well, wait a minute, these are opposite things. You can't have one that keeps you up and another one makes you sleepy at the same time. That doesn't make sense. These are opposite things. No, you can have both at the same time. You can be totally exhausted and you need to go to sleep, but when you try going to sleep, your brain just keeps whirring and racing around, and it doesn't want to turn off. And so the only way that I could control that problem was to take a sleeping tablet. But if I took the sleeping tablet along with it, then unless I got 16 hours of sleep, I felt like shit all the time. So, ultimately, I currently take something called amitriptyline, which is much better. It's not an SSRI, which is good. However, it does have a short life that it wears off. Effectively, it takes about 2 days for it to really kick in, but it leaves you really, really tired for the first 2 or 3 days. And then it's fine. But if you forget to take it for a couple of days, it wears off really quick again, which means that when you start taking it again, you get really tired for the next 2 or 3 days. So you got to keep on it. Effectively, you got to make sure you take it every day and don't forget.
Yeah. It's that's how SSRIs work. Whereas my medication does not work like that. It worked in the first hour and a half, I think. So, and it was a very different feeling, I must say. But it's okay. It's fine. Like I'm just a bit tired because I just didn't get sleep, and I've done most of what I need to do today anyway. So the rest of it is just manual labor cleaning up my apartment. So you might see it's it's a little bit of a mess. In some places, in the kitchen it's a bit more, but it's okay. But I want to get it clean before tomorrow, because I think tomorrow is going to be a bike riding day, because we've hit double digits for the first time in degrees Celsius since late November.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
As in positive double digits, I should say, because we entered negative double digits last week, and now all the snow's gone. So
hey,
that was surreal, seeing snow going everywhere. Angry, you would have been very you would have. I think anyone who's not from a mountain range in like any part of Australia would be gone, whoa, this is surreal. So it was quite cold, and I have quite thick gloves, and they did not protect the fingers at all. Like they stopped a little bit of the wind, but I thought I was going to lose the top of my fingers.
Mittens, my friend, mittens.
Yeah, for bike riding. Like if it was like walking, sure, it would be fine. You just walk a bit faster and it'd be okay.
Mittens for bike riding.
Yeah, but riding a bike at probably 25, 30 kilometers per hour. It gets cold. It gets cold on your
Mittens.
fingers.
Yep,
Yeah.
mittens for
A bit
that.
intense.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to switch my microphone off and make
I'll give you a thumbs up if
cocktail.
you do it right. I'll give you a thumbs up if you do it right. So let's see if he does it
Yeah,
right.
don't worry, don't worry. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say that it's good. We're gonna say that it's
Yeah.
good. And
It's good. It's good. It's good. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. So but it's been very interesting. Someone who doesn't see snow, it's anything that's colder than I think the coldest I ever got in my hometown of Traralgon was -3, and that's pretty consistent actually because it's an inland area and it's always been pretty cold around that area. Even now, it's a bit warmer now, but it's still quite cool for, say, some of my friends from the town I studied in. They have moved over there for work, and they are now a bit caught out with the weather, with the climate change. Even though it's it's not that much further north than their old hometown. So it's it's very different for them. Here in Berlin, of course, it was -10°C. I don't know where you live, Chris. I assume it's quite cool all over. I saw the map a few days ago from Reddit. It was very cold. It looked cold.
it's not that cold where I am. I'm in the Western Pacific Northwest. Like we have a very mild
Okay, yeah.
climate. We did happen to get a bit of like one day of snow, and then it started warming up. So
Yeah.
we're in the upper. I don't know how many Celsius. A couple degrees Celsius, but we're about 40 Fahrenheit.
It wasn't very high. It wasn't very high at all. I was just like, I looked at all these. I was just like, anything below 30 is cold. Is like was about the area where Berlin sat for about 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, that's cold. That's cold. Yeah, we didn't stay that cold here for that long. We were at freezing, and we got snow, and then as soon as the storm passed, it immediately got back up to above freezing, and it's going to be 50 and rainy for the next month, which is what happens in the wet season here. It's 50 and it's raining.
And the really most amazing thing was because I didn't realize because we're meant to be locked down, not actually going anywhere, right? I marveled at all the pictures of all the frozen lakes and rivers, like the Spree near my work froze over, which is the main river that runs through Berlin, of course. And it froze over. They stopped sending the Berlin icebreaker through it a week ago because it was quite thick at that point. It was hard. It was too hard to get that going through it. And people were ice skating on all the lakes, and they shouldn't have been. There was several videos of Berlin police in their helicopters hovering. They actually went to the lakes and hovered into just imagine like a lake surrounded by wood and like trees, and they just dipped the helicopter into that area, and they just started telling people to get the fuck out because the lakes are actually only 1/3 the thickness that they would be to be considered safe by the city. And people were still ice skating on the ice anyway, regardless.
Yeah, you'll fall through and end up dying.
Yeah, even in a lake, in a moving body of water, sure, that's like instant death, pretty much. But in a lake, yeah, it's definitely a thing that could happen.
That's for sure. My hometown area gets real cold there, and pretty much general rule of thumb is once it starts getting frozen every night for the low, and you got to wait about a month, and it'll get frozen for the high. And so you wait about 6 weeks, and then you can go out in the lake because that's when it'll be thick enough to get out in the lake. Is after 6 weeks of freezing.
Yep, that sounds about right. So, we're about 2 weeks into the Berlin freeze, and it was, it sounds about right. Like if you extrapolate that, it would probably be, that rule could be applied with confidence, I think. But people were going out and there was a general, you don't go onto the Spree because that's a very big. I don't know how deep it is. body of water. It's about 50 yards across, I think, at points near where I work. Oh, maybe it's not 50 yards.
Yeah, but no, moving body is
moving.
water. Yeah,
moving.
you don't go on ice on moving bodies in water. It doesn't matter. Like lakes are different. Like that's where I'm. I know that's what people are talking about, but you don't go out and ice fish on a moving river or something unless you're on the very edge of it.
No, and
a reason why I can imagine them getting a little bit more stringent on, hey, you got to be careful, would be because there's a pandemic on. People unnecessarily injured.
Well, it's Berlin, so the police don't generally have, like, in Berlin State, the Berlin State Police are generally the least powerful of all the state police forces in all of Germany, for one reason or another, and well, people in Berlin don't give a shit, and it's quite easy to see that. It's like basically life is somewhat normal. There's just no nightclubs and half the shops are closed, but and people wear masks and they accept that. That's fine. Maybe some people do it begrudgingly, but with like stuff like rules like going out onto, like, there's no rules regarding it. There's no you're not responsible for like injuring or like almost killing yourself or heavily injuring yourself by falling through ice. You're not breaking a law. The police will come in and get you. The fire brigade will come and get you. But you were told, and you have like some. It's kind of like you don't have to pay for anything because you pay it through taxes. It's just that this happened. You caused it. Now you have to deal with the social consequences of that. But other than that, there's no legal consequences, and because of that, people just go, well, don't give a shit. I'm going to do what I like as long as I don't hurt anyone else, and I don't really care if I stretch the resources of the city, in whatever current context I am in, which is in this case, of course, a pandemic, and in winter, and a whole bunch of other issues in Berlin. And so people just do it, and they don't care. There was I think there was a video of some guy in the Netherlands driving his car on the ice, and people thought it was really funny, and he thought it was really funny. And then I got to the end of the video, and it's like, the inevitable end of when you put a car on ice. That was actually probably the funniest part. It was like a bit cathartic. It was like, it's fucking stupid, but yeah. So I guess people, I get the feeling that people just genuinely, it's not so much more freer. It's just that people just do, and the state won't interfere with their life, but they will tell them, "We told you so. You're an idiot," and now your taxes will have to pay for what just happened, and so we're all partly responsible for your idiocy. So but as long as it's recorded, I'm okay with it, because then I can laugh at it repeatedly. Because like there's places like the Instagram, like Berlin, this is Berlin bitches or something like that, and it's got some extremely funny hijinks that I would personally wouldn't do, and I would recommend my friends and other people that I know not to do, but it's funny, and it's a great little litmus test for the general social attitudes to anything, to doing anything in Berlin. And yeah,
there was a stupid thing that happened in the UK part of the country of the UK today. This last week rather, and that is so we got lockdown rules, but there was a group of guys that like two people who went from the Manchester area, went up to the Peak District, climbed the hills, and then ended up getting into trouble up in the mountains. So the mountain rescue people went out there, and one of them slipped and fell 150 meters and ended up breaking his spine and facial injuries and stuff.
Who was this? The rescuers or the two rescuees?
Yeah, the rescuer fell
Okay.
in trying to help the idiots who'd got themselves in a bad situation. So now he's going to be in a wheelchair for probably the rest of his life.
Oh, probably, yeah. I don't know if they get like some sort of like civil servant pension or something because of that, because that would be reasonable. And they get, I don't know, do they?
I don't know. I'm not sure that's the case because it's a voluntary thing anyway. But there's probably insurance involved in doing it.
I'm sure with something like that they'll be taken care of, considering they were out there saving a life for the state pretty much. So
yeah. Well, what's happened is that the other Mantoon Rescue people put out a GoFundMe type of thing, and they've raised up a considerable amount of money. I think it was about £200,000.
It's not too shabby. It's 200,000, like 300,000 euro or something. That's not bad.
I don't know. I mean, I'm a Freedom Unit guy, so it's dollars or nothing, and not not that Canadian shit either.
Dear. But yeah, no, like it's it's different in Australia because imagine a frozen lake in Victoria. Oh man, that would make me laugh. Yeah, you'd get some idiots inevitably basically going up, driving their car onto a lake, and then it's sinking, and then everyone will go like, well, maybe the police should like fine people for driving the car into the lake, and like that's really, it's pretty obvious that you don't drive a car into a lake that's frozen.
Look, I don't know. All right, they say they got these red lights. I don't like these red lights, just like I don't like these masks. So I'm going through them.
No, well, that's different because it affects a lot of people if you go through a red light. Whereas with a lake, you only affect yourself.
Not if I don't hit anyone.
On the way in, all right. Okay, then yeah. As in,
I'm bringing the freedom perspective here. Okay.
Free.
That was one of the things that irritated me by the Americans are like, oh, it's damaging my my free rights for them to impose wearing a mask and things like that. It's like, is it reducing your freedoms by stopping for a red light? Because effectively the system's exactly the same. The whole reason for red traffic lights and masks are to stop people getting hurt or killed.
Yeah.
That's very true. That's 100% true. So when they issued all those emergency warnings to people to not drive in the winter weather, I told I put it on Facebook. I said, all right, everyone, unbuckle those seatbelts, put the gas pedals on. Don't let them tell you that you can't drive in ice, because I'm sure as hell you can, because that's your American right.
That's good stuff.
I love the freedom rants, Chris.
Well, people were very free to drive their car on the icy roads in Berlin. Let me tell you, for the first time, in my time in Berlin, I have seen the cars drive at the speed limit.
Oh,
which for any of the Australian viewers is actually very slow for traveling. It's 30 kilometers per hour in about 85% of the streets in Berlin, and 50 on all the other roads, and 100 on the autobahn rings. So, actually being able to, and of course, like I can't actually ride on the bike paths because they're not actually swept enough. Not like the roads are. Like the roads are done every 5 minutes, every 15, 30 minutes. The Berliner street cleaning company come through, like they're state-owned company, of course. They come through with a big truck with a dozer on it, and they just move the snow to the side, which is an interesting obstacle for a cyclist who's never had to deal with snow.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. Like when it's fresh snow, it's very soft, and you can put your front wheel through it. Not on a road bike, mind you. Road bike will slip. It won't have as much traction. Luckily, my road bike has been sitting in my apartment with a flat tire for all of December, January, and Feb. They'll change this today though. But when it gets hard, it takes an effort to put your wheel through.
Yeah,
So-
I mean,
The other thing that's a problem
where
with-
I'm from, you just don't drive. You just don't ride your bike in the winter.
Oh well, then that's the American freedom then, But
No, that's the. It snows so much that it's just not gonna happen. A
Yeah.
It's
bike-
going to die in the snow.
yeah, that's
well,
too much snow.
yeah, well, there's just so much snow. It snows so it snowed. Yeah, it snowed so heavily that the bike lanes were just covered in snow, and I could not ride on them. And so I'm not scared of riding the roads because I've lived in Victoria, so there are no bike lanes in country
Yeah.
Victoria. So I rode on the road, and that was fine because the cars kept the road relatively clear. There was some ice, of course, and it was 30 k's an hour, so I can travel right behind them. And it was a very interesting feeling of like road users actually participating well together. But the other thing is just So I'm ranting again. I should do
That's
an
okay,
AD.
you're
I should do an.
understanding.
I should do an AD and do the 3-minute timer thing. So that's cool. Laura, you're gonna say something, please.
Well, I'll say something real quick. I'm gonna head off, guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been about 5
All right.
hours. So
Cheers, Chris.
see you soon. Enjoy your drink.
Yeah.
That's great. Bye.
I like the color. It's
See you,
really
Chris.
great. Hi, Chris.
Have a good one.
This has Scotch, cherry brandy, sweet vermouth, orange curacao, and just a tiny bit of pineapple juice in it. It's really good.
See.
They call it Eastern Sin for some reason, but
Eastern soon. Oh, well, you're on the eastern sea coast of Australia, so works.
Mm.
I assume you still live
I'm
in
on
Melbourne.
the East
so,
Coast. Yes, I am on the East Coast.
I assume you still live in Melbourne, so it counts
Yes.
sort of as east.
As a cyclist, I do look at road safety and things of that nature on Twitter, and the amount of black cab drivers, and I don't mean the drivers are this color
I
of
know
this
what you mean.
black.
The
I
black
just mean that
cabs.
black cabs are a London thing in particular.
Mm. Yeah.
Well, they hate cyclists just for
Yes, they
example.
do.
They slow them down by like a second to get to the same set of traffic lights. But, some of the bullshit that they come out with is hilarious sometimes. And my favorite one was a guy who tell you what, let me find it because it's actually funnier when you see the picture.
All right then. Well, whilst you're finding it, that's right. Like I think we've talked about cycling and safety all the time. I think the one that I was just reading because I just need some time today, just like a small break in between the running experiments today.
Okay.
Well, not tests, I should say, not experiments. Kind of feel like experiments. Was one from r/Fahrrad, which is this bicycling in German Reddit subreddit, and they had a video of some place in France where you're riding. Of course, you ride on the right instead of the left in Europe, and the bike lane forced them to ride on the left side of the road, but the road was so narrow because it's France. There was oncoming traffic in his lane. It's like probably as wide as a regular traffic lane, and you had cars coming like directly coming at him and then dodging him at the last minute. Absolutely surreal. It was crazy. But luckily Germans are more ordered, and even Berliners are more ordered than that. Like got order and efficiency. It's we don't have those things here. Even the drunk cyclists know to stay in their lane. Although you should not try that, because if you have a European driver's license and you get done whilst riding your bike drunk in Germany, you can lose points off your license.
Ooh,
I've
damn.
lost points. I've lost 1 point off my fictitious license because I have hit a police car going through a stop sign that I didn't actually see. I did not know that was a stop sign there. I've ridden through that point for 2 years and I've never seen one there. But I had been there for that 2 years. I just never saw it out of my peripheral vision because it's behind 3 trees and it's always blocked by cars in that lane there. So they're parked there. So it's very interesting. Anyway, Laura, have you found it?
Yep, found the pictures now. There you go, Angry. So
Okay, here we are. Picture.
okay, so just to give you a little backdrop understanding about this. So basically with COVID and the lockdowns and everything, some people have to go to work.
Yes.
And well, they can't have them getting on all the buses because social distancing, and that's great for spreading. So, but they also don't want everybody who would normally get the bus or the train or whatever going in on the car because the roads would be absolute chaos. So what they did was in London, they had these pop-up cycle lanes. So they basically take a 2-lane road, remove 1 lane and put some cones down or whatever, and turn it into a bike lane to allow people to move quickly and easily, because bikes are actually really good because most people don't travel more than about 5 miles. So it's a really effective way of moving lots of people in a small amount of time and a smaller amount of space. Well, of course, the taxi drivers hated it, because the few people were driving in, they were obviously having to share half the space now. So this one guy, David Gooch, he said the Euston Road, which is the one that crosses in front of Euston train station in London, the Euston Road, thanks to new pop-up cycle lanes. And he's got this picture, and it's like, why has he got all this sort of, greeny brown shit around it? What has he cropped out? Because you can smell the bullshit. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that is a really weird picture, yes.
Yeah, so you think, okay, why would you post a picture like that? So I did a reverse Google search, and I found this picture, which doesn't have any cycle lanes.
Yeah.
It's not only that, it's nowhere near the Euston Road either. But what's more amusing is where it came from. Because this wasn't from 2020, this was from 2015. It was about the tube strike that had happened. The subway system had been on strike. And as a result, because there was no tube, everyone was having to get on the buses or drive in by from the suburbs and stuff. So as a result, obviously, there was just, traffic jam all over the place. So not only was it not a cycle lane problem, it wasn't caused by pop-up cycle lanes. It wasn't even in the, this is like 5 years before, but even better, Euston Road didn't have a cycle lane, a pop-up cycle lane at all, until a week later. So this happened like on the sort of Thursday, Friday, the week before.
Yeah.
And then so there was a week of like, this is nonsense, you're telling this isn't true. Yeah. Of course, people are sucking up the bullshit that he was spewing out. And it wasn't installed until the Monday after. So it was like 10 days later, they actually installed a pop-up cycle lane.
Yeah.
There's dishonesty involved there.
It's surreal. What goes through someone's mind when they're just absolutely making something up with like, I can just make something up and no one will ever find, and people always find out. And it's just like, how shit is your position if you just have to make something up to justify your position?
The thing is, I'm a dog with a bone when it comes to certain things. Dishonesty is one of them. And I remember one time this religious guy, weirdly, young Earth creationist Catholic. Don't know how that exists because they don't have a problem with evolution and stuff, but for some weird reason there is American fundamentalist Catholicism. and generally, like I say, they're not really fundamentalists. So there was this guy who tried to suggest that Hitler was an atheist, kind of stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And so so what happened was this guy used a quote and trying to suggest that that Hitler preferred the Muslims, kind of thing. He was anti-Christian. That was basically what he was trying to suggest. Hitler was anti-Christian. So what happened was I can't remember the exact quote, but it was something along the lines of I'm trying to remember the words now. I can't remember, but effectively the message of it was that if Islam had invaded, why couldn't we have had Islam, which is much more hardy and more likely to get the job done, whereas Christians are all this forgiveness shit, which makes them not very good at killing people. That was largely the route he was going for, and what it happened was the quote came from Albert Speer's book Inside the Third Reich. And in it, what had happened was some in like the late 30s, early 40s kind of. I can't remember exactly when now, but some Arabs had gone, and they told him that back in the sort of Crusades time, that the Arabs had basically pushed all the way into like France, and Hitler was kind of had this idea of like, well, if it wasn't, and of course. The Islamicists then are like, controlled by the sword, effectively. If you're not going to convert, then we'll just kill you. And that is really good for the sort of, for the fighting spirit kind of thing. So effectively, he put his own little twist on the idea that, if Germany had been overcome in like, the 1400s or whatever it was, by the Crusades, I think I've got my dates wrong there. But anyway, if they'd have gone and taken over big chunks of Europe, then it would be, ultimately they'd be defeated, but you would have Muslimish, fighting spirit in the DNA, because that's also something he thought was there. And it's like, so this guy who posted this meme, he missed a bit of the sentence out deliberately. And he's either too stupid to not think someone would check it up, or I'm rambling because I can't remember the exact wording of it now. But like I say, he was so stupid that he didn't expect me to check it up after I'd been battling with him for a week. About this shit, he like posted it on Tuesday or Wednesday, and by the following Tuesday I brought it up because there was this show called Talk Shit Tuesday where we talked about the stupid shit that went on in the community, and it was hilarious because it's like, oh well, I'm going on the book about the book, the guy who wrote the book about the Nazis, that's where the quote came from, and it's like, no, it didn't. It came from Albert Speer, and that wasn't printed until the 50s. And not only that, the guy who wrote the book, the person he was quoting, he wrote his thing in 1945, 46. The Nuremberg trials hadn't even finished when he wrote that.
Yeah.
And besides which, I was quoting stuff from Ian Kershaw, who wrote things such as The Nazis: A Warning from History. He's one of the most renowned historians on Nazism. Actually saw him once because he was at University of Manchester. So, but like I say, it's like you're so dishonest, you missed a bit out, and then you're stupid enough to think that I won't check it up because I've been going, because dog with a bone type thing. Yeah, and he blocked me. Ultimately, he blocked me because I caught
that's the best argument winner.
Yeah. When the going gets tough, the tough hit the block button.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's again, I have so much trouble trying to understand that mindset of someone who just lies. And it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Anywho,
It's-
tell you what, I
it's a
am
good
going to go to
story.
bed now.
I just want to check what you're saying to that.
Go for it, yeah.
And that is that their position must be so weak that they can't actually use reality and facts. They have to make shit up to justify it. It's exactly the same as that story I mentioned earlier about, they're banning words. They're banning, I don't know if you were here listening to it at the time.
Yeah, no, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, they're banning words. No, they're not. They're having inclusive language as well as what they're already using.
Yes, yeah, it's helping. No. And I always say that, like, why is your position so weak that you have to lie to support it? It's just, it's really weird to me.
It worries me that the media know that people are gullible and will just swallow it.
Yeah.
That they won't look it up and they won't check to see what actually is being said.
Yeah, that is true. All right, I'm going to go. Celtic King, you're still with us. You love us all. We all love you too. So see you another time. Tomorrow night, it's my date night, but I'll probably be on Sunday. So if you're around, it's all good. Otherwise, have an awesome time.